Part 2.
Part 2, Chapter 1 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 1. Tempus Fugit. A whole year had elapsed since the arrival of Vandeloup in Melbourne, and during that time many things had happened. Unfortunately, in spite of his knowledge of human nature and the fact that he started with a good sum of money, Gaston had not made his fortune. This was due to the fact that he was indisposed to work when his banking account was all decent, so he had lived like a prince on his capital and trusted to his luck, furnishing him with more when it was done. Kitty had joined him in Melbourne as arranged, and Gaston had established her in a place in Richmond. It was not a regular boarding house, but the lady who owned it, Mrs. Pulchop by name, was in the habit of letting apartments on reasonable terms. So Vandeloup had taken up his abode there with Kitty, who passed as his wife. But though he paid her all the deference and respect due to a wife, and though she wore a marriage ring, yet, as a matter of fact, they were not married. Kitty had implored her lover to have the ceremony performed as soon as he joined her, but as the idea was not to Monsieur Vandeloup's taste, he had put her off laughingly at first. Then afterwards, when he began to weary of her, he said he could not marry her for at least a year. The reason he assigned for this was the convenient one of family affairs, but in reality he foresaw he would get tired of her in that time, and did not want to tie himself so that he could not leave her when he wished. At first the girl had rebelled against this delay, for she was strongly biased by her religious training, and looked with horror on the state of wickedness in which she was living. But Gaston laughed at her scruples, and as time went on, her finer feelings became blunted, and she accepted the position to which she was reduced in an apathetic manner. Sometimes she had wild thoughts of running away, but she still loved him too well to do so, and besides, there was no one to whom she could go, as she well knew her father would refuse to receive her. The anomalous position which he occupied, however, had an effect on her spirits, and from being a bright and happy girl, she became irritable and fretful. She refused to go out anywhere, and when she went into town, either avoided the principal streets or wore a heavy veil, so afraid was she of being recognised by anyone from Ballarat, and questioned as to how she lived. All this was very disagreeable to Monsieur Vandeloup, who had a horror of being bored, and not finding Kitty's society pleasant enough, he gradually ceased to care for her, and was now only watching for an opportunity to get rid of her without any trouble. He was a member of the Bachelors' Club, a society of young men which had a bad reputation in Melbourne, and finding Kitty was so lachrymose, he took a room at the club and began to stay away 4 or 5 days at a time. So Kitty was left to herself, and grew sad and tearful as she reflected on the consequence of her fatal passion for this man. Mrs. Pulchop was vastly indignant at Vandeloup neglecting his wife, for, of course, she never thought she was anything else to the young man, and did all in her power to cheer the girl up, which, however, was not much, as Mrs. Pulchop herself was decidedly of a funereal disposition. Meanwhile Gaston was leading a very gay life in Melbourne. His good looks and clever tongue had made him a lot of friends, and he was very popular both in drawing-room and club. The men voted him a jolly sort of fellow, and a regular swagger man, while the ladies said that he was heavenly, for, true to his former tactics, Vandeloup always made particular friends of women, selecting, of course, those whom he thought would be likely to be of use to him. Being such a favourite entailed going out a great deal, and as no one can pose as a man of fashion without money, Monsieur Vandeloup soon found that his capital was rapidly melting away. He then went in for gambling, and the members of the bachelors, being nearly all rich young men, Gaston's dexterity at écarté and baccarat was very useful to him, and considerably augmented his income. Still, card-playing is a somewhat precarious source from which to derive an income, so Vandeloup soon found himself pretty hard up, and was at his wits' end how to raise money. His gay life cost him a good deal, and Kitty, of course, was a source of expense, although, poor girl, she never went anywhere, but there was a secret drain on his purse of which no one ever dreamed. This was none other than Pierre Lemaire, who, having spent all the money he got at the Peculus, came and worried Vandeloup for more. That astute young man would willingly have refused him, but, unfortunately, Pierre knew too much of his past life for him to do so. Therefore he had to submit to the dumb man's extortions with the best grace he could. So what with Kitty's changed manner, Pierre wanting money, and his own lack of coin, Monsieur Vandeloup was in anything but an enviable position, and began to think it was time his luck, if he ever had any, should step in. He thought of running up to Ballarat and seeing Madame Midas, whom he knew would lend him some money, but he had a certain idea in his head with regard to that lady, so wished to retain her good opinion, and determined not to apply to her until all other plans for obtaining money failed. Meanwhile he went everywhere, was universally admired and petted, and no one who saw him in society with his bright smile and nonchalant manner would have imagined what crafty schemes there were in that handsome head. Madame Midas was still up at Ballarat, and occupying the same cottage, although she was now so wealthy she could have inhabited a palace, had she been so minded. But prosperity had not spoiled Mrs. Villiers. She still managed her own affairs, and did a great deal of good with her money, expending large sums for charitable purposes, because she really wished to do good, and not, like so many rich people, for the purpose of advertising herself. The Pactolus was now a perfect fortune, and Madame Midas being the sole owner, her wealth was thought to be enormous, as every month a fresh deluge of gold rolled into her coffers from the inexhaustible Devil's Lead. Mackintosh, of course, still managed the mine, and took great pride in his success, especially after so many people had scoffed at it. Various other mines had started in the vicinity, and had been floated on the Melbourne market, where they kept rising and falling in unison with the monthly yield of the Pactolus. The Devil's Lead was rather unequal, as sometimes the ground would be rich, while another time it would turn out comparatively poor. People said it was patchy, and some day would run out altogether, but it did not show any signs of exhaustion, and even if it had, Madame Midas was now so wealthy that it mattered comparatively little. When the monthly yield was small, the mines round about would fall in the share market to a few shillings, but if it was large, they would rush up again to as many pounds, so that the brokers managed to do pretty well out of the fluctuations of the stock. One thing astonished Madame Midas very much, and that was the continuous absence of her husband. She did not believe he was dead, and fully expected to see him turn up at some time. But as the months passed on, and he did not appear, she became uneasy. The idea of his lurking round was a constant nightmare to her, and at last she placed the matter in the hands of the police, with instructions to try to ascertain what became of him. The police did everything in their power to discover Villiers' whereabouts, but without success. Unfortunately, Slivers, who might have helped them, being so well acquainted with the missing man's habits, was dead, and after trying for about 3 months to find some traces of Villiers, the police gave up the search in despair. Madame Midas, therefore, came to the conclusion that he was either dead or had left the colony, and though half doubtful, yet hoped that she had now seen the last of him. She had invested her money largely in land, and thus being above the reach of poverty for the rest of her life, she determined to take up her abode in Melbourne for a few months, prior to going to England on a visit. With this resolution she gave up her cottage to Archie, who was to live in it, and still manage the mine, and made preparations to come down to Melbourne with Selina Sprotts. Vandeloup heard of this resolution, and secretly rejoiced at it, for he thought that seeing she liked him so much, now that her husband was to all appearances dead, she might marry him, and it was to this end he had kept up his acquaintance with her. He never thought of the girl he had betrayed, pining away in a dull lodging. No, Monsieur Vandeloup, untroubled by the voice of conscience, serenely waited the coming of Madame Midas, and determined, if he could possibly arrange it, to marry her. He was the spider, and Madame Midas was the fly, but as the spider knew the fly he had to inveigle into his web was a very crafty one. He determined to act with great caution, so having ascertained when Madame Midas would be in Melbourne, he awaited her arrival before doing anything, and trusted in some way to get rid of Kitty before she came. It was a difficult game, for Monsieur Vandeloup knew that should Kitty find out his intention, she would at once go to Mrs. Villiers, and then Madame would discover his baseness in ruining the girl. Monsieur Vandeloup, however, surveyed the whole situation calmly, and was not ill pleased at the position of affairs. Life was beginning to bore him in Melbourne, and he wanted to be amused. Here was a comedy worthy of Molière, a jealous woman, a rich lady, and a handsome man. "My faith," said Monsieur Vandeloup, smiling to himself as he thought of the situation, "it's a capital comedy, certainly, but I must take care it doesn't end as a tragedy." End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 2. Disenchantment. It is said that creaking doors hang the longest, and Mrs. Pulchop of Carthage Cottage, Richmond, was an excellent illustration of the truth of this saying. Thin, pale, with light bleached looking hair, and eyebrows and eyelashes to match, she looked so shadowy and unsubstantial that an impression was conveyed to the onlooker that a breath might blow her away. She was often heard to declare, when anything extraordinary happened, that one might knock her down with a feather, which, as a matter of fact, was by no means a stretch of fancy, provided the feather was a strong one, and Mrs. Pulchop was taken unawares. She was continually alluding to her constitution, as if she had an interest in politics, but in reality she was referring to her state of health, which was invariably bad. According to her own showing, there was not a single disease under the sun with which she had not been afflicted, and she could have written a whole book on the subject of medicine, and put herself in every instance as an illustrative case. Mr. Pulchop had long since departed this life, being considerably assisted in his exit from this wicked world by the quantity of patent medicines his wife compelled him to take to cure him, which unfortunately, however, had the opposite effect. Mrs. Pulchop said he had been a handsome man, but according to the portrait she had of him, he resembled a bulldog more than anything else in nature. The young Pulchops, of which there were two, both the female sex, took after their father in appearance, and their mother in temperament, and from the time they could talk and crawl, knew as much about drops, poultices, bandages, and draughts as many a hospital nurse of mature age. One day Vandeloup sent a telegram to Kitty, saying he would be home to dinner, and as he always required something extra in the way of cooking, Kitty went to interview Mrs. Pulchop on the subject. She found that lady wrapped up in a heavy shawl, turning herself into a tea kettle by drinking hot water, the idea being, as she assured Kitty, to rouse up her liver. Miss Topsy Pulchop was tying a bandage round her face, as she felt a toothache coming on, while Miss Anna Pulchop was unfortunately quite well, and her occupation being gone, was seated disconsolately at the window, trying to imagine she felt pains in her back. "Ah!" groaned Mrs. Pulchop in a squeaky voice, sipping her hot water, "you don't know, my dear, what it is to be worrited by your liver. Tortures and inquisitions ain't in it, my love." Kitty said she was very sorry, and asked her if nothing would relieve her sufferings, but Mrs. Pulchop shook her head triumphantly. "My sweet young thing," said the patient, with great gusto, "I've tried everything under the sun to make it right, but they ain't no good. It's always expanding and contracting of itself, unbeknown to me, and throwing the bile into the stomach, which ain't its proper place." "It does sound rather nasty," assented Kitty, "and Topsy seems to be ill too." "Toothache," growled Topsy, who had a deep bass voice, and being modelled on the canine lines of her late lamented father, the growl suited her admirably. "I had two out last week, and now this one started." "Try a roasted fig, Topsy dear," suggested her mother, who now, having finished her hot water, looked longingly at the kettle for more. "Toothache," growled Topsy in reply, "not gumboil," the remedy suggested by Mrs. Pulchop being for the latter of these ills. "You are quite well at any rate," said Kitty to Anna cheerfully. Anna, however, declined to be considered in good health. "I fancy my back is going to ache," she said, darkly placing her hand in the small of it. "I'll have to put a linseed poultice on it tonight, to draw the cold out." Then she groaned dismally, and her mother and sister, hearing the familiar sound, also groaned, so there was quite a chorus, and Kitty felt inclined to groan also, out of sympathy. "Monsieur Vandeloup is coming to dinner tonight," she said timidly to Mrs. Pulchop. "And a wonder it is, my sweet angel," said that lady indignantly, rising and glancing at the pretty girl, now so pale and sad-looking. "It's once in a blue moon as he comes home, and leaving you to mope at home like a broken-hearted kitten in a cold box. Ah, if he only had a liver, that would teach him manners." Groans of assent from the Misses Pulchops, who both had livers and were always fighting with them. "And what, my neglected cherub?" asked Mrs. Pulchop, going to a looking-glass which always hung in the kitchen, for the three examined their tongues in. "What shall I give you for dinner?" Kitty suggested a fowl, macaroni cheese and a fruit for dessert, which bill of fare had such an effect on the family that they all groaned in unison. "Macaroni cheese," growled Topsy, speaking from the very depth of the cork soles she wore to keep her feet dry. "There's nothing more bilious. I couldn't look at it." "Ah," observed Mrs. Pulchop, "you're only a weak gal, and men is that obstinate they'll swallow bricks like ostriches, sooner nor give in as it hurt 'em. You shall have a nice dinner, Mrs. Vanderloops, though I can't deny but what it'll be bilious." Thus warned, Kitty retired into her own room, and made herself nice for Gaston to look on when he came. Poor thing, it was so rarely now that he came home to dinner, that a visit from him was regarded by her in the light of a treat. She dressed herself in a pretty white dress, and tied a blue sash round her waist, so that she might look the same to him as when he first saw her. But her face was now worn and white, and as she looked at her pallor in the glass, she wished she had some rouge to bring a touch of colour to her cheeks. She tried to smile in her own merry way at the wan reflection she beheld, but the effort was a failure, and she burst into tears. At 6 o'clock everything was ready for dinner, and having seen that all was in good order, Kitty walked outside to watch for Gaston. There was a faint, warm light outside, and the sky was a pale opaline tint, while the breeze blowing across the garden brought the perfume of the flowers to her, putting Kitty in mind of Mrs. Villiers' garden at Ballarat. Oh, these innocent days! Would they never come again? Alas, she knew that they would not. The subtle feeling of youth had left her forever, and this girl, leaning up against the house with her golden head resting on her arm, knew that the change had come over her which turns all from youth to age. Suddenly she heard the rattle of wheels, and rousing herself from her reverie, she saw a hansom cab at the gate, and Monsieur Vanderloops standing on the pavement paying the driver. She also heard her lover tell the cabman to call for him at 8 o'clock, and her heart sank within her as she thought that he would be gone again in 2 hours. The cab drove off, and she stood cold and silent on the veranda, waiting for Gaston, who sauntered slowly up the walk with one hand in the pocket of his trousers. He was in evening dress, and the night being warm, he did not wear an overcoat, so looked tall and slim in his dark clothes as he came up the path, swinging his cane gaily to and fro. "Well, Bebe," he said brightly, as he bent down and kissed her, "here I am, you see. I hope you've got a nice dinner for me." "Oh, yes," answered Kitty, trying to smile, and walking before him into the house. "I told Mrs. Pulchop, and she has made special preparations." "How is that walking hospital?" asked Vanderloop, carelessly taking off his hat. "I suppose she is ill as usual?" "So she says," replied Kitty with a laugh, as he put his arm in hers and walked into the room. "She is always ill." "Why, Bebe, how charming you look to-night," said Vanderloop, holding her arm's length, "quite like your old self." And indeed she looked very pretty, for the excitement of seeing him had brightened her eyes and flushed her cheeks, and standing in the warm light of the lamp, with her golden hair floating round her head, she looked like a lovely picture. "You are not going away very soon?" she whispered to Gaston, coming close to him, and putting her hand on his shoulder. "I see so little of you now." "My dear child, I can't help it," he said, carelessly removing her hand, and walking over to the dinner table. "I have an engagement in town to-night." "Ah, you no longer care for me," said Kitty, with a stifled sob. Vanderloop shrugged his shoulders. "If you are going to make a scene," he said coldly, "please postpone it. I don't want my appetite taken away. Would you kindly see if the dinner is ready?" Kitty dried her eyes and rang the bell, upon which Mrs. Pulchop glided into the room, still wrapped in her heavy shawl. "It ain't quite ready yet, sir," she said, in answer to Gaston's question, "Topsy having been bad with the toothache, which you can't expect people to cook dinners as is ill." "Why don't you send her to hospital?" said Vandeloup, with a yawn, looking at his watch. "Never," retorted Mrs. Pulchop, in a decisively shrill voice. "Their medicines ain't pure, and they leaves you at the mercy of doctors to be practised on like a piano. Topsy may go to the cemetery like her poor dear father, but never to an inquisition of a hospital." And with this Mrs. Pulchop faded out of the room, with her peculiar mode of egress could hardly be called walking out. At last dinner made its appearance, and Kitty recovering her spirits, they had a very pleasant meal together, and then Gaston sat over his coffee with a cigarette, talking to Kitty. He never was without a cigarette in his mouth, and his fingers were all stained a yellowish brown by the nicotine. Kitty lay back in a big armchair listening to his idle talk, and admiring him as he sat at the dinner table. "Can't you stay tonight?" she said, looking imploringly at him. Vandeloup shook his head gently. "I have an engagement, as I told you before," he said lazily. "Besides, evenings at home are so dreary." "I will be here," said Kitty reproachfully. "That will, of course, make a difference," answered Gaston, with a faint sneer. "But you know," shrugging his shoulders, "I do not cultivate the domestic virtues." "What will you do when we are married?" said Kitty, with an uneasy laugh. "Enough for the day is the evil thereof," replied Monsieur Vandeloup, with a gay smile. "What do you mean?" asked the girl, with a sudden start. Vandeloup arose from his seat, and lighting another cigarette, he lounged over to the fireplace, and leaned against the mantelpiece with his hands in his pockets. "I mean that when we are married it will be time enough to talk about such things," he answered, looking at her through his eyelashes. "Then we will talk about them very shortly," said Kitty, with an angry laugh, as her hands clenched the arms of the chair tightly, "for the year is nearly up, and you promised to marry me at the end of it." "How many things do we intend to do that are never carried out?" said Gaston gently. "Do you mean that you will break your promise?" she asked, with a scared face. Vandeloup removed the cigarette from his mouth, and, leaning one elbow on the mantelpiece, looked at her with a smile. "My dear," he said quietly, "things are not going well with me at present, and I want money badly." "Well?" asked Kitty in a whisper, her heart beating loudly. "You are not rich," said her lover, "so why should we two paupers get married, only to plunge ourselves into misery?" "Then you refuse to marry me?" she said, rising to her feet. He bowed his head gently. "At present, yes," he answered, and replaced the cigarette between his lips. Kitty stood for a moment as if turned to stone, and then throwing up her hands with a gesture of despair, fell back into the chair, and burst into a flood of tears. Vandeloup shrugged his shoulders in a resigned sort of manner, and glanced at his watch to see when it would be time for him to go. Meanwhile he smoked quietly on, and Kitty, after sobbing for some time, dried her eyes, and sat up in the chair again. "How long is this going to last?" she asked in a hard voice. "Till I get rich." "That may be a long time." "It may." "Perhaps never." "Perhaps." "And then I will never be your wife?" "Unfortunately, no." "You coward!" burst forth Kitty, rising from her seat, and crossing over to him. You made me leave my home with your false promises, and now you refuse to make me the only reparation that is in your power. Circumstances are against any virtuous intentions I may entertain, retorted Vandeloup coolly. Kitty looked at him for a moment, then ran over to a desk near the window and took from thence a small bottle of white glass with 2 red bands round it. She let the lid of the desk fall with a bang, then crossed to Vandeloup, holding the bottle up before him. "Do you know what this is?" she asked in a harsh voice. "The poison I made in Ballarat," he answered coolly, blowing a wreath of smoke. "How did you get hold of it?" "I found it in your private desk," she said coldly. "That was wrong, my dear," he answered gently. "You should never betray confidences. I left the desk in your charge, and it should have been sacred to you." "Out of your own mouth are you condemned," said the girl quickly. "You have betrayed my confidence and ruined me, so if you do not fix a day for our marriage, I swear I will drink this and die at your feet." "How melodramatic you are, Bebe," said Vandeloup coolly. "You put me in mind of Croisette in Le Sphinx. You don't believe I will do it?" "No, I don't." "Then see." She took the stopper out of the bottle and held it to her lips. Vandeloup did not stir, but still smoking, stood looking at her with a smile. His utter callousness was too much for her, and replacing the stopper again, she slipped the bottle into her pocket and let her hands fall idly by her side. "I thought you wouldn't do it," replied Gaston smoothly, looking at his watch. "You must really excuse me. I hear the cab wheels outside." Kitty, however, placed herself in front of him as he moved towards the door. "Listen to me," she said in a harsh voice, with white face and flaming eyes. "Tonight I leave this house forever." He bowed his head. "As it pleases you," he replied simply. "My God!" she cried. "Have you no love for me now?" "No," he answered, coldly and brutally. "I am tired of you." She fell on her knees and clutched his hand. Dear Gaston," she cried, covering it with kisses. "Think how young I am, how my life is ruined, and by you. I gave up everything for your sake, home, father, and friends. You will not cast me off like this, after all I have sacrificed for you. Oh, for God's sake, speak, speak." "My dear," said Vandeloup gravely, looking down at the kneeling figure with the streaming eyes and clenched hands, "as long as you choose to stay here, I will be your friend. I cannot afford to marry you, but while you are with me, our lives will be as they have been. Good-bye at present," touching her forehead coldly with his lips. "I will call tomorrow afternoon to see how you are, and I trust this will be the last of such scenes." He drew his hand away from hers, and she sat on the floor dull and silent, with her eyes fixed on the ground and an aching in her heart. Vandeloup went into the hall, put on his hat, then lighting another cigarette and taking his stick, walked gaily out of the house, humming an air from La Belle Helene. The cab was waiting for him at the door, and telling the man to drive to the Bachelors' Club, he entered the cab and rattled away down the street without a thought for the broken-hearted woman he left behind. Kitty sat on the floor with her folded hands lying carelessly on her lap, and her eyes staring idly at the carpet. This, then, was the end of all her hopes and joys. She was cast aside carelessly by this man, now that he wearied of her. Love's young dream had been sweet indeed, but how bitter was the awakening! Her castles in the air had all melted in the clouds, and here in the very flower of her youth she felt that her life was ruined, and she was as one wandering in a sterile waste, with a black and starless sky overhead. She clasped her hands with sensation of pain, and a rose at her breast fell down withered and dead. She took it up with listless fingers, and with the quiver of her hand the leaves fell off and were scattered over her white dress in a pink shower. It was an allegory of her life, she thought. Once it had been as fresh and full of fragrance as this dead rose. Then it had withered, and now she saw all her hopes and beliefs falling off one by one like the faded petals. Ay, there is no despair like that of youth, and Kitty, sitting on the floor with hot dry eyes and a pain in her heart, felt that the sun of her life had set forever. So still the night was, no moon as yet, but an innumerable blaze of stars set like diamonds in the dark blue sky. A smoky yellowish haze hung over the city, but down in the garden amid the flowers all was cool and fragrant. The house was quite dark, and a tall mulberry tree on one side of it was black against the clear sky. Suddenly the door opened, and a figure came out and closed the door softly after it. Down the path it came, and standing in the middle of the garden, raised a white tear-stained face to the dark sky. A dog barked in the distance, and then a fresh cold breeze came sweeping through the trees and stirring the still perfumes of the flowers. The figure threw its hands out towards the house with a gesture of despair. Then gliding down the path it went out of the gate and stole quietly down the lonely street. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 3. Monsieur Vandeloup hears something to his advantage. As he drove rapidly into town, Gaston's thoughts were anything but pleasant. Not that he was thinking about Kitty, for he regarded the scene he had with her as merely an outburst of hysterical passion, and did not dream she would take any serious step. He forgot all about her when he left the house, and lying back in the cab, smoking one of his everlasting cigarettes, pondered about his position. The fact was, he was very hard up for money, and did not know where to turn for more. His luck at cards was so great that even the bachelors, used as they were to losing large sums, began to murmur among themselves that Monsieur Vandeloup was too clever, and as that young gentleman by no means desired to lose his popularity, he stopped playing cards altogether, and so effectually silenced everyone. So this mode of making money was gone, and until Madame Midas arrived in town, Vandeloup did not see how he was going to keep on living his former style. But as he never denied himself anything while he had money, he ordered the cabman to drive to Patton's, the florist in Swanston Street, and there purchased a dainty bunch of flowers for his buttonhole. From thence he drove to his club, and there found a number of young fellows, including Mr. Barty Jarper, all going to the Princess Theatre to see the Mikado. Barty rushed forward when Vandeloup appeared, and noisily insisted he should come with them. The men had been dining, and were exhilarated with wine, so Vandeloup, not caring to appear at the theatre with such a noisy lot, excused himself. Barty and his friends, therefore, went off by themselves, and left Vandeloup alone. He picked up the evening paper and glanced over it with a yawn, when a name caught his eye which he had frequently noticed before. "I say," he said to a tall, fair young fellow who had just entered, "Who is this metal chip the paper is full of?" "Don't you know?" said the other in surprise. "He's one of our richest men, and very generous with his money." "Oh, I see. Buys popularity," replied Vandeloup coolly. "How is it I've never met him?" "He's been to China or Chile, or something commencing with a C," returned the young man vaguely. "He only came back to Melbourne last week. You are sure to meet him sooner or later." "Thanks, I'm not very anxious," replied Vandeloup with a yawn. "Money in my eyes does not compensate for being bored. Where are you going tonight?" "Mikado," answered the other, whose name was Belthorpe. "Jarper asked me to go up there. He's got a box." "How does he manage to pay for all these things?" asked Vandeloup, rising. "He's only in a bank, and does not get much money." "My dear fellow," said Belthorpe, putting his arm in that of Vandeloup's, "wherever he gets it, he always has it, so as long as he pays his way it's none of our business. Come and have a drink." Vandeloup assented with a laugh, and they went to the bar. "I've got a cab at the door," he said to Belthorpe, after they had finished their drinks, and were going downstairs. "Come with me, and I'll go up to the Princess also. Jarper asked me, and I refused, but men as well as women are entitled to change their minds." They got into the cab and drove up Collins Street to the Princess Theatre. After dismissing the cab, they went upstairs and found the first act was just over, and the bar was filled with a crowd of gentlemen, among whom Barty and his friends were conspicuous. On one side the doors opened to the wide stone balcony, where a number of ladies were seated, and on the other balcony a lot of men were smoking. Leaving Belthorpe with Jarper, Vandeloup ordered a brandy and soda, and went out on the balcony to smoke. The bell rang to indicate the curtain was going to rise on the second act, and the bar and balconies gradually emptied themselves into the theatre. Monsieur Vandeloup, however, still sat smoking, and occasionally drinking his brandy and soda, while he thought over his difficulties, and wondered how he could get out of them. It was a wonderfully hot night, and not even the dark blue of the moonless sky, studded with stars, could give any sensation of coolness. Round the balcony were several windows belonging to the dressing rooms of the theatre, and the lights within shone through the vivid red of the blinds with which they were covered. The door leading into the bar was wide open, and within everything seemed hot, even under the cool white glare of the electric lights, which shone in large oval-shaped globes hanging from the brass supports in clusters, like those grapes known as ladies' fingers. In front stretched the high balustrade of the balcony, and as Vandeloup leaned back in his chair, he could see the white blaze of the electric lights rising above this, and then the luminous darkness of the summer's night. Beyond a cluster of trees, with a path lit by gas lamps going through it, the lights of which shone like dull yellow stars. On the right arose the great block of Parliament buildings, with the confused mass of the scaffolding standing up black and dense against the sky. A pleasant murmur arose from the crowded pavement below, and through the incessant rattle of cabs and sharp, clear cries of the street boys, Gaston could hear the shrill tones of a violin playing the dreamy melody of the One Summer's Night in Munich valse, about which all Melbourne was then raving. He was so occupied with his thoughts that he did not notice two gentlemen who came in from the bar, and taking seats a little distant from him, ordered drinks from the waiter who came to attend to them. They were both in evening dress, and had apparently left the opera in order to talk business, for they kept conversing eagerly, and their voices striking on Vandeloup's ear, he glanced round at them, and then relapsed into his former inattentive position. Now, however, though apparently absorbed in his own thoughts, he was listening to every word they said, for he had caught the name of the Magpie Reef, a quartz mine, which had lately been floated on the market, the shares of which had run up to £1, and then, as bad reports were circulated about it, dropped suddenly to 4 shillings. Vandeloup recognised one as Barraclough, a well-known stockbroker, but the other was a dark, wiry-looking man of medium height, whom he had never seen before. "I tell you it's a good thing," said Barraclough, vehemently laying his hand on the table. "Tollaby is the manager, and knows everything about it." "Gad, he ought to," retorted the other with a laugh, "if he's the manager. But I don't believe in it, dear boy. I never did. It started with a big splash, and was going to be a second long tunnel according to the prospectus. Now the shares are only 4 shillings per shore." "Yes, but you forget the shares ran up to £1," replied Barraclough quickly, "and now they are so cheap we can snap them up all over the market, and then—" "Well?" asked the other with interest. "They will run up, old fellow, see?" And the broker rubbed his hands gleefully. "How are you going to get up a boom on them?" asked the wiry man sceptically. "The public won't buy blindly. They must see something." "And so they shall," said Barraclough eagerly. "Tollaby is sending down some of the stone." "From the Magpie Reef?" asked the other suspiciously. "Of course," retorted the broker indignantly. "You did not think it was salted, did you? There is gold in the reef, but it is patchy. See," pulling out a pocket book, "I got this telegram from Tollaby at 4 o'clock today." He took a telegram from the pocket book and handed it to his companion. "Struck it rich, evidently pocket, 30 ounces to machine," read the other slowly. "Gad, that looks well. Why don't you put it in the papers?" "Because I don't hold enough shares," replied the other impatiently. "Don't you understand? Tomorrow I go on, change and buy up all the shares at 4 shillings I can lay my hands on. Then at the end of the week the samples of stone, very rich, come down. I publish this telegram from the manager, and the boom starts." "How high do you think the shares will go?" asked the wiry man thoughtfully. Barraclough shrugged his shoulders, and replaced the telegram in his pocket book. £2 or £3, perhaps more," he replied, rising. "At all events, it's a good thing, and if you go in with me, we'll clear a good few thousand out of it." "Come and see me tomorrow morning," said the wiry man, also rising. "I think I'll stand in." Barraclough rubbed his hands gleefully, and then slipping his arm in that of his companion, they left the balcony and went back to the theatre. Vandeloup felt every nerve in his body tingling. Here was a chance to make money. If he only had a few hundreds, he could buy up all the Magpie shares he could get and reap the benefit of the rise. £500. If he could obtain that sum, he could buy 2,500 shares, and if they went to £3, he could clear nearly 8,000. What an idea! It was ripe fruit, tumbling off the tree, without the trouble of plucking it. But £500! He had not as many pence, and he did not know where to get it. If he could only borrow it from someone, but then he could offer no security. A sense of his own helplessness came on him as he saw this golden tide flowing past his door, and yet was unable to take advantage of it. £500! The sum kept buzzing in his head like a swarm of bees, and he threw himself down again in his chair to try and think where he could get it. A noise disturbed him, and he saw that the opera was over. A crowd of gentlemen were thronging into the bar. Jarper was among them, and he thought he would speak to him on the subject. Yes, Barty was a clever little fellow, and seemed always able to get money. Perhaps he would be able to assist him. He stepped out of the balcony into the light and touched Barty on the shoulder as he stood amid his friends. "Hello, it's you," cried Barty, turning round. "Where have you been, old chap?" "Out on the balcony," answered Vandeloup curtly. "Come and have supper with us," said Barty hospitably. "We are going to have some at Leslie's." "Yes, do come," urged Belthorpe, putting his arm in that of Vandeloup's. "We'll have no end of fun." Vandeloup was just going to accept, as he thought on the way he could speak privately to Barty about this scheme he had, when he saw a stout gentleman at the end of the room taking a cup of coffee at the counter, and talking to another gentleman who was very tall and thin. The figure of the stout gentleman seemed familiar to Vandeloup, and at this moment he turned slowly round and looked down the room. Gaston gave a start when he saw his face, and then smiled in a gratified manner to himself. "Who is that gentleman with the coffee?" he asked Barty. "Those stout and lean kind," said Barty airily. "Puts one in mind of Pharaoh's dream, doesn't it?" "Yes, yes," retorted Gaston impatiently. "But who are they?" "The long one is Fell, the railway contractor," said Barty, glancing with some surprise at Vandeloup, "and the other is old Meddlechip, the millionaire." "Meddlechip," echoed Vandeloup, as if to himself, "my faith." "Yes," broke in Belthorpe quickly, "the one we were speaking of at the club. Do you know him?" "I fancy I do," said Vandeloup, with a strange smile. "You must excuse me to your supper tonight." "No, we won't," said Barty firmly. "You must come." "Then I'll look in later," said Vandeloup, who had not the slightest intention of going. "Will that do?" "I suppose it will have to," said Belthorpe, in an injured tone. "But why can't you come now?" "I've got to see about some business," said Vandeloup. "What, at this hour of the night?" cried Jarper, in a voice of disgust. Vandeloup nodded and lit a cigarette. "Well, mind you come in later," said Barty, and then he and his friends left the bar, after making Vandeloup promise faithfully he would come. Gaston sauntered slowly up to the coffee bar, and asked for a cup in his usual musical voice, but when the stout gentleman heard him speak, he turned pale and looked up. The thin one had gone off to talk to someone else, so when Vandeloup got his coffee, he turned slowly and looked straight at Meddlechip, seated in the chair. "Good evening, Monsieur Kestrike," he said quietly. Meddlechip, whose face was usually red and florid-looking, turned ghastly pale and sprang to his feet. "Octave Braulard," he gasped, placing his coffee cup on the counter. "At your service," said Vandeloup, looking rapidly round to see that no one overheard the name. "But here I am, Gaston Vandeloup." Meddlechip passed his handkerchief over his face and moistened his dry lips with his tongue. "How did you get here?" he asked, in a strangled voice. "It's a long story," said Monsieur Vandeloup, putting his coffee cup down and wiping his lips with his handkerchief. "Suppose we go and have supper somewhere, and I'll tell you all about it." "I don't want any supper," said Meddlechip sullenly, his face having regained its normal colour. "Possibly not, but I do," replied Vandeloup sweetly, taking his arm. "Come, let us go." Meddlechip did not resist, but walked passively out of the bar with Vandeloup, much to the astonishment of the thin gentleman, who called out to him but without getting any answer. Meddlechip went to the cloak-room and put on his coat and hat. Then he followed Vandeloup down the stairs and paused at the door while the Frenchman hailed a hansom. When it drove up, however, he stopped short at the edge of the pavement. "I won't go," he said determinedly. Vandeloup looked at him with a peculiar gleam in his dark eyes, and bowed. "Let me persuade you, monsieur," he said blandly, holding the door of the cab open. Meddlechip glanced at him, and then with a sigh of resignation entered the cab, followed by Vandeloup. "Where to, sir?" asked the cabman through the trap. "To Leslie's supper rooms," replied the Frenchman, and the cab drove off. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 4. The Case of Adele Blondet. Leslie's supper rooms in Burke Street East were very well known, that is, among a certain class. Religious people and steady businessmen knew nothing about such a place except by reputation, and looked upon it with horror as a haunt of vice and dissipation. Though Leslie's, in common with other places, had to close at a certain hour, yet when the shutters were up, the door closed, and the lights extinguished in the front of the house, there was plenty of life and bustle going on at the back, where there were charmingly furnished little rooms for supper parties. Barty Jarper had engaged one of these apartments, and with about a dozen young men was having a good time of it when Vandeloup and Meddlechip drove up. After dismissing the cab and looking up and down the street to see that no policeman was in sight, Vandeloup knocked at the door in a peculiar manner, and it was immediately opened in a stealthy kind of way. Gaston gave his name, whereupon they were allowed to enter, and the door was closed after them in the same quiet manner, all of which was very distasteful to Mr. Meddlechip, who, being a public man and a prominent citizen, felt that he was breaking the laws he had assisted to make. He looked round in some disgust at the crowds of waiters, and at the glimpses he caught every now and then of gentlemen in evening dress, and what annoyed him more than anything else, ladies in bright array. Oh, a dissipated place was Leslie's, and even in the daytime had a rakish-looking appearance, as if it had been up all night and knew a thing or two. Mr. Meddlechip would have retreated from this den of iniquity if he could, but as he wanted to have a thorough explanation with Vandeloup, he meekly followed the Frenchman through a well-lighted passage, with statues on either side holding lamps, to a little room beautifully furnished, wherein a supper table was laid out. Here the waiter who conducted them took their hats and Meddlechip's coat and hung them up, then waited respectfully for Monsieur Vandeloup to give his orders. A portly-looking waiter he was, with a white waistcoat, a white shirt, which bulged out in a most obtrusive manner, and a large white cravat, which was tied round an equally large white collar. When he walked he rolled along like a white-crested wave, and with his napkin under his arm, the heel of one foot in the hollow of the other, and his large red face surmounted by a few straggling tufts of black hair, he was truly wonderful to behold. This magnificent creature, who answered to the name of Gertrude, received Vandeloup's orders with a majestic bend of his head. Then rolling up to Mr. Meddlechip, he presented the bill of fare to that gentleman, who, however, refused it. "I don't want any supper," he said curtly. Gertrude, though a waiter, was human, and looked astonished, while Vandeloup remonstrated in a suave manner. "But, my dear sir," he said, leaning back in his chair, "you must have something to eat. I assure you," with a significant smile, "you will need it." Meddlechip's lips twitched a little as the Frenchman spoke. Then, with an uneasy laugh, he ordered something, and drew his chair up to the table. "And, waiter," said Vandeloup softly, as Gertrude was rolling out of the door, "bring some wine, will you? Pommery, I think, is best," he added, turning to Meddlechip. "What you like," returned that gentleman impatiently. "I don't care." "That's a great mistake," replied Gaston coolly. "Bad wine plays the deuce with one's digestion. 2 bottles of Pommery, waiter." Gertrude nodded. That is to say, his head disappeared for a moment in the foam of his collar, then reappeared again as he slowly rolled out of the door and vanished. "Now then, sir," said Meddlechip sharply, rising from his seat and closing the door, "what did you bring me here for?" Monsieur Vandeloup raised his eyebrows in surprise. "How energetic you are, my dear Kestrike," he said smoothly, lying down on the sofa, and contemplating his shoes with great satisfaction. "Just the same noisy, jolly fellow as of yore." "Damn you," said the other fiercely, at which Gaston laughed. "You had better leave that to God," he answered mockingly. "He understands more about it than you do." "Oh, I know you of old," said Meddlechip, walking up and down excitedly. "I know you of old, with your sneers and your coolness, but it won't do you here," stopping opposite the sofa and glaring down at Vandeloup. "It won't do here." "So you've said twice," replied Monsieur Vandeloup with a yawn. "How do you want me to conduct myself? Do tell me. I am always open to improvement." "You must leave Australia," said Meddlechip sharply, and breathing hard. "If I refuse?" asked Monsieur Vandeloup lazily, smiling to himself. "I will denounce you as a convict escaped from New Caledonia," hissed the other, putting his hands in his pockets and bending forward. "Indeed," said Gaston, with a charming smile, "I don't think you will go so far as that, my friend." "I swear," said Meddlechip loudly, raising his hand, "I swear." "Oh, fie," observed Monsieur Vandeloup in a shocked tone. "An old man like you should not swear. It's very wrong, I assure you. Besides," with a disparaging glance, "you are not suited to melodrama." Meddlechip evidently saw it was no good trying to fight against the consummate coolness of this young man, so with a great effort resolved to adapt himself to the exigencies of the case, and fight his adversary with his own weapons. "Well," he said at length, resuming his seat at the table, and trying to speak calmly, though his flushed face and quivering lips showed what an effort it cost him, "let us have supper first, and we can talk afterwards." "Aye, that's much better," remarked Monsieur Vandeloup, sitting up to the table and unrolling his napkin. "I assure you, my dear fellow, if you treat me well, I'm a very easy person to deal with." The eyes of the two men met for a moment across the table, and Vandeloup's had such a meaning look in them that Meddlechip dropped his own with a shiver. The door opened, and the billowy waiter rolled up to the table, and having left a deposit of plates and food thereon, subsided once more out of the door, then rolled in again with the champagne. He drew the cork of one of the bottles, filled the glasses on the table, and then, after giving a glance round to see that all was in order, suddenly found that it was ebb tide, and rolled slowly out of the door, which he closed after him. Meddlechip ate his supper in silence, but drank a good deal of champagne to keep his courage up for the coming ordeal, which he knew he must go through. Vandeloup, on the other hand, ate and drank very little, as he talked gaily all the time about theatres, racing, boating, in fact of everything except the thing the other man wanted to hear. "I never mix up business with pleasure, my dear fellow," said Gaston amiably, guessing his companion's thoughts. "When we have finished supper and are enjoying our cigars, I will tell you a little story." "I don't want to hear it," retorted the other harshly, having an intuitive idea what the story would be about. "Possibly not," replied Monsieur Vandeloup smoothly. "Nevertheless, it is my wish that you should hear it." Meddlechip looked as if he were inclined to resent this plain speaking, but after a pause evidently thought better of it, and went on tranquilly eating his supper. When they had finished, Gaston rang the bell, and when the billow rolled in, ordered a fresh bottle of wine and some choice cigars of a brand well known at Leslie's. Gertie's head disappeared in foam again, and did not emerge therefrom till he was out of the door. "Try one of these," said Monsieur Vandeloup affably to Meddlechip, when the billow had rolled in with the cigars and wine. "It's an excellent brand." "I don't care about smoking," answered Meddlechip. "To please me," urged Monsieur Vandeloup persuasively, whereupon Meddlechip took one, and having lighted it puffed away evidently under protest, while the billow opened the new bottle of wine, freshened up the glasses, and then rolled majestically out of the door like a tidal wave. "Now then for the story," said Monsieur Vandeloup, leaning back luxuriously on the sofa, and blowing a cloud of smoke. "I don't want to hear it," retorted the other quickly. "Name your terms and let us end the matter." "Pardon me," said Monsieur Vandeloup with a smile, "but I refuse to accept any terms till I have given you thoroughly to understand what I mean. So you must hear this little tale of Adele Blondet." "For God's sake, no!" cried the other hoarsely, rising to his feet. "I tell you I am haunted by it, by day and by night, sleeping or waking. I see her face ever before me like an accusing angel." "Curious," murmured Monsieur Vandeloup, "especially as she was not by any means an angel." "I thought it was done with," said Meddlechip, twisting his fingers together, while the large drops of perspiration stood on his forehead. "But here you come like a spectre from the past, and revive all the old horrors." "If you call Adele a horror," retorted Vandeloup coolly, "I am certainly going to revive her, so you had best sit down and hear me to the end, for you certainly will not turn me from my purpose." Meddlechip sank back into his chair with a groan, while his relentless enemy curled himself up on the sofa in a more comfortable position and began to talk. "We will begin the story," said Monsieur Vandeloup in a conversational tone, with an airy wave of his delicate white hand, in the good old-fashioned style of our fairy tales. "Once upon a time, let us say 3 years ago, there lived in Paris a young man called Octave Braulard, who was well born and comfortably off. He had a fancy to be a doctor, and was studying for the medical profession when he became entangled with a woman. Mademoiselle Adele Blondet was a charmingly ugly actress, who was at that time the rage of Paris. She attracted all the men, not by her looks, but by her tongue. Octave Braulard went on, Monsieur Vandeloup, complacently looking at himself, was handsome, and she fell in love with him. She became his mistress, and caused a 9 days' wonder in Paris by remaining constant to him for 6 months. Then there came to Paris an English gentleman from Australia, named Kestrike, position independent, income enormous. He had left Madame his wife in London, and came to our wicked Paris to amuse himself. He saw Adele Blondet, and was introduced to her by Braulard. Result: Kestrike betrayed his friend Braulard by stealing from him his mistress. Why was this? Was Kestrike handsome? No. Was he fascinating? No. Was he rich? Yes. Therein lay the secret. Adele loved the purse, not the man. Braulard, said Gaston, rising from the sofa quickly and walking across the room, felt his honour wounded. He remonstrated with Adele. No use. He offered to fight a duel with the perfidious Kestrike. No use. The thief was a coward. No, cried Meddlechip, rising. No coward. I say yes, said Vandeloup, crossing to him, and forcing him back in his chair. He betrayed his friend and refused to give him the satisfaction of a gentleman. What did Braulard do? Rest quiet? No. Revenge his honour? Yes. One night, pursued Gaston, in a low concentrated voice, grasping Meddlechip's wrist firmly, and looking at him with fiery eyes, Braulard prepared a poison, a narcotic which was quick in its action, fatal in its results. He goes to the house of Adele Blondet at 12:30 o'clock. The hour now, he said, rapidly swinging round and pointing to the clock on the mantelpiece, which had just struck the half-hour. He found them at supper, releasing Meddlechip's wrist and crossing to the sofa. He sat opposite Kestrike, as he does now, leaning forward and glaring at Meddlechip, who shrank back in his chair. Adele, at the head of the table, laughs and smiles. She looks at her old lover and sees murder in his face. She is ill and retires to her room. Kestrike follows her to see what is the matter. Braulard is left alone. He produces a bottle and pours its contents into a cup of coffee, waiting for Adele. Kestrike returns, saying Adele is ill. She wants a drink. He takes her the poisoned cup of coffee. She drinks it and falls, with a long breath, asleep. Kestrike returns to the room, asks Braulard to leave the house. Braulard refuses. Kestrike is afraid, and would leave himself. He rises from the table, so does Braulard. Here Gaston rose and crossed to Meddlechip, who was also on his feet. He goes to Kestrike, seizes his wrist, thus drags him to the bedroom, and there on the bed lays Adele Blondet, dead, killed, by the poison of one lover given her by the other, and the murderers look at one another thus. Meddlechip wrenched his hand from Vandeloup's iron grip, and fell back ghastly white in his chair, with a strangled cry, while the Frenchman stood over him with eyes gleaming with hatred. Kestrike, pursued Vandeloup rapidly, is little known in Paris. His name is an assumed one. He leaves France before the police can discover how he has poisoned Adele Blondet, and crosses to England, meets Madame his wife, and returns to Australia, where he is called Meddlechip. The man in the chair threw up his hands as if to keep the other off, and uttered a stifled cry. He then goes to China, went on Gaston, bending nearer to the shrinking figure, and returns after 12 months, where he meets Octave Braulard in the theatre. Yes, the two murderers meet in Melbourne. How came Braulard here? Was it chance? No. Was it design? No. Was it fate? Yes. He hissed the words in Meddlechip's ear, and the wretched man shrunk away from him again. "Braulard," pursued Vandeloup, in a calmer tone, "also left the house of Adele Blondet. She is found dead. One of her lovers cannot be found. The other, Braulard, is accused of the crime. He defies the police to prove it. She has been poisoned. Bah! There is no trace. Braulard will be free. Stop. Who is this man called Prevost, who appears? He is a fellow student of Braulard's, and knows the poison. Braulard is lost. Prevost examines the body, proves that poison has been given. By whom? Braulard, and none other. He is sentenced to death, but he is so handsome that Paris urges pardon. No, it is not according to the law. Still spare his life. Yes. His life is spared. The galleys at Toulon. No, New Caledonia. Yes. He is sent there. But is Braulard a coward? No. Does he rest as a convict? No. He makes friends with another convict. They steal a boat, and fly from the island. They drift and drift for days and days. The sun rises, the sun sets. Still they drift. Their food is giving out. The water in the barrel is low. God! Are they to die of thirst and famine? No. The sky is red like blood. The sun is sinking. Land is in the distance. They are saved. Falling on his knees, they are saved, thank God. Meddlechip, who had recovered himself, wiped his face with his handkerchief, and sneered with his white lips at the theatrical way Gaston was behaving in. Vandeloup saw this, and springing to his feet, crossed to the millionaire. Braulard, he continued quickly, lands on the coast of Queensland. He comes to Sydney, no work. To Melbourne, no work. He goes to Ballarat, work there at a gold mine. Braulard takes the name of Vandeloup and makes money. He comes to Melbourne, lives there a year. He is in want of money. He is in despair. At the theatre he overhears a plan which will give him money, but he needs capital. Despair again. He will never get it. Aha! Fate once more intervenes. He sees Monsieur Kestrike, now Meddlechip. He will ask him for the money, and the question is, will he get it? So the story is at an end. He ended with his usual smile, all his excitement having passed away, and lounging over to the supper table, lit another cigarette, and sat down on the sofa. Meddlechip sat silently looking at the disordered supper table and thinking deeply. The dishes were scattered about the white cloth, and some vividly red cherries had fallen down from the fruit dish in the centre. Some salt was spilt near his elbow. The napkins, twisted into thin wisps, were lying among the dirty dishes, and the champagne glasses, half filled with the straw-coloured wine, were standing near the empty bottles. Meddlechip thought for a few moments, and then looked up suddenly in a cool, collected, business-like manner. "As I understand you," he said in a steady voice, "the case stands thus. You know a portion, or rather, I should say, an episode of my life. I would gladly forget. I did not commit the murder." "No, but you gave her the poison." "Innocently I did, I confess." "Bah! Who will believe that?" retorted Monsieur Vandeloup with a shrug. "But never mind this at present. Let me hear what you intend to do." "You know a secret," said Meddlechip nervously, "which is dangerous to me. You want to sell it. Well, I will be the buyer. Name your price." £500, said Vanderloop quietly. "Is that all?" asked the other, with a start of surprise. "I was prepared for 5,000. "I am not exorbitant in my demands," answered Vanderloop smoothly, "and as I told you, I have a scheme on hand by which I may make a lot of money. £500 is sufficient to do what I want. If the scheme succeeds, I will be rich enough to do without any more money from you." "Yes, but if it fails?" said Middlechip doubtfully. "If it fails, I will be obliged to draw on you again," returned Gaston candidly. "You can't say, however, that I am behaving badly to you." "No," answered Middlechip, looking at him. "I must say you are easier to deal with than I anticipated. Well, if I give you my cheque for 500—" "Say 600, observed Vanderloop, rising and going to a small table in the corner of the room on which were pens and inks. "I want an extra 100. "600 then be it," answered Middlechip quietly, rising and going to his overcoat, from whence he took his cheque-book. "For this amount you will be silent." Monsieur Vanderloop bowed gracefully. "On my word of honour," he replied gaily, "but, of course," with a sudden glance at Middlechip, "you will treat me as a friend, ask me to your house, and introduce me to Madam, your wife." "I don't see the necessity," returned Middlechip angrily, going over to the small table and sitting down. "Pardon me, I do," answered the Frenchman, with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Well, I agree," said Middlechip testily, taking up a pen and opening his cheque-book. "You, of course, can dictate your own terms." "I understand that perfectly," replied Vanderloop, delicately lighting a cigarette, "and have done so. You can't say they are hard, as I said before." Middlechip did not answer, but wrote out a cheque for £600, and then handed it to Vanderloop, who received it with a bow and slipped it into his waistcoat pocket. "With this," he said, touching his pocket, "I hope to make nearly 10,000 in a fortnight." Middlechip stared at him. "I hope you will," he answered gruffly. "All the better for my purse if you do." "That, of course, goes without saying," replied Vanderloop lazily. "Have some more wine?" touching the bell. "No more, thank you," said Middlechip, putting on his overcoat. "It's time I was off." "By the way," said Monsieur Vanderloop coolly, "I have not any change in my pocket. You might settle for the supper." Middlechip burst out laughing. "Confound your impudence," he said quickly. "I thought you asked me to supper." "Oh, yes," replied Vanderloop, taking his hat and stick, "but I intended you to pay for it." "You were pretty certain of your game then." "I always am," answered Vanderloop, as the door opened, and Gertrude rolled slowly into the room. Middlechip paid the bill without making further objections, and then they both left Leslie's with the same precautions as had attended their entry. They walked slowly down Bourke Street, and parted at the corner, Middlechip going to Toorak, while Vanderloop got into a cab and told the man to drive to Richmond, then lit a cigarette and gave himself up to reflection as he drove along. "I've done a good stroke of business tonight," he said, smiling as he felt the cheque in his pocket, "and I'll venture the whole lot on this magpie reef. If it succeeds I will be rich. If it does not, well, there is always Middlechip as my banker." Then his thoughts went back to Kitty, for the reason of his going home so late was that he wanted to find out in what frame of mind she was. "She'll never leave me," he said with a laugh, as the cab drew up in front of Mrs. Pulchop's house. "If she does, so much the better for me." He dismissed his cab and let himself in with a latch key. Then hanging up his hat in the hall, he went straight to the bedroom and lit the gas. He then crossed to the bed, expecting to find Kitty sound asleep, but to his surprise the bed was untouched, and she was not there. "Aye," he said quietly, "so she has gone after all. Poor little girl, I wonder where she is. I must really look after her tomorrow. At present," he said, pulling off his coat with a yawn, "I think I'll go to bed." He went to bed, and laying his head on the pillow, was soon fast asleep, without even a thought for the girl he had ruined. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 5. The Key of the Street. When Kitty left Mrs. Pulchop's residence, she had no very definite idea as to what she was going to do with herself. Her sole thought was to get as far away from her former life as possible, to disappear in the crowd, and never to be heard of again. Poor little soul, she never for a moment dreamed that it was a case of out of the frying pan into the fat, and that the world at large might prove more cruel to her than Vanderloop in particular. She had been cut to the heart by his harsh cold words, but notwithstanding he had spoken so bitterly she still loved him, and would have stayed beside him, but her jealous pride forbade her to do so. She who had been queen of his heart and the idol of his life could not bear to receive cold looks and careless words, and to be looked upon as an encumbrance and a trouble. So she thought if she left him altogether and never saw him again, he would, perhaps, be sorry for her and cherish her memory tenderly for evermore. If she had only known Gaston's true nature, she would not thus have buoyed herself up with false hopes of his sorrow, but as she believed in him as implicitly as a woman in love with a man always does, in a spirit of self-abnegation she cut herself off from him, thinking it would be to his advantage if not to her own. She went into town and wandered about listlessly, not knowing where to go, till nearly 12 o'clock, and the streets were gradually emptying themselves of their crowds. The coffee stalls were at all the corners, with hungry-looking people of both sexes crowded round them, and here and there in doorsteps could be seen some outcasts resting in huddled heaps, while the policeman every now and then would come up and make them move on. Kitty was footsore and heart-weary, and felt inclined to cry, but was nevertheless resolved not to go back to her home in Richmond. She dragged herself along the lonely street, and round the corner came on a coffee stall, with no one at it except one small boy, whose head just reached up to the counter. Such a ragged boy as he was, with a broad comical-looking face, a shaggy head of red hair, and a hat without any brim to it. His legs were bandy, and his feet were encased in a pair of men's boots, several sizes too large for him. He had a bundle of newspapers under one arm, and his other hand was in his pocket, rattling some coppers together, while he bargained with the coffee stall keeper over a pie. The coffee stall had the name of Spilsby inscribed on it, so it is fair to suppose that the man therein was Spilsby himself. He had a long grey beard and a meek face, looking so like an old wether himself, it appeared almost the act of cannibal on his part to eat a mutton pie. A large placard at the back of the stall set forth the fact that Spilsby's specials were sold there for the sum of 1 penny, and it was over Spilsby's specials the ragged boy was arguing. "I tell you I ain't a-going to eat fat," he said in a hoarse voice, as if his throat was stuffed up with one of his own newspapers. "I want a special. I don't want a ordinary." "This are a special, I tells you," retorted Spilsby ungrammatically, pushing a smoking pie towards the boy. "What a young whipper you are! Grattles a-coming and spoiling my living by cussin' my victuals." "Look here," retorted Grattles, standing on the tips of his large boots to look more imposing. "My stomach's a bit off when it comes to fat, and I wants the value of my penny. Give us a muttony one and lots of gravy." "Here you are then," said Spilsby, quite out of temper with his fastidious customer. "Here's a pie as is all made of ram, as hasn't got more fat on it than you have." Grattles examined the article classed under this promising description with a critical air, and then laid down his penny and took the pie. "It's a special, ain't it?" he asked, suspiciously smelling it. "It's the specialest I've got, anyhow," answered Spilsby testily, putting the penny in his pocket. "You'd eat an old sheep if you could get it for a penny, you greedy young devil, you." Here Kitty, who was feeling faint and ill with so much walking, came forward and asked for a cup of coffee. "Certainly, dear," said Spilsby with a leer, pouring out the coffee. "I'm always good to a pretty gal." "It's more nor your coffee is," growled Grattles, who had finished his special and was now licking his fingers. "It's all grounds and hot water." "Go away, you wickedest thing," retorted Spilsby mildly, giving Kitty her coffee and change out of the money she handed him, "or I'll set the police on ya." "Oh my eye!" shrieked Grattles, executing a grimace after the fashion of a favourite comedian. "He ain't a tart. Oh no, he's a pie. He are a special, a muttony special. He don't kill no kittens and call 'em sheep. Oh no, don't buy chicory and calls it coffee. Blest if he does. He's a corker, he are, and his name ain't the same as his father's." "What do you mean?" asked Spilsby fiercely. That is, as fiercely as his meek appearance would let him. "What do you know of my parents, you bandy-legged little devil? Who's your progenitor, I'd like to know?" "A dook, in course," said Grattles loftily, "but we don't in consequence of her nibs being mixed up with the old man's mother. Re-wheel the family skeletons to low pieman." Then with a fresh grimace he darted along the street as quickly as his bandy legs could carry him. Spilsby took no notice of this, but, seeing some people coming round the corner, commenced to sing out his praises of specials. "Here you are, all hot and steaming," he cried, in a kind of loud bleat, which added still more to his sheep-like appearance. "Spilsby specials. Oh, lovely! Ain't they nice? My eye, fine mutton pies. Who sees Spilsby's? Have one, miss?" to Kitty. "Thank you, no," replied Kitty, with a faint smile, as she put down her empty cup. "I'm going now." Spilsby was struck by the educated manner in which she spoke, and by the air of refinement about her. "Go home, my dear," he said kindly, leaning forward. "This ain't no time for a young girl like you to be out." "I've got no home," said Kitty bitterly, "but if you could direct me—" "Here, you!" cried a shrill female voice, as a woman dressed in a flaunting blue gown rushed up to the stall. "Give us a pie quick. I'm starvin'. I've got no time to wait." "No, nor manners either," said Spilsby, with a remonstrating bleat, pushing a pie towards her. "Who are you a-shovin' your betters? Port wine, Annie?" "My betters," scoffed the lady in blue, looking Kitty up and down with a disdainful smile on her painted face. "Where are they, I'd like to know?" "Here, hold your tongue," bleated Spilsby angrily, "or I'll tell the police at the corner." "And much I care," retorted the shrill-voiced female, "seeing he's a particular friend of mine." "For God's sake, tell me where I can find a place to stop in," whispered Kitty to the coffee stall keeper. "Come with me, dear," said Port Wine Annie eagerly, having overheard what was said. But Kitty shrank back, and then gathering her cloak around her, ran down the street. "What do you do that for, you jade?" said Spilsby in a vexed tone. "Don't you see the girl's a lady?" "Of course she is," retorted the other, finishing her pie. "We're all ladies. Look at our dresses, ain't they fine enough? Look at our houses, aren't they swell enough?" "Yes, and your morals, aren't they bad enough?" said Spilsby, washing up the dirty plate. "They're quite as good as many ladies in society, at all events," replied Port Wine Annie, with a toss of her head as she walked off. "Oh, it's a wicked world," bleated Spilsby in a soft voice, looking after the retreating figure. "I'm sorry for that poor gal, I am indeed, but this ain't business," and once more raising his voice, he cried up his wares. "Oh, lovely, ain't they muttony? Spilsby specials, all at 1 penny." Meanwhile Kitty was walking quickly down Elizabeth Street, and turning round the corner ran right up against a woman. "Hello," said the woman, catching her wrist. "Where are you off to?" "Let me go," cried Kitty in a panting voice. The woman was tall and handsome, but her face had a kindly expression on it, and she seemed touched with the terrified tone of the girl. "My poor child," she said half contemptuously, releasing her, "I won't hurt you. Go if you like. What are you doing out at this time of the night?" "Nothing," faltered Kitty, with quivering lips, lifting her face up to the pale moon. The other saw it in the full light, and marked how pure and innocent it was. "Go home, dear," she said in a soft tone, touching the girl kindly on the shoulder. "It's not fit for you to be out at this hour. You are not one of us." "My God, no!" cried Kitty, shrinking away from her. The other smiled bitterly. "Ay, you draw away from me now," she said with a sneer. "But what are you, so pure and virtuous, doing on the streets at this hour? Go home in time, child, or you will become like me." "I have no home," said Kitty, turning to go. "No home?" echoed the other in a softer tone. "Poor child! I cannot take you with me, God help me. But here is some money," forcing a shilling into the girl's hand. "Go to Mrs. Rawlins at Victoria Parade, Fitzroy. Anyone will tell you where it is, and she will take you in." "What kind of a place is it?" said Kitty. "A home for fallen women, dear," answered the other kindly. "I'm not a fallen woman," cried the girl wildly. "I have left my home, but I will go back to it. Anything better than this horrible life on the streets." "Yes, dear," said the woman softly. Go home, for God's sake. And if you have a father and mother to shield you from harm, thank heaven for that. Let me kiss you once," she added, bending forward. "It is so long since I felt a good woman's kiss on my lips. Good-bye." "Good-bye," sobbed Kitty, raising her face, and the other bent down and kissed the childlike face, then with a stifled cry fled away through the moonlit night. Kitty turned away slowly and walked up the street. She knew there was a cab starting opposite the town hall which went to Richmond, and determined to go home. After all, hard though her life might be in the future, it would be better than this cruel harshness of the streets. At the top of the block, just as she was about to cross Swanston Street, a party of young men in evening dress came round the corner singing, and evidently were much exhilarated with wine. These were none other than Mr. Jarper and his friends, who, having imbibed a good deal more than was good for them, were now ripe for any mischief. Bellthorpe and Jarper both quite intoxicated, were walking arm in arm, each trying to keep the other up, so that their walking mostly consisted of wild lurches forward, and required a good deal of balancing. "Hello!" cried Belthorpe solemnly. He was always solemn when intoxicated. "Girl pretty, eh?" "Go away," said Barty, staggering back against the wall. "We're Christian young men." Kitty tried to get away from this inebriated crew, but they all closed round her, and she wrung her hands in despair. "If you are gentlemen, you will let me go," she cried, trying to push past. "Give us kiss first," said a handsome young fellow, with his hat very much on one side, putting his arm round her waist. "Pay toll, dear." She felt his hot breath on her cheek and shrieked out wildly, trying to push him away with all her force. The young man, however, paid no attention to her cries, but was about to kiss her when he was taken by the back of the neck and thrown into the gutter. "Gentlemen," said a rich rolling voice, which proceeded from a portly man who had just appeared on the scene, "I am astonished," with the emphasis on the first person singular, as if he were a man of great note. "Old boy," translated Belthorpe to the others, "is tonished." "You have," said the stranger, with an airy wave of his hand, "the appearance of gentlemen, but, alas, you are but white sepulchres fair to look upon, but full of dead men's bones within." "Jarper," said Belthorpe solemnly, taking Barty's arm, "you're a tombstone with skeleton inside. Come along, old boy is right. Set of cads suiting an unprotected girl. Good night, sir." The others picked up their companion out of the gutter, and the whole lot rolled merrily down the street. "And this," said the gentleman, lifting up his face to the sky in mute appeal to heaven, "this is the generation which is to carry on Australia. Oh, Father Adam, what a dissipated family you have got! Ay, good for a comedy, I think." "Oh," cried Kitty, recognising a familiar remark, "it's Mr. Wopples." "The same," said the airy Theodore, laying his hand on his heart. "And you, my dear, why, bless me," looking closely at her, "it is the pretty girl I met in Ballarat. Dear, dear, surely you have not come to this?" "No, no," said Kitty quickly, laying her hand on his arm. "I will tell you all about it, Mr. Wopples, but you must be a friend to me, for I sadly need one." "I will be your friend," said the actor emphatically, taking her arm and walking slowly down the street. "Tell me how I find you thus." "You won't tell anyone if I do?" said Kitty imploringly. "On the honour of a gentleman," answered Wopples, with grave dignity. Kitty told him how she had left Ballarat, but suppressed the name of her lover, as she did not want any blame to fall on him. But all the rest she told freely, and when Mr. Wopples heard how on that night she had left the man who had ruined her, he swore a mighty oath. "Oh, vile human nature," he said in a sonorous tone, "to thus betray a confiding infant! Where," he continued, looking inquiringly at the serene sky, "where are the thunderbolts of heaven, that they fall not on such?" "No thunderbolt making its appearance to answer the question." Mr. Wopples told Kitty he would take her home to the family, and as they were just starting out on tour again, she could come with them. "But will Mrs. Wopples receive me?" asked Kitty timidly. "My dear," said the actor gravely, "my wife is a good woman, and a mother herself, so she can feel for a poor child like you, who has been betrayed through sheer innocence." "You do not despise me," said Kitty in a low voice. "My dear," answered Wopples quietly, "am I so pure myself that I can judge others? Who am I? with an oratorical wave of the hand, that I should cast the first stone, ahem, from Holy Writ. In future I will be your father, Mrs. Wopples your mother, and you will have 10 brothers and sisters, all star artistes." "How kind you are," sobbed Kitty, clinging trustfully to him as they went along. "Only do unto others as I would be done by," said Mr. Wopples solemnly. "That sentiment," continued the actor, taking off his hat, "was uttered by one who, though we may believe or disbelieve in his divinity as a god, will always remain the sublimest type of perfect manhood the world has ever seen." Kitty did not answer, and they walked quickly along, and surely this one good deed more than compensated for the rest of the actor's failings. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 6. On Change. Young Australia has a wonderful love for the excitement of gambling. Take him away from the betting ring, and he goes straight to the share market to dabble in gold and silver shares. The great humbug gold mining company is floated on the Melbourne market, a perfect fortune in itself, which influential men are floating in a kind of semi-philanthropic manner to benefit mankind at large, and themselves in particular. Report by competent geologists, rich specimens of the reef exhibited to the confiding public, company of 50,000 shares at £1 each, 2 shillings on application, 2 shillings on allotment. The balance in calls which influential men solemnly assure confiding public will never be needed. Young Australia sees a chance of making thousands in a week, buys 1,000 shares at 4 shillings, only £200. Shares will rise, and young Australia hopefully looks forward to pocketing 2 or 3,000 by his modest venture of 200. Company floated, shares rising slowly. Young Australia will not sell at a profit, still dazzled by his chimerical thousands. Calls must be made to put up machinery. Shares have a downward tendency. Never mind, there will only be 1 or 2 calls, so stick to shares as parents of possible thousands. Machinery erected, now crushing, 2 or 3 ounces to ton a certainty. Shares have an upward tendency. Washing up takes place. 2 pennyweights to ton. Despair. Shares run down to nothing, and young Australia sees his thousands disappear like snow in the sun. The great humbug reef proves itself worthy of its name, and the company collapses amid the groans of confiding public and secret joy of influential men who have sold at the top price. Vanderloop knew all about this sort of thing, for he had seen it occur over and over again in Ballarat and Melbourne. So many came to the web and never got out alive, yet fresh flies were always to be found. Vanderloop was of a speculative nature himself, and had he been possessed by any surplus cash, would, no doubt, have risked it in the jugglery of the share market. But as he had none to spare, he stood back and amused himself with looking at the spider and the fly business, which was constantly going on. Sometimes, indeed, the fly got the better of spider number 1, but was unable to keep away from the web, and was sure to fall into the web of spider number 2. Monsieur Vanderloop therefore considered the whole affair as too risky to be gone into without unlimited cash, But now he had a chance of making money. He determined to try his hand at the business. True, he knew that he was in for a swindle, but then he was behind the scenes, and would benefit by the knowledge he had gained. If the question at issue had really been that of getting gold out of the reef and paying dividends with the profits, Gaston would have snapped his fingers scornfully and held aloof. But this was simply a running up of shares by means of a rich reef being struck. He intended to buy at the present market value, which was 4 shillings, and sell as soon as he could make a good profit, say at £1, so there was not much chance of him losing his money. The shares would probably drop again when the pocket of gold was worked out, but then that would be none of his affair, as he would by that time have sold out and made his pile. Monsieur Vandeloup was a fly who was going straight into the webs of stockbroking spiders, but then he knew as much about this particular web as the spiders themselves. Full of his scheme to make money, Vandeloup started for town to see a broker, first, however, having settled with Mrs. Pulchop over Kitty's disappearance. He had found a letter from Kitty in the bedroom, in which she had bidden him good-bye forever, but this he did not show to Mrs. Pulchop, merely stating to that worthy lady that his wife had left him. "And it ain't to be wondered at, the outraged angel," she said to Gaston as he stood at the door, faultlessly dressed, ready to go into town. "The way you treated her was shameful." Gaston shrugged his shoulders, lit a cigarette, and smiled at Mrs. Pulchop. "My dear lady," he said blandly, "pray attend to your medicine bottles, and leave my domestic affairs alone. You certainly understand the one, but I doubt your ability to come to any conclusion regarding the other." "Fine words don't butter no parsnips," retorted Mrs. Pulchop viciously, "and if Pulchop weren't an Apollo, he had a kind heart." "Spare me these domestic stories, please," said Vandeloup coldly. "They do not interest me in the least. Since my wife," with a sneer, "has gone, I will leave your hospitable roof. I will send for all my property either today or tomorrow, and if you make out your account in the meantime, my messenger will pay it. Good day," and without another word, Vandeloup walked slowly down the path, leaving Mrs. Pulchop speechless with indignation. He went into town first to the City of Melbourne Bank and cashed Meddlechip's cheque for £600. Then, calling a hansom, he drove along to the Hibernian Bank, where he had an account, and paid it into his credit, reserving £10 for his immediate use. Then he re-entered his hansom and went along to the office of a stockbroker called Polglaze, who was a member of the Bachelors, and in whose hands Vandeloup intended to place his business. Polglaze was a short, stout man, scrupulously neatly dressed, with iron grey hair standing straight up, and a habit of dropping out his words one at a time, so that the listener had to construct quite a little history between each, in order to arrive at their meaning, and the connection they had with one another. "Morning," said Polglaze, letting the salutation fly out of his mouth rapidly, and then closing it again in case any other word might be waiting ready to pop out unknown to him. Vandeloup sat down and stated his business briefly. "I want you to buy me some Magpie Reef shares," he said, leaning on the table. "Many?" dropped out of Polglaze's mouth, and then it shut again with a snap. "Depends on the price," replied Vandeloup with a shrug. "I see in the papers they are 4 shillings." Mr. Polglaze took out his share book and rapidly turned over the leaves, found what he wanted and nodded. "Oh," said Vandeloup, making a rapid mental calculation, Then buy me 2,500. That will be about £500 worth." Mr. Polglaze nodded, then whistled. "Your commission, I presume," said Vanderloop, making another calculation, "will be threepence?" "Sixpence," interrupted the stockbroker. "Oh, I thought it was threepence," answered Vanderloop quietly. "However, that does not make any difference to me. Your commission at that rate will be £12 10s." Polglaze nodded again, and sat looking at Vanderloop like a stony mercantile sphinx. "If you will, then, buy me these shares," said Vanderloop, rising, and taking up his gloves and hat. "When am I to come along and see you?" "4," said Polglaze. "To-day?" inquired Vanderloop. A nod from the stockbroker. "Very well," said Vanderloop quietly. "I'll give you a cheque for the amount then. There's nothing more to be said, I believe," and he walked over to the door. "Say," from Polglaze. "Yes," replied Gaston indolently, swinging his stick to and fro. "New?" inquired the stockbroker. "You mean to this sort of thing?" said Vanderloop, looking at him, and receiving a nod in token of acquiescence, added entirely. "Risky," dropped from the Polglaze mouth. "I never knew a gold mine that wasn't," retorted Vanderloop dryly. "Bad," in an assertive tone, from Polglaze. "This particular mine, I suppose you mean," said Gaston, with a yawn. "Very likely it is. However, I'm willing to take the risk. Good day, see you at 4." And with a careless nod, Monsieur Vanderloop lounged out of the office. He walked along Collins Street, met a few friends, and kept looking out for Kitty. He, however, did not see her, but there was a surprise in store for him. For turning round into Swanston Street, he came across Archie Mackintosh. Yes, there he was, with his grim, severe Scotch face, with the white frill round it, and Gaston smiled as he saw the old man, dressed in rigid broadcloth, casting disapproving looks on the pretty girls walking along. "A set of hizies," growled the amiable Archie to himself, prancing along with their new gaws and fine class, like war horses, the daughters of Zion that walk with mincing steps and tinkling ornaments. "How do you do?" said Vanderloop, touching the broadcloth shoulder, upon which Mackintosh turned. "Lord save us!" he ejaculated grimly. "It's yon French body. And who's a with ye, laddie? Ay, but you're brawly dressed, my young man," with a disapproving look. "I'm hoping they duds are paid for." "Of course they are," replied Vanderloop gaily. "Do you think I stole them?" "Well, I'll no go say as far as that," remarked Archie cautiously. "Maybe you've dwelt by the side of money waters, and flourished. If he can the Scripture, you'll see God help those what help themselves." "That means you do all the work, and give God the credit," retorted Gaston with a sneer. "I know all about that." "Ah, you're going to the pit of Toppet when ye dee," said Mr. Mackintosh, who had heard this remark with horror, "and you'll no be so ready with your tongue there, I'm thinking. But ye are not speering about Mistress Villiers?" "Why, is she in town?" asked Vanderloop eagerly. "Ay, and Seliny with her," answered Archie, fondling his frill. "She's very rich now, as you've no doubt heard. Ay, ay," he went on, "she's gotten a braw house down at St Kilda, and she's going to set up a carriage, ye ken. She told me," pursued Mr. Mackintosh sourly, looking at Vanderloop, "if I saw ye, I was to be sure to tell ye to come and see her." "Present my compliments to madam," said Vanderloop quickly, "and I will wait on her as soon as possible." "Losh save us, laddie," said Mackintosh irritably. "You're as full of fine words as a play actor. Have you seen anything done in this pit atop it of the band that ran away?" "Oh, Miss Marchurst," said Vandeloup smoothly, ready with a lie at once. "No, I'm sorry to say I've never set eyes on her." "The mistress has just asked about her," observed Mackintosh querulously, "and she's going to look all through the town till she find the pure wee thing." "I hope she will," said Monsieur Vandeloup, who devoutly hoped she wouldn't. "Will you come and have a glass of wine, Mr. Mackintosh?" "'Til have a wee drap of whisky, if you've got it good," said Mackintosh cautiously, "but I dinna care for they wines, that's sour on a body's stomach." Mackintosh having thus graciously assented, Vandeloup took him up to the club, and introduced him all round as the manager of the famous Pactolus. All the young men were wonderfully taken up with Archie and his plain speaking, and had Mr. Mackintosh desired, he could have drunk oceans of his favourite beverage. However, being a Scotchman and cautious, he took very little, and left Vandeloup to go down to Madame Midas at St Kilda, and bearing a message from the Frenchman that he would call there the next day. Archie having departed, Vandeloup got through the rest of the day as he best could. He met Mr. Wopples in the street, who told him how he had found Kitty, quite unaware that the young man before him was the villain who had betrayed the girl. Vandeloup was delighted to think that Kitty had not mentioned his name, and quite approved of Mr. Wopples' intention to take the girl on tour. Having thus arranged for Kitty's future, Gaston went along to his broker, and found that the astute Polglaze had got him his shares. "Going up," said Polglaze as he handed the scrip to Vandeloup, and got a cheque in exchange. "Oh, indeed," said Vandeloup with a smile. "I suppose my two friends have begun their little game already," he thought, as he slipped the scrip into his breast pocket. "Information?" asked Polglaze as Vandeloup was going. "Oh, you like to know where I got it," said Monsieur Vandeloup amiably. "Very sorry I can't tell you, but you see, my dear sir, I am not a woman, and can keep a secret." Vandeloup walked out, and Polglaze looked after him with a puzzled look, then summed up his opinion in one word, sharp, incisive, and to the point. "Clever," said Polglaze, and put the cheque in his safe. Vandeloup strolled along the street thinking. "Phoebe is out of my way," he thought with a smile. "I have a small fortune in my pocket," and he continued thoughtfully, "Madame Midas is in Melbourne." "I think now," said Monsieur Vandeloup with another smile, "that I have conquered the blind goddess." End of Chapter 2, Part 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 7. The Opulence of Madame Midas. A wealthy man does not know the meaning of the word friendship. He is not competent to judge, for his wealth precludes him giving a proper opinion. Smug-faced philanthropists can preach comfortable doctrines in pleasant rooms, with well-spread tables and good clothing. They can talk about human nature being unjustly accused, and of the kindly impulses and good thoughts in everyone's breasts. Pshaw! Anyone can preach thus from an altitude of a few thousand a year. But let these same self-complacent kind-hearted gentlemen descend in the social scale. Let them look twice at a penny before spending it. Let them face persistent landladies, exorbitant landlords, or the bitter poverty of the streets, and they will not talk so glibly of human nature and its inherent kindness. No, human nature is a sort of fetish which is credited with a great many amiable qualities it never possesses, and though there are exceptions to the general rule, Balzac's aphorism on mankind that nature works by its self-interest still holds good today. Madame Midas, however, had experienced poverty and the coldness of friends, so was completely disillusioned as to the disinterested motives of the people who now came flocking around her. She was very wealthy and determined to stop in Melbourne for a year, and then go home to Europe, so to this end she took a house at St Kilda, which had been formerly occupied by Mark Frettlby, the millionaire who had been mixed up in the famous hansom cab murder nearly 18 months before. His daughter, Mrs Fitzgerald, was in Ireland with her husband, and had given instructions to her agents to let the house furnished as it stood, but such a large rent was demanded that no one felt inclined to give it till Mrs Villiers appeared on the scene. The house suited her, as she did not want to furnish one of her own, seeing she was only going to stop a year, so she saw Thinton and Tarbet, who had the letting of the place, and took it for a year. The windows were flung open, the furniture brushed and renovated, and the solitary charwoman who had been ruler in the lonely room so long was dismissed, and her place taken by a whole retinue of servants. Madame Midas intended to live in style, so went to work over the setting up of her establishment in such an extravagant manner that Archie remonstrated. She took his interference in a good-humoured way, but still arranged things as she intended, and when her house was ready, waited for her friends to call on her, and prepared to amuse herself with the comedy of human life. She had not long to wait, for a perfect deluge of affectionate people rolled down upon her. Many remembered her, oh, quite well, when she was the beautiful Miss Curtis, and then her husband, that dreadful Villiers, they hoped he was dead, squandering her fortune as he had done. They had always been sorry for her, and now she was rich, that lovely Pactolus, indeed, she deserved it all. She would marry, of course. Oh, but indeed she must. And so the comedy went on, and all the actors flirted and ogled, and nodded and bowed, till Madame Midas was quite sick of the falseness and frivolity of the whole thing. She knew these people, with their simpering and smiling, would visit her and eat her dinners and drink her wines, and then go away and abuse her thoroughly. But then Madame Midas never expected anything else, so she received them with smiles, saw through all their little ways, and when she had amused herself sufficiently with their antics, she let them go. Vandeloup called on Madame Midas the day after she arrived, and Mrs Villiers was delighted to see him. Having an object in view, of course, Gaston made himself as charming as possible, and assisted Madame to arrange her house, told her about the people who called on her, and made cynical remarks about them, all of which amused Madame Midas mightily. She grew weary of the inane gabble and narrow understandings of people, and it was quite a relief for her to turn to Vandeloup, with his keen tongue and clever brains. Gaston was not a charitable talker. Few really clever talkers are, but he saw through everyone with the uttermost ease, and summed them up in a sharp, incisive way, which had at least the merit of being clever. Madame Midas liked to hear him talk, and seeing what humbugs the people who surrounded her were, and how well she knew their motives in courting her for her wealth, it is not to be wondered at that she should have been amused at having all their little weaknesses laid bare and classified by such a master of satire as Vandeloup. So they sat and watched the comedy and the unconscious actors playing their parts, and felt that the air was filled with heavy sensuous perfume, and the lights were garish, and that there was wanting entirely that keen, cool atmosphere which Mallock calls the ozone of respectability. Vandeloup had prospered in his little venture in the mining market, for true to the prediction of Mr. Barraclough, who, by the way, was very much astonished at the sudden demand for shares by Polglaze, and vainly pumped that reticent individual to find out what he was up to, the Magpie Reef shares ran up rapidly. A telegram was published from the manager stating a rich reef had been struck. Specimens of the very richest kind were displayed in Melbourne, and the confiding public suddenly woke to the fact that a golden tide was flowing past their doors. They rushed the share market, and in 2 weeks the Magpie Reef shares ran from 4 shillings to as many pounds. Vandeloup intended to sell at £1, but when he saw the rapid rise and heard everyone talking about this reef, which was to be a second long tunnel, he held his shares till they touched £4. Then, quite satisfied with his profit, he sold out at once, and pocketed nearly £10,000, so that he was provided for the rest of his life. The shares ran up still higher, to £4 10s, then dropped to 3, in consequence of certain rumours that the pocket of gold was worked out. Then another rich lead was struck, and they ran up again to £5, and afterwards sunk to £2, which gradually became their regular price in the market. That Barraclough and his friend did well was sufficiently proved by the former taking a trip to Europe, while his friend bought a station and set up as a squatter. They, however, never knew how cleverly Monsieur Vandeloup had turned their conversation to his advantage, and that young gentleman, now that he had made a decent sum, determined to touch gold mining no more, and, unlike many people, he kept his word. Now that he was a man of means, Vandeloup half decided to go to America, as a larger field for a gentleman of his brilliant qualities, but the arrival of Madame Midas in Melbourne made him alter his mind. Her husband was no doubt dead, so Gaston thought that as soon as she had settled down he would begin to pay his court to her, and without doubt would be accepted, for this confident young man never for a moment dreamed of failure. Meanwhile he sent all Kitty's wardrobe after her as she went with the Waffles family, and the poor girl, taking this as a mark of renewed affection, wrote him a very tearful little note, which Monsieur Vandeloup threw into the fire. Then he looked about and ultimately got a very handsome suite of rooms in Clarendon Street, East Melbourne. He furnished these richly, and having invested his money in good securities, prepared to enjoy himself. Kitty, meanwhile, had become a great favourite with the Waffles family, and they made a wonderful pet of her. Of course, being in Rome, she did as the Romans did, and went on the stage as Miss Kathleen Waffles, being endowed with the family name for dramatic reasons. The family were now on tour among the small towns of Victoria, and seemed to be well known, as each member got a reception when he or she appeared on the stage. Mr. Theodore Waffles used to send his agent ahead to engage the theatre, or more often a hall, bill the town, and publish sensational little notices in the local papers. Then when the family arrived, Mr. Waffles, who was really a gentleman and well educated, called on all the principal people of the town, and so impressed them with the high-class character of the entertainment that he never failed to secure their patronage. He also had a number of artful little schemes, which he called wheezes, the most successful of these being a lecture on the religious teaching of Shakespeare, which he invariably delivered on a Sunday afternoon in the theatre of any town he happened to be in, and not infrequently, when requested, occupied the pulpit and preached capital sermons. By these means Mr. Wopples kept up the reputation of the family, and the upper classes of all the towns invariably supported the show, while the lower classes came as a matter of course. Mr. Wopples, however, was equally as clever in providing a bill of fare as in inducing the public to come to the theatre, and the adaptability of the family was really wonderful. One night they would play farcical comedy, then Hamlet, reduced to 4 acts by Mr. Wopples, would follow on the second night. The next night burlesque would reign supreme, and when the curtain arose on the 4th night, Mr. Wopples and the star artistes would be acting melodrama, and throw one another off bridges and do strong starvation business with ragged clothes amid paper snowstorms. Kitty turned out to be a perfect treasure, as her pretty face and charming voice soon made her a favourite, and when in burlesque she played princess to Fanny Wopples' prince, there was sure to be a crowded house and lots of applause. Kitty's voice was clear and sweet as a lark's, and her execution something wonderful, so Mr. Wopples christened her the Australian Nightingale, and caused her to be so advertised in the papers. Moreover, her dainty appearance, a certain dash and abandon she had with her, carried the audience irresistibly away, and had Fanny Wopples not been a really good girl, she would have been jealous of the success achieved by the newcomer. She, however, taught Kitty to dance breakdowns, and at Warrnambool they had a benefit, when Faust M.D. was produced, and Fanny sang her great success. "I've just had a row with Mamma," and Kitty sang the dual song from Faust, in a manner worthy of Nielsen, as the local critic, who had never heard Nielsen, said the next day. Altogether, Kitty fully repaid the good action of Mr. Wopples by making his tour a wonderful success, and the family returned to Melbourne in high glee with full pockets. "Next year," said Mr. Wopples, at a supper which they had to celebrate the success of their tour, "we'll have a theatre in Melbourne, and I'll make it the favourite house of the city. See if I don't." It seemed, therefore, as though Kitty had found her vocation, and would develop into an operatic star, but fate intervened, and Miss Marchurst retired from the stage, which she had adorned so much. This was due to Madam Midas, who, driving down Collins Street one day, saw Kitty at the corner walking with Fanny Wopples. She immediately stopped her carriage, and alighting therefrom, went straight up to the girl, who, turning and seeing her for the first time, grew deadly pale. "Kitty, my dear," said Madam gravely, "I have been looking for you vainly for a year, but I have found you at last." Kitty's breast was full of conflicting emotions. She thought that Madam knew all about her intimacy with Vandeloup, and that she would speak severely to her. Mrs. Villiers' next words, however, reassured her. "You left Ballarat to go on the stage, did you not?" she said kindly, looking at the girl. "Why did you not come to me? You knew I was always your friend." "Yes, madam," said Kitty, putting out her hand and averting her head. "I would have come to you, but I thought you would stop me from going." "My dear child," replied madam, "I thought you knew me better than that. What theatre are you at?" "She's with us," said Miss Fanny, who had been staring at this grave, handsomely dressed lady, who had alighted from such a swell carriage. "We are the Wopples family." "Ah," said Miss Villiers, thinking, "I remember. You were up at Ballarat last year. Well, Kitty, will you and your friend drive down to St Kilda with me, and I'll show you my new house?" Kitty would have refused, for she was afraid Madam Midas would perhaps send her back to her father, but the appealing looks of Fanny Wopples, who had never ridden in a carriage in her life and was dying to do so, decided her to accept. So they stepped into the carriage, and Mrs. Villiers told the coachman to drive home. As they drove along, Mrs. Villiers delicately refrained from asking Kitty any questions about her plight, seeing that a stranger was present, but determined to find out all about it when she got her alone down at St Kilda. Kitty, on her part, was thinking how to baffle Madam's inquiries. She knew she would be questioned closely by her, and resolved not to tell more than she could help, as she, curiously enough, considering how he had treated her, wished to shield Vandeloup. But she still cherished a tender feeling for that man she loved, and had Vandeloup asked her to go back and live with him, would no doubt have consented. The fact was, the girl's nature was becoming slightly demoralised, and the Kitty who sat looking at Madame Midas now, though her face was as pretty, and her eyes as pure as ever, was not the same innocent Kitty that had visited the Pactolus, for she had eaten of the tree of knowledge, and was already cultured in worldly wisdom. Madame, of course, believed that Kitty had gone from Ballarat straight on to the stage, and never thought for a moment that for a whole year she had been Vandeloup's mistress. So when Kitty found this out, as she very soon did, she took the cue at once, and asserted positively to Madame that she had been on the stage for 18 months. "But how is it," asked Madame, who believed her fully, "that I could not find you?" "Because I was up the country all the time," replied Kitty quickly, "and of course did not act under my real name." "You would not like to go back to your father, I suppose?" suggested Madame. Kitty made a gesture of dissent. "No," she answered determinedly. "I was tired of my father and his religion. I'm on the stage now, and I mean to stick to it." "Kitty, Kitty," said Madame sadly, "you little know the temptations." "Oh, yes, I do," interrupted Kitty impatiently. "I've been nearly 2 years on the stage, and I have not seen any great wickedness. Besides, I'm always with Mrs. Wopples." "Then you still mean to be an actress?" asked Madame. "Yes," replied Kitty in a firm voice. "If I went back to my father, I'd go mad leading that dull life." "But why not stay with me, my dear?" said Mrs. Villiers, looking at her. "I am a lonely woman, as you know, and if you come to me, I will treat you as a daughter." "Ah, how good you are!" cried the girl in a revulsion of feeling, falling on her friend's neck. "But indeed I cannot leave the stage. I'm too fond of it." Madame sighed and gave up the argument for a time, then showed the two girls all over the house, and after they had dinner with her, she sent them back to town in her carriage, with strict injunctions to Kitty to come down next day and bring Mr. Wopples with her. When the two girls reached the hotel where the family was staying, Fanny gave her father a glowing account of the opulence of Madame Midas, and Mr. Wopples was greatly interested in the whole affair. He was grave, however, when Kitty spoke to him privately of what Madame had said to her, and asked her if she would not like to accept Mrs. Villiers' offer. Kitty, however, said she would remain on the stage, and as Wopples was to see Madame Midas next day, made him promise he would say nothing about having found her on the streets, or of her living with a lover. Wopples, who thoroughly understood the girl's desire to hide her shame from her friends, agreed to this, so Kitty went to bed confident that she had saved Vandeloup's name from being dragged into the affair. Wopples saw Madame next day, and a long talk ensued, which ended in Kitty agreeing to stay 6 months with Mrs. Villiers, and then, if she still wished to continue on the stage, she was to go to Mr. Wopples. On the other hand, in consideration of Wapples losing the services of Kitty, Madam promised that next year she would give him sufficient money to start a theatre in Melbourne. So both parted mutually satisfied. Kitty made presents to all the family, who were very sorry to part with her, and then took up her abode with Mrs. Villiers as a kind of adopted daughter, and was quite prepared to play her part in the comedy of fashion. So Madam Midas had been near the truth, yet never discovered it, and sent a letter to Vandeloup asking him to come to dinner and meet an old friend, little thinking how old and intimate a friend Kitty was to the young man. It was, as Mr. Wapples would have said, a highly dramatic situation, but, alas, that the confiding nature of Madam Midas should thus have been betrayed, not only by Vandeloup, but by Kitty herself, the very girl whom, out of womanly compassion, she took to her breast. And yet the world talks about the inherent goodness of human nature. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8, of Madam Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madam Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 8. Monsieur Vandeloup is surprised. Owing to the quiet life Kitty had led since she came to Melbourne, and the fact that her appearance on the stage had taken place in the country, she felt quite safe when making her appearance in Melbourne society that no one would recognise her or know anything of her past life. It was unlikely she would meet with any of the Pulchop family again, and she knew Mr. Wapples would hold his tongue regarding his first meeting with her, so the only one who could reveal anything about her would be Vandeloup, and he would certainly be silent for his own sake, as she knew he valued the friendship of Madam Midas too much to lose it. Nevertheless, she awaited his coming in considerable trepidation, and she was still in love with him, and was nervous as to what reception she would meet with. Perhaps now that she occupied a position as Mrs. Villiers' adopted daughter, he would marry her, but, at all events, when she met him she would know exactly how he felt towards her by his demeanour. Vandeloup, on the other hand, was quite unaware of the surprise in store for him, and thought that the old friend he was to meet would be some Ballarat acquaintance of his own and Madam's. In his wildest flight of fancy he never thought it would be Kitty, else his cool nonchalance would for once have been upset at the thought of the two women he was interested in being under the same roof. However, where ignorance is bliss. Well, Monsieur Vandeloup, after dressing himself carefully in evening dress, put on his hat and coat, and the evening being a pleasant one, thought he would stroll through the Fitzroy Gardens down to the station. It was pleasant in the gardens under the golden light of the sunset, and the green arcades of trees looked delightfully cool after the glare of the dusty streets. Vandeloup, strolling along idly, felt a touch on his shoulder, and wheeled round suddenly, for with his past life ever before him, he always had a haunting dread of being recaptured. The man, however, who had thus drawn his attention was none other than Pierre Lemaire, who stood in the centre of the broad asphalt path, dirty, ragged, and disreputable looking. He had not altered much since he left Ballarat, save that he looked more dilapidated looking, but stood there in his usual sullen manner, with his hat drawn down over his eyes. Some stray wisps of grass showed that he had been camping out all the hot day on the green turf under the shadow of the trees, and it was easy to see from his appearance what a vagrant he was. Vandeloup was annoyed at the meeting, and cast a rapid look around to see if he was observed. The few people, however, passing were too intent on their own business to give more than a passing glance at the dusty tramp and the young man in evening dress talking to him, so Vandeloup was reassured. "Well, my friend," he said sharply to the dumb man, "what do you want?" Pierre put his hand in his pocket. "Oh, of course," replied Monsieur Vandeloup mockingly. "Money, money, always money. Do you think I'm a bank, always to be drawn on like this?" The dumb man made no sign that he had heard, but stood sullenly rocking himself to and fro, and chewing a wisp of the grass he had picked off his coat. "Here," said the young man, taking out a sovereign and giving it to Pierre. "Take this just now and don't bother me, or upon my word," with a disdainful look, "I shall positively have to hand you over to the law." Pierre glanced up suddenly, and Vandeloup caught the gleam of his eyes under the shadow of the hat. "Oh, you think it will be dangerous for me," he said in a gay tone. "Not at all, I assure you. I am a gentleman, and rich. You are a pauper and disreputable. Who will believe your word against mine? My faith, your assurance is quite refreshing. Now go away and don't trouble me again, or," with a sudden keen glance, "I will do as I say." He nodded coolly to the dumb man, and strode gaily along under the shade of the heavily foliaged oaks, while Pierre looked at the sovereign, slipped it into his pocket, and slouched off in the opposite direction without even a glance at his patron. At the top of the street Vandeloup stepped into a cab, and telling the man to drive to St Kilda's station in Elizabeth Street, went off in a brown study. Pierre annoyed him seriously, as he never seemed to get rid of him, and the dumb man kept turning up every now and then, like the mummy at the Egyptian feast, to remind him of the unpleasant things. "Confound him!" muttered Vandeloup angrily, as he alighted at the station and paid the cabman. "He's more trouble than Bebe was. She did take the hint and go, but this man, my faith," shrugging his shoulders, "he's the devil himself for sticking." All the way down to St Kilda his reflections were of the same unpleasant nature, and he cast about in his own mind how he could get rid of this pertinacious friend. He could not turn him off openly, as Pierre might take offence, and as he knew more of Monsieur Vandeloup's private life than that young gentleman cared about, it would not do to run the risk of an exposure. "There's only one thing to be done," said Gaston quietly, as he walked down to Mrs Villiers' house. "I will try my luck at marrying Madame Midas. If she consents, we can go away to Europe as man and wife. If she does not, I will go to America, and in either case Pierre will lose trace of me." With this comfortable reflection he went into the house and was shown into the drawing-room by the servant. There were no lights in the room, as it was not sufficiently dark for them, and Vandeloup smiled as he saw a fire in the grate. "My faith," he said to himself, "Madame is as chilly as ever." The servant had retired, and he was all by himself in this large room, with the subdued twilight all through it, and the flicker of the flames on the ceiling. He went to the fire more from habit than anything else, and suddenly came on a big armchair, drawn up close to the side, in which a woman was sitting. "Ah, the Sleeping Beauty," said Vandeloup carelessly. "In these cases the proper thing to do in order to wake the lady is to kiss her." He was, without doubt, an extremely audacious young man, and though he did not know who the young lady was, would certainly have put his design into execution, had not the white figure suddenly rose and confronted him. The light from the fire was fair on her face, and with a sudden start Vandeloup saw before him the girl he had ruined and deserted. "Phoebe!" he gasped, recoiling a step. "Yes," said Kitty in an agitated tone, "your mistress and your victim." "Bah!" said Gaston coolly, having recovered from the first shock of surprise. "That style suits Sarah Bernhardt, not you, my dear. The first act of this comedy is excellent, but it is necessary the characters should know one another in order to finish the play." "Ah," said Kitty with a bitter smile, "do I not know you too well, as the man who promised me marriage and then broke his word? You forgot all your vows to me." "My dear child," replied Gaston leisurely, leaning up against the mantelpiece, "if you had read Balzac, you would discover that he says, 'Life would be intolerable without a certain amount of forgetting.' I must say," smiling, "I agree with the novelist." Kitty looked at him as he stood there cool and complacent, and threw herself back into the chair angrily. "Just the same," she muttered restlessly, "just the same." "Of course," replied Vandeloup, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "You have only been away from me 6 weeks, and it takes longer than that to alter anyone. By the way," he went on smoothly, "how have you been all this time? I have no doubt your tour has been as adventurous as that of Gilbias." "No, it has not," replied Kitty, clenching her hands. "You never cared what became of me, and had not Mr. Wopples met me in the street on that fearful night, God knows where I would have been now." "I can tell you," said Gaston coolly, taking a seat. "With me. You would have soon got tired of the poverty on the streets, and come back to your cage." "My cage, indeed," she echoed bitterly, tapping the ground with her foot. "Yes, a cage, though it was a gilded one." "How biblical you are getting," said the young man ironically. "But kindly stop speaking in parables, and tell me what position we are to occupy to each other, as formerly." "My God, no!" she flashed out suddenly. "So much better," he answered, bowing. "We will obliterate the last year from our memories, and I will meet you tonight for the first time since you left Ballarat. Of course," he went on, rather anxiously, "you have told Madam nothing?" "Only what suited me," replied the girl coldly, stung by the coldness and utter heartlessness of this man. "Oh," with a smile, "did it include my name?" "No," curtly. "Ah," with a long indrawn breath, "you are more sensible than I gave you credit for." Kitty rose to her feet and crossed rapidly over to where he sat calm and smiling. "Gaston Vandeloup," she hissed in his ear, while her face was quite distorted by the violence of her passion. "When I met you I was an innocent girl. You ruined me, and then cast me off as soon as you grew weary of your toy. I thought you loved me, and," with a stifled sob, "God help me, I love you still." "Yes, my baby," he said in a caressing tone, taking her hand. "No, no," she cried, wrenching them away, while an angry spot of colour glowed on her cheek. "I loved you as you were, not as you are now. We are done with sentiment, Monsieur Vandeloup," she said, sneering, "and now our relations to one another will be purely business ones." He bowed and smiled. "So glad you understand the position," he said blandly. "I see the age of miracles is not yet past when a woman can talk sense." "You won't disturb me with your sneers," retorted the girl, glaring fiercely at him out of the gathering gloom in the room. "I am not the innocent girl I once was." "It is needless to tell me that," he said coarsely. She drew herself up at the extreme insult. "Have a care, Gaston," she muttered hurriedly. "I know more about your past life than you think." He rose from his seat and approached, his face, now white as her own, to hers. "What do you know?" he asked in a low, passionate voice. "Enough to be dangerous to you," she retorted defiantly. They both looked at one another steadily, but the white face of the woman did not blench before the scintillations of his eyes. "What you know I don't know," he said steadily, "but whatever it is, keep it to yourself, or," catching her wrist. "Or what?" she asked boldly. He threw her away from him with a laugh, and the sober fire died out of his eyes. "Bah!" he said gaily. "Our comedy is turning into a tragedy. I am as foolish as you, I think," significantly. "We understand one another." "Yes, I think we do," she answered calmly, the colour coming back to her cheek. "Neither of us are to refer to the past, and we both go on our different roads unhindered." "Mademoiselle Marchurst," said Vandeloup ceremoniously, "I am delighted to meet you after a year's absence. Come," with a gay laugh, "let us begin the comedy thus, for here," he added quickly, as the door opened, "here comes the spectators." "Well, young people," said Madame's voice, as she came slowly into the room, "you are all in the dark. Ring the bell for the lights, Monsieur Vandeloup." "Certainly, madame," he answered, touching the electric button. "Miss Marchurst and myself were renewing our former friendship." "How do you think she is looking?" asked madame, as the servant came in and lit the gas. "Charming," replied Vandeloup, looking at the dainty little figure in white standing under the blaze of the chandelier. "She is more beautiful than ever." Kitty made a saucy little curtsy, and burst into a musical laugh. "He is just the same, madame," she said merrily to the tall, grave woman in black velvet, who stood looking at her affectionately, full of compliments, and not meaning one. "But when is dinner to be ready?" pathetically. "I'm dying of starvation." "I hope you have peaches, madame," said Vandeloup gaily. "The first time I met mademoiselle she was longing for peaches." "I am unchanged in that respect," retorted Kitty brightly. "I adore peaches still." "I am just waiting for Mr. Kelton," said Madame Midas, looking at her watch. "He ought to be here by now." "Is that the lawyer, madame?" asked Vandeloup. "Yes," she replied quietly. "He is a most delightful man." "So I have heard," answered Vandeloup nonchalantly. "And he had something to do with the former owner of this house, I think?" "Oh, don't talk of that," said Mrs. Villiers nervously. "The first time I took the house, I heard all about the hansom cab murder." "Why, madame, you are not nervous," said Kitty gaily. "No, my dear," replied the elder quietly, "but I must confess that for some reason or another I have been a little upset since coming here. I don't like being alone." "You shall never be that," said Kitty, fondly nestling to her. "Thank you, puss," said madame, tapping her cheek. "But I am nervous," she said rapidly, "at night especially. Sometimes I have to get Selina to come into my room and stay all night." "Madame Midas nervous," thought Vandeloup to himself. "Then I can guess the reason. She is afraid of her husband coming back to her." Just at this moment the servant announced Mr. Kelton, and he entered with his sharp, incisive face, looking clever and keen. "I must apologise for being late, Mrs. Villiers," he said, shaking hands with his hostess. "But business, you know, the pleasure of business." "Now," said madame quickly, "I hope you have come to the business of pleasure." "Very epigrammatic, my dear lady," said Kelton in his high, clear voice, Pray, introduce me." Madam did so, and they all went to dinner, Madam and Kelton and Kitty following with Vandeloup. "This," observed Kelton, when they were all seated at the dinner table, "is the perfection of dining, for we are four, and the guests, according to an epicure, should never be less than the Graces nor greater than the Muses." And a very merry little dinner it was. All four were clever talkers, and Vandeloup and Kelton, being pitted against one another, excelled themselves. Witty remarks, satirical sayings, and well-told stories were constantly coming from their lips, and they told their stories as their own and did not father them on Sydney Smith. "If Sydney Smith was alive," said Kelton in reference to this, "he would be astonished at the number of stories he did not tell." "Yes," chimed in Vandeloup gaily, "and astounded at their brilliancy." "After all," said Madam, smiling, "he's a sheet anchor for some people, for the best original story may fail. A dull one ascribed to Sydney Smith must produce a laugh." "Why?" asked Kitty in some wonder. "Because," explained Kelton gravely, "society goes mainly by tradition, and our grandmothers having laughed at Sydney Smith's jokes, they must necessarily be amusing. Depend upon it, jokes can be sanctified by time quite as much as creeds." "They are more amusing, at all events," said Madam satirically. "Creeds generally cause quarrels." Vandeloup shrugged his shoulders. "And quarrels generally cause stories," he said, smiling. "It is the law of compensation." They then went to the drawing-room, and Kitty and Vandeloup both sang, and treated one another in a delightfully polite way. Madam Midas and Kelton were both clever, but how much cleverer were the two young people at the piano. "Are you going to Meddlechip's ball?" said Kelton to Madam. "Oh, yes," she answered, nodding her head. "I and Miss Marchurst are both going." "Who is Mr. Meddlechip?" asked Kitty, swinging round on the piano stool. "He is the most charitable man in Melbourne," said Gaston with a faint sneer. "Great is Diana of the Ephesians," said Kelton mockingly, "because Mr. Meddlechip suffers from too much money, and has to get rid of it to prevent himself being crushed like Tapir by the Sabine shields. He is called charitable." "He does good, though, doesn't he?" asked Madam. "See advertisement," scoffed Kelton. "Oh, yes, he will give thousands of pounds for any public object, but private charity is a waste of money in his eyes." "You are very hard on him," said Madam Midas with a laugh. "Aye, Mr. Kelton believes as I do," cried Vandeloup, "that it's no good having friends unless you're privileged to abuse them." "It's one you take full advantage of then," observed Kitty, saucily. "I always take what I can get," he returned mockingly, whereupon she shivered, and Kelton saw it. "Aye," said the astute reader of character to himself, "there's something between those two. Gad, I'll cross-examine my French friend." They said good night to the ladies, and walked to the St Kilda station, from thence took the train to town, and Kelton put into force his cross-examination. He might as well have tried his artful questions on a rock as on Vandeloup, for that clever young gentleman saw through the barrister at once, and baffled him at every turn with his epigrammatic answers and consummate coolness. "I confess," said Kelton, when they said good night to one another, "I confess you puzzle me." "Language," observed Monsieur Vandeloup with a smile, "was given to us to conceal our thoughts. Good night." And they parted. "The comedy is over for the night," thought Gaston as he walked along, and it was so true to nature that the spectators never thought it was art. He was wrong, for Kelton did. End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of Madam Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madam Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 9. A Professional Philanthropist. We have professional diners out, professional beauties, professional Christians. Then why not professional philanthropists? This brilliant century of ours has nothing to do with the word charity, as it savours too much of stealthy benevolence, so it has substituted in its place the long word philanthropy, which is much more genteel and comprehensive. Charity, the meekest of Christian graces, has been long since dethroned, and her place is taken by the blatant braggart philanthropy, who does his good deeds in a most ostentatious manner, and loudly invites the world to see his generosity, and praise him for it. Charity, modestly hooded, went into the houses of the poor, and tendered her gifts with smiles. Philanthropy now builds almshouses and hospitals, and rails at poverty if it has too much pride to occupy them. And what, indeed, has poverty to do with pride? It's far too sumptuous and expensive an article, and can only be possessed by the rich, who can afford to wear it because it is paid for. Mr. Meddlechip was rich, so he bought a large stock of pride, and wore it everywhere. It was not personal pride. He was not good-looking. It was not family pride. He never had a grandfather. Nor was it pecuniary pride. He had too much money for that. But it was a mean, sneaking, insinuating pride that wrapped him round like a cloak, and pretended to be very humble, and only holding its money in trust for the poor. The poor ye have always with you. Did not Mr. Meddlechip know it? Asked the old men and women in the almshouses, and they would answer yes, but asked the squalid inhabitants of the slums, and they would probably say, Meddlechip, who's he? Not that the great Evansy Meddlechip was unknown. Oh, dear no, he was a representative colonial. He sat in Parliament, and frequently spoke at those enlarged vestry meetings about the prosperity of the country. He laid foundation stones. He took the chair at public meetings. In fact, he had his finger in every public pie likely to bring him into notoriety, but not in private pies. Oh dear, no. He never did good by stealth and blush to find it fame. Any blushes he might have had would have been angry ones at his good deed not being known. He had come in the early days of the colony, and made a lot of money, being a shrewd man, and one who took advantage of every tide in the affairs of men. He was honest, that is honest as our present elastic acception of the word goes, and when he had accumulated a fortune, he set to work to buy a few things. He bought a grand house at Toorak, then he bought a wife to do the honours of the grand house, and when his domestic affairs were quite settled, he bought popularity, which is about the cheapest thing anyone can buy. When the Society for the Supplying of Aborigines with the White Waistcoats was started, he headed the list with £1,000. Bravo, Meddlechip. The secretary of the band of hard-up matrons asked him for £50, and got 500. Generous Meddlechip. And at the meeting of the Society for the Suppression of Vice among Married Men, he gave £2,000, and made a speech on the occasion, which made all married men present tremble lest their sins should find them out. Noble Meddlechip. He would give thousands away in public charity, have it well advertised in the newspapers, and then wonder with humility how the information got there, and he would give a poor woman in charge for asking for a penny on the ground that she was a vagrant. Here, indeed, was a man for Victoria to be proud of. Put up a statue to him in the centre of the city, let all the school children study a list of his noble actions as lessons, let the public at large grovel before him, and lick the dust of his benevolent shoes, for he is a professional philanthropist. Mrs. Meddlechip, large, florid, and loud-voiced, was equally as well known as her husband, but in a different way. He posed as benevolence, she was the type of all that's fashionable. That is, she knew everyone, gave large parties, went out to balls, theatres, and lawn tennis, and dressed in the very latest style, whether it suited her or not. She had been born and brought up in the colonies, but when her husband went to London as a representative colonial, she went also, and stayed there a whole year, after which she came out to her native land and ran everything down in the most merciless manner. They did not do this in England, oh dear no, nothing so common. The people in Melbourne had such dreadfully vulgar manners, but then, of course, they are not English. There was no aristocracy, even the dogs and horses were different. They had not the stamp of centuries of birth and breeding on them. In fact, to hear Mrs. Meddlechip talk, one would think that England was a perfect aristocratic paradise, and Victoria a vulgar other place. She totally ignored the marvellously rapid growth of the country, and that the men and women in it were actually the men and women who had built it up year by year, so that even now it was taking its place among the nations of the earth. But Mrs. Meddlechip was far too ladylike and fashionable for troubling about such things. Oh dear no, she left all these dry facts to Ebenezer, who could speak about them in his own pompous, blatant style at public meetings. This lady was one of those modern inventions known as a frisky matron, and said and did all manner of dreadful things, which people winked at because she was Mrs. Meddlechip and eccentric. She had a young man always dangling after her at theatres and dances, sometimes one, sometimes another, but there was one who was a fixture. This was Barty Jarper, who acted as her poodle dog, and fetched and carried for her in the most amiable manner. When any new poodle dog came on the scene, Barty would meekly resign his position, and retire into the background until such time as he was whistled back again to go through his antics. Barty attended her everywhere, made up her programs, wrote out her invitations, danced with whosoever he was told, and was rewarded for all these services by being given the crumbs from the rich man's table. Mr. Jarper had a meek little way with Mrs. Meddlechip, as if he was constantly apologising for having dared to have come into the world without her permission. But to other people he was rude enough, and in his own mean little soul looked upon himself quite as a man of fashion. How he managed to go about as he did was a standing puzzle to his friends, as he got only a small salary at the Hibernian Bank. Yet he was to be seen at balls, theatres, tennis parties, constantly driving about in hansoms, in fact, lived as if he had an independent income. The general opinion was that he was supplied with money by Mrs. Meddlechip, which others said he gambled, and indeed Barty was rather clever at throwing sixes, and frequently at the Bachelors' Club won a sufficient sum to give him a new suit of clothes or pay his club subscription for the year. He was one of those bubbles which dance on the surface of society, yet are sure to vanish some day, and if God tempered the wind to any particular shorn lamb, that shorn lamb was Barty Jarper. The Middlechips were giving a ball, therefore the mansion at Toorak was brilliantly illuminated and crowded with fashionable people. The ballroom was at the side of the house, and from it French windows opened on to a wide veranda, which was enclosed with drapery and hung with many-coloured Chinese lanterns. Beyond this, the smooth green lawns stretched away to a thick fringe of trees, which grew beside the fence, and screened the Middlechip residents from the curious gaze of vulgar eyes. Kitty came under the guardianship of Mrs. Riller, a young matron with dark hair, an imperious manner, and a young man always at her heels. Mrs. Villiers intended to have come, but at the last moment was seized with one of her nervous fits, so decided to stop at home with Selina for company. Kitty, therefore, accompanied Mrs. Riller to the ball, but the guardianship of that lady was more nominal than anything else, as she went off with Mr. Belthorpe after introducing Kitty to Mrs. Middlechip, and flirted and danced with him the whole evening. Kitty, however, did not in the least mind being left to her own devices, for being an extremely pretty girl, she soon had plenty of young men round her anxious to be introduced. She filled her programme rapidly and kept 2 valses for Vandeloup, as she knew he was going to be present, but he as yet had not made his appearance. He arrived at about 10:15 o'clock, and was strolling leisurely up to the house, when he saw Pierre standing amid a number of idlers at the gate. The dumb man stepped forward, and Vandeloup paused with a smile on his handsome lips, though he was angry enough at the meeting. "Money again, I suppose," he said to Pierre in a low voice, in French. "Don't trouble me now, but come to my rooms tomorrow." The dumb man nodded, and Vandeloup walked leisurely up the path. Then Pierre followed him right up to the steps which led to the house, saw him enter the brilliantly lighted hall, and then hid himself in the shrubs which grew on the edge of the lawn. There, in close hiding, he could hear the sound of music and voices, and could see the door of the fernery wide open, and caught glimpses of dainty dresses and bare shoulders within. Vandeloup, quite ignorant that his friend was watching the house, put on his gloves leisurely, and walked in search of his hostess. Mrs. Middlechip glanced approvingly at Vandeloup as he came up, for he was extremely good-looking, and good-looking men were Mrs. Middlechip's pet weakness. Barty was in attendance on his liege lady, and when he saw how she admired Vandeloup, he foresaw he would be off duty for some time. It would be Vandeloup promoted, Vice Jarper resigned, but Barty very well knew that Gaston was not a man to conduct himself like a poodle dog, so came to the conclusion he would be retained for use, and Monsieur Vandeloup for ornament. Meanwhile he left Mrs. Middlechip to cultivate the acquaintance of the young Frenchman, and went off with a red-haired girl to the supper-room. Red-haired girl, who was remarkably ugly and self-complacent, had been a wallflower all the evening, but thought none the less of herself on that account. She assured Barty she was not hungry, but when she finished supper, Mr. Jarper was very glad. For the supper's sake, she had no appetite. "She's the hungriest girl I ever met in my life," he said to Belthorpe afterwards. "Ate up everything I gave her, and drank so much lemonade, I thought she'd go up like a balloon." When Barty had satisfied the red-haired girl's appetite, no easy matter, he left her to play wallflower and make spiteful remarks on the girls who were dancing, and took out another damsel, who smiled and trod on his toes when he danced, till he wished her in Jericho. He asked if she was hungry, but, unlike the other girl, she was not. He said she must be tired, but oh dear no, she was quite fresh. So she danced the whole waltz through and bumped Barty against every one in the room, then said his step did not suit hers, which exasperated him so much, for Barty flattered himself on his waltzing, that he left her just as she was getting up a flirtation, and went to have a glass of champagne to soothe his feelings. Released from Mrs. Meddlechip, Gaston went in search for Kitty, and found her flirting with Felix Ralston, who was amusing her with his gay chatter. "This is a deuced good-looking chappie," said Mr. Ralston, fixing his eyeglass in his eye, and looking critically at Gaston as he approached them. "Monsieur Vanderloop, isn't it?" Kitty said it was. "Oh, yes," went on Felix brightly. "Saw him about town. Don't know him personally. Awfully like a fellow I once knew called Fitzgerald, Brian Fitzgerald. Married now and got a family. Funny thing, married Miss Frettleby, who used to live in your house." "Oh, that hansom cab murder," said Kitty, looking at him. "I've heard all about that." "Egad, I should think you had," observed Mr. Ralston with a grin. "It was a 9 days' wonder. But he's your friend. Introduce me, pray," as Vanderloop came up. Kitty did so, and Felix improved the occasion. "Knew you by sight," he said, shaking hands with Gaston. "But it's a case of we never speak as we pass by, and all that sort of thing. Come and look me up. Hospitably, South Yarra." "Delighted," said Gaston smoothly, taking Kitty's programme and putting his name down for the 2 vacant waltzes. "Reciprocal, I assure you," said the lively Felix. "Oh, by Jove! Excuse me, Miss Marchurst. There's a poker. Got to dance with a girl. You'll see me in a minute. She's a maypole. I'm not. Ha ha! You'll say it's the long and the short of it. Ta-ta at present." He hopped off gaily, and they soon saw him steering the maypole round the room, or rather the maypole steering Felix, for her idea of the dance was to let Felix skip gaily round her. Then she lifted him up and put him down a few feet further on, when he again skipped, and so the performance went on, to the intense amusement of Kitty and Gaston. "My faith," said Vanderloop satirically, dropping into a seat beside Kitty, "she is a maypole, and he's a merry peasant dancing round it. By the way, baby, why isn't Madam here tonight?" "She's not well," replied Kitty, unfurling her fan. "I don't know what's come over her. She's so nervous." "Oh, indeed," said Vanderloop politely. Still afraid of her husband turning up," he said to himself, as Kitty was carried away by Mr. Belthorpe. "How slow all this is," he went on, yawning, and rising from his seat. "I shan't stay long, or that old woman will be seizing me again. Poor Kestrike! Surely his sin has been punished enough in having such a wife." And Monsieur Vanderloop strolled away to speak to Mrs. Riller, who, being bereft of Belthorpe, was making signals to him with a fan. Barty Jarper had been hard at work all night on the poodle dog system, and had danced with girls who could not dance, and talked with girls that could not talk. So, as a reward for his work, he promised himself a dance with Kitty. At the beginning of the evening he had secured a dance from her, and now, all his duties for the evening being over, he went to get it. Belthorpe had long since returned to Mrs. Riller and flirtation, and Kitty had been dancing with a tall young man, with unsteady legs and an eyeglass that would not stick in his eye. She did not particularly care about Mr. Jarper, with his effeminate little ways, but was quite glad when he came to carry her off from the unsteady legs and the eyeglass. The dance was the Lancers, but Kitty declared she would not dance it as she felt weary, so made Jarper take her to supper. Barty was delighted, as he was hungry himself, so they secured a pleasant little nook, and Barty foraged for provisions. "You know all about this house," said Kitty, when she saw how successful the young man was in getting nice things. "Oh yes," murmured Barty, quite delighted. "I know most of the houses in Melbourne. I know yours." "Mrs. Villiers?" asked Kitty. Barty nodded. "Used to go down there a lot when Mr. Frettlby lived there," he said, sipping his wine. "I know every room in it." "You'd be invaluable as a burglar," said Kitty, a little contemptuously, as she looked at his slim figure. "I dare say," replied Barty, who took the compliment in good faith. "Some night I'll climb up to your room and give you a fright." "Shows how much you know," retorted Miss Marchurst. "My room is next to Madam's on the ground floor." "I know," said Barty sagely, nodding his head. "It used to be a boudoir. Nice little room. By the way, where is Mrs. Villiers tonight?" "She's not well," replied Kitty, yawning behind her fan, for she was weary of Barty and his small talk. "She's very worried." "Over money matters, I suppose?" Kitty laughed and shook her head. "Hardly," she answered. "I dare say," replied Barty. "She's awfully rich. You know, I'm in the bank where her account is, and I know all about her. Rich? Oh, she is rich. Lucky thing for that French fellow if he marries her." "Marries her?" echoed Kitty, her face growing pale. "Monsieur Vandeloup?" "Yes," replied Barty, pleased at having made a sensation. "Her first husband has vanished, you know, and all the fellows are laying bets about Van marrying the grass widow." "What nonsense!" said Kitty, in an agitated voice. "Monsieur Vandeloup is her friend, nothing more." Barty grinned. "I've seen so much of that friendship and nothing more. Business," he said significantly, whereupon Kitty rose to her feet. "I'm tired," she said coldly. "Kindly take me to Mrs. Riller." "I've put my foot into it," thought Jarper, as he led her away. "I believe she spoons on Van herself." Mrs. Riller was not very pleased to see Kitty, as Mr. Belthorpe was telling her some amusing scandals about her dearest friends, and, of course, had to stop when Kitty came up. "Not dancing, dear?" she asked, with a sympathetic smile, glancing angrily at Belthorpe, who seemed more struck with Kitty than he had any right to be, considering he was her property. "No," replied Kitty, "I'm a little tired." "Miss Marchurst," observed Belthorpe, leaning towards her, "I'm sure I've seen you before." Kitty felt a chill running through her veins as she remembered where their last meeting had been. The extremity of the danger gave her courage. "I dare say," she replied, coldly turning her back on the young man. "I'm not invisible." Mrs. Riller looked with all her eyes, for she wanted to know all about this pretty girl who dropped so unexpectedly into Melbourne society, so she determined to question Belthorpe when she got him alone. To this end she finessed. "Oh, there's that lovely valse," she said, as the band struck up, "one summer's night in Munich. If you are not engaged, Mr. Belthorpe, we must have a turn." "Delighted," replied Belthorpe, languidly offering his arm, but thinking meanwhile, "Confound these women, how they do work a man." "You, I suppose," said Mrs. Riller to Kitty, "are going to play wallflower?" "Hardly," observed a cool voice behind them. "Miss Marchurst dances this with me, you see, Mrs. Riller," as that lady turned and saw Vandeloup. "She has not your capability at playing wallflower," with a significant glance at Belthorpe. Mrs. Riller understood the look, which seemed to pierce into the very depths of her frivolous little soul, and flushed angrily as she moved away with Mr. Belthorpe, and mentally determined to be even with Vandeloup on the first occasion. Gaston, quite conscious of the storm he had raised, smiled serenely, and then offered his arm to Kitty, which she refused, as she was determined to find out from his own lips the truth of Jarper's statement regarding Madame Midas. "I don't want to dance," she said curtly, pointing to the seat beside her as an invitation for him to sit down. "Pardon me," observed Vandeloup blandly. "I do. We can talk afterwards, if you like." Their eyes met, and then Kitty arose and took his arm, with a charming pout. It was no good fighting against the quiet, masterful manner of this man, so she allowed him to put his arm round her waist, and swing her slowly into the centre of the room. One summer's night in Munich was a favourite valse, and everyone who could dance, and a good many who could not, were up on the floor. Every now and then, through the steady beat of the music, came the light laugh of a woman or the deeper tones of a man's voice, and the glare of the lights, the flashing jewels on the bare necks and arms of women, the soft frou-frou of their dresses as their partners swung them steadily round, and the subtle perfume of flowers gave an indescribable, sensuous flavour to the whole scene. And the valse, who does not know it, with its sad refrain, which comes in every now and then throughout, even in the most brilliant passages, the whole story of a man's faith and a woman's treachery is contained therein. "One summer's night in Munich," sighed the heavy bass instruments, sadly and reproachfully. "I thought your heart was true. Listen to the melancholy notes of the prelude, which recall the whole scene. Do you not remember? The stars are shining, the night wind is blowing, and we are on the terrace looking down on the glittering lights of the city. Hark! The joyous sparkling strain, full of riant laughter, recalls the sad students who wandered past, and then from amid the airy ripple of notes comes the sweet, mellow strain of the cello, which tells of love eternal amid the summer roses. How the tender melody sweeps on full of the perfume and mystic meanings of that night. Hark! Is that the nightingale in the trees, or only the silvery notes of a violin, which come stealing through the steady throb, and swing at the heavier stringed instruments? Ay, why does the rhythm stop? A few chords breaking up the dream, the sound of a bugle calling you away, and the valse goes into the farewell motive with its tender longing and passionate anguish. Good-bye, you will be true. Your heart is mine. Good-bye, sweetheart. Stop that discord of angry notes. She is false to her soldier lover. The stars are pale, the nightingale is silent, the rose leaves fall, and the sad refrain comes stealing through the room again with its bitter reproach. One summer's night in Munich, I knew your heart was false. Kitty danced for a little time, but was too much agitated to enjoy the valse, in spite of the admirable partner Monsieur Vandeloup made. She was determined to find out the truth, so stopped abruptly, and insisted on Vandeloup taking her to the conservatory. "What for?" he asked, as they threaded their way through the crowded room. "Is it important?" "Very," she replied, looking straight at him. "It is essential to our comedy." Monsieur Vandeloup shrugged his shoulders. "My faith," he murmured, as they entered the fernery, "this comedy is becoming monotonous." End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 10. In the Fernery. The fernery was a huge glass building on one side of the ballroom, filled with Australian and New Zealand ferns, and having a large fountain in the centre, sending up a sparkling jet of water, which fell into the shallow stone basin filled with water lilies and their pure white flowers. At the end was a mimic representation of a mountain torrent, with real water tumbling down real rocks, and here and there in the crannies and crevices grew delicate little ferns, while overhead towered the great fronds of the tree ferns. The roof was a dense mass of greenery, and wire baskets filled with sinuous creepers hanging down, with their contents straggling over. Electric lights in green globes were skilfully hidden all round, and a faint aquamarine twilight permeated the whole place, and made it look like a mermaid's grotto in the depths of the sea. Here and there were delightful nooks, with well-cushioned seats, many of which were occupied by pretty girls and their attendant cavaliers. On one side of the fernery a wide door opened onto a low terrace, from which steps went down to the lawn, and beyond was the dark fringe of trees, wherein Pierre was concealed. Kitty and Vandeloup found a very comfortable nook just opposite the door, and they could see the white gleam of the terrace in the luminous starlight. Every now and then a couple would pass, black silhouettes against the clear sky, and around they could hear the murmur of voices and the musical tinkling of the fountain, while the melancholy music of the valse, with its haunting refrain, sounded through the pale green twilight. Barty Jarper was talking near them, in his mild little way, to a tall young lady in a bilious-looking green dress, and further off Mr. Belthorpe was laughing with Mrs. Riller behind the friendly shelter of her fan. "Well," said Vandeloup amiably, as he sank into a seat beside Kitty, "what is this great matter you wish to speak about?" "Madame Midas," retorted Kitty, looking straight at him. "Such a delightful subject," murmured Gaston, closing his eyes, as he guessed what was coming. "Go on, I'm all attention." "You are going to marry her," said Miss Marchurst, bending towards him and closing her fan with a snap. Vandeloup smiled faintly. "You don't say so," he murmured, opening his eyes and looking at her lazily. "Who told you this news? For news it is to me, I assure you." "Then it's not true?" asked Kitty eagerly, with a kind of gasp. "I'm sure I don't know," he replied, indolently fingering his moustache. "I haven't asked her yet." "You are not going to do so," she said rapidly, with a flush on her face. "Why not?" in surprise. "Do you object?" "Object? My God!" she ejaculated, in a low, fierce tone. "Have you forgotten what we are to one another?" "Friends, I understand," he said, looking at his hands admiringly. "And something more," she added bitterly, "lovers?" "Don't talk so loud, my dear," replied Vandeloup coolly. "It doesn't do to let everyone know your private business." "It's private now," she said, in a voice of passion, "but it will soon be public enough." "Indeed. Which paper do you advertise in?" "Listen to me, Gaston," she said, taking no notice of his sneer. "You will never marry Madame Midas. Sooner than that, I will reveal all and kill myself." "You forget," he said gently. "It is comedy, not tragedy, we play." "That is as I choose," she retorted. "See?" And with a sudden gesture she put her hand into the bosom of her dress and took out the bottle of poison with the red bands. "I have it still." "So I perceive," he answered, smiling. "Do you always carry it about with you, like a modern Lucretia Borgia?" "Yes," she answered quietly. "It never leaves me, you see," with a sneer. "As you said yourself, it's always well to be prepared for emergencies." "So it appears," observed Vandeloup, with a yawn, sitting up. "I wouldn't use that poison if I were you. It is risky." "Oh, no, it's not," answered Kitty. "It is fatal in its results, and leaves no trace behind." "There you are wrong," replied Gaston coolly. "It does leave traces behind, but makes it appear as if apoplexy was the cause of death. Give me the bottle, peremptorily." "No," she answered defiantly, clenching it in her hand. "I say yes," he said, in an angry whisper. "That poison is my secret, and I'm not going to have you play fast and loose with it. Give it up," and he placed his hand on her wrist. "You hurt my wrist," she said. "I'll break your wrist, my darling," he said quietly, "if you don't give me that bottle." Kitty wrenched her hand away and rose to her feet. "Sooner than that I'll throw it away," she said, and before he could stop her she flung the bottle out onto the lawn, where it fell down near the trees. "Bah, I will find it," he said, springing to his feet, but Kitty was too quick for him. "Monsieur Vandeloup," she said aloud, so that everyone could hear, "kindly take me back to the ballroom, will you, to finish our valse?" Vandeloup would have refused, but she had his arm, and as everyone was looking at him, he could not refuse without being guilty of marked discourtesy. Kitty had beaten him with his own weapons, so, with a half-admiring glance at her, he took her back to the ballroom, where the waltz was just ending. "At all events," he said in her ear, as they went smoothly gliding round the room, "you won't be able to do any mischief with it now to yourself or to anyone else." "Won't I?" she retorted quickly. "I have some more at home." "The deuce!" he ejaculated. "Yes," she replied triumphantly. "The bottle I got that belonged to you, I put half its contents into another, so you see I can still do mischief," and in a fierce whisper, "I will, if you don't give up this idea of marrying Madame Midas." "I thought you knew me better than that," he said, in a tone of concentrated passion. "I will not." "Then I'll poison her," she retorted. "What, the woman who has been so kind to you?" "Yes, I'd rather see her dead than married to a devil like you." "How amiable you are, Bebe," he said with a laugh, as the music stopped. "I am what you have made me," she replied bitterly, and they walked into the drawing-room. After this Vandeloup clearly saw that it was a case of diamond-cut diamond, for Kitty was becoming as clever with her tongue as he was. After all, though she was his pupil, and was getting as hardened and cynical as possible, he did not think it fair she should use his own weapons against himself. He did not believe she would try and poison Madame Midas, even though she was certain of not being detected, for he thought she was too tender-hearted. But, alas, he had taught her excellently well, and Kitty was rapidly arriving at the conclusion he had long since come to, that number one was the greatest number. Besides, her love for Vandeloup, though not so ardent as it had been, was too intense for her to let any other woman get a hold of him. Altogether, Monsieur Vandeloup was in an extremely unpleasant position, and one of his own making. Having given Kitty over to the tender care of Mrs. Ralston, Vandeloup hurried outside to look for the missing bottle. He had guessed the position it fell in, and striking a match, went to look over the smooth, close-shorn turf. But though he was a long time and looked carefully, the bottle was gone. "The devil!" said Vandeloup, startled by this discovery. Who could have picked it up? He went back into the conservatory, and, sitting down in his old place, commenced to review the position. It was most annoying about the poison, there was no doubt of that. He only hoped that whoever picked it up would know nothing about its dangerous qualities. After all, he could be certain about that, as no one but himself knew what the poison was and how it could be used. The person who picked up the bottle would probably throw it away as useless, and then again, perhaps when Kitty threw the bottle away, the stopper came out, and the contents would be lost. And then Kitty still had more left, but, bah! She would not use it on Madame Midas. That was the vague threat of a jealous woman to frighten him. The real danger he was in lay in the fact that she might tell Madame Midas the relations between them, and then there would be no chance of his marrying at all. If he could only stop Kitty's mouth in some way, persuasion was thrown away on her. If he could with safety get rid of her, he would. Ah, that was an idea. He had some of this poison. If he could only manage to give it to her, and thus remove her from his path, there would be no risk of discovery, as the poison left no traces behind, and if it came to the worst, it would appear she had committed suicide, for poison similar to what she had used would be found in her possession. It was a pity to kill her, so young and pretty, and yet his safety demanded it, for if she told Madame Midas all, it might lead to further inquiries, and Monsieur Vandeloup well knew his past life would not bear looking into. Another thing, she had threatened him about some secret she held. He did not know what it was, and yet almost guessed. If that was the secret she must be got rid of, for it would imperil not only his liberty, but his life. Well, if he had to get rid of her, the sooner he did so the better, for even on the next day she might tell all. He would have to give her the poison that night, but how? That was the difficulty. He could not do it at this ball, as it would be too apparent if she died. No, it would have to be administered secretly when she went home. But then she would go to Madame Midas's room to see how she was, and then would retire to her own room. He knew where that was, just off Mrs. Villiers' room. There were French windows in both rooms, 2 in Mrs. Villiers and 1 in Kitty's. That was the plan. They would be left open as the night was hot. Suppose he went down to St. Kilda and got into the garden. He knew every inch of the way. Then he would slip into the open window, and if it was not open, he could use a diamond ring to cut the glass. He had a diamond ring he never wore, so if Kitty was discovered to be poisoned and the glass cut, they would never suspect him, as he did not wear rings at all, and the evidence of the cut window would show a diamond must have been used. Well, suppose he got inside, Kitty would be asleep, and he could put the poison into the water carafe, or he could put it in a glass of water and leave it standing. The risk would be, would she drink it or not? He would have to run that risk. If he failed this time, he would not the next. But then, suppose she awoke and screamed. Pshaw! When she saw it, it was he. Kitty would not dare to make a scene, and he could easily make some excuse for his presence there. It was a wild scheme, but then he was in such a dangerous position that he had to try everything. When Monsieur Vandeloup had come to this conclusion, he arose, and going to the supper-room, drank a glass of brandy, for even he, cool as he was, felt a little nervous over the crime he was about to commit. He thought he would give Kitty one last chance. So when she was already cloaked, waiting with Mrs. Riller for the carriage, he drew her aside. "You did not mean what you said tonight," he whispered, looking searchingly at her. "Yes, I did," she replied defiantly. "If you push me to extremities, you must take the consequences." "It will be the worse for you," he said threateningly, as the carriage drove up. "I'm not afraid of you," she retorted, shrugging her shoulders, a trick she had learned from him. "You have ruined my life, but I'm not going to let you ruin Madam's. I'd sooner see her dead than in your arms." "Remember, I have warned you," he said gravely, handing her to the carriage. "Good night." "Good night," she answered mockingly, "and tomorrow," in a low voice, "you will be astonished." "And tomorrow," he said to himself, as the carriage drove off, "you will be dead." End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 11. The Vision of Miss Kitty Marchurst. Everyone knows the story of Damocles, and how uncomfortable he felt with the sword suspended by a hair over his head. No one could enjoy their dinner under such circumstances, and it is much to be thankful for that hosts of the present day do not indulge in these practical jokes. But though history does not repeat itself exactly regarding the suspended sword, yet there are cases when a sense of impending misfortune has the same effect on the spirits. This was the case of Madame Midas. She was not by any means of a nervous temperature, yet ever since the disappearance of her husband she was a prey to a secret dread, which, reacting on her nerves, rendered her miserable. Had Mr. Villiers only appeared, she would have known how to deal with him, and done so promptly, but it was his absence that made her afraid. Was he dead? If so, why was his body not found? If he was not dead, why did he not reappear on the scene? Allowing, for the sake of argument, that he had stolen the nugget and left the colony in order to enjoy the fruits of his villainy, well, the nugget weighed about 300 ounces, and that if he disposed of it, as he must have done, it would give him a sum of money a little over £1,000. True, his possession of such a large mass of gold would awake suspicions in the mind of anyone he went to, but then there were people who were always ready to do shady things, provided they were well paid. So whomsoever he went to would levy blackmail on him on threat of informing the police and having him arrested. Therefore, the most feasible thing would be that he had got about half of the value of the nugget, which would be about £600. Say that he did so. A whole year had elapsed, and Madame Midas knew her husband well enough to know that £600 would soon slip through his fingers. So at the present time he must once more be penniless. If he was, why did he not come back to her and demand more money now she was rich? Even had he gone to a distant place, he would always have kept enough money to pay his way back to Victoria, so that he would wring money out of her. It was this unpleasant feeling of being watched that haunted her and made her uneasy. The constant strain began to tell on her. She became ill and haggard-looking, and her eyes were always glancing around in the anxious manner common to hunted animals. She felt as though she were advancing on a masked battery, and at any moment a shot might strike her from the most unexpected quarter. She tried to laugh off the feeling and blamed herself severely for the morbid state of mind into which she was falling, but it was no use. for by day and night the sense of impending misfortune hung over her like the sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. If her husband would only appear, she would settle an income on him, on condition he ceased to trouble her, but at present she was fighting in the dark with an unknown enemy. She became afraid of being left alone, and even when seated quietly with Selina, would suddenly start and look apprehensively towards the door, as if she heard his footstep. Imagination, when uncontrolled, can keep the mind on a mental rack, to which that of the Inquisition was a bed of roses. Selina was grieved at this state of things, and tried to argue and comfort her mistress with the most amiable proverbs, but she was quite unable to administer to a mind diseased, and Mrs. Villiers' life became a perfect hell upon earth. "Are my troubles never going to end?" she said to Selina on the night of the medal chip ball, as she paced restlessly up and down her room. "This man has embittered the whole of my life, and now he is stabbing me in the dark." "Let the dead past bury its dead," quoted Selina, who was arranging the room for the night. "Pshaw!" retorted Madame impatiently, walking to the French window at the end of the room and opening it. "How do you know he is dead? Come here, Selina," she went on, beckoning to the old woman, and pointing outside to the garden bathed in moonlight. "I have always a dread lest he may be watching the house. Even now he may be concealed yonder," pointing down the garden. Selina looked out, but could see nothing. There was a smooth lawn, burnt and yellow with the heat, which stretched for about 50 feet, and ended in a low quickset hedge at the foot of a red brick wall which ran down that side of the property. The top of this wall was set with broken bottles, and beyond was the street, where they could hear people passing along. The moonlight rendered all this as light as day, and, as Selina pointed out to her mistress, there was no place where a man could conceal himself. But this did not satisfy Madame. She left the window half open, so that the cool night wind could blow in, and drew together the red velvet curtains which hung there. "You've left the window open," remarked Selina, looking at her mistress, "and if you are nervous it will not make you feel safe." Madame Midas glanced at the window. "It's so hot," she said plaintively, "I will get no sleep. Can't you manage to fix it up, so that I can leave it open?" "I'll try," answered Selina, and she undressed her mistress and put her to bed, then proceeded to fix up a kind of burglar trap. The bed was a four-poster, with heavy crimson curtains, and the top was pushed against the wall near the window. The curtains of the window and those of the bed prevented any draught blowing in, and directly in front of the window Selina set a small wood table, so that anyone who tried to enter would throw it over, and thus put the sleeper on the alert. On this she put a night light, a book, in case Madame should wake up and want to read, a thing she very often did, and a glass of homemade lemonade for a night drink. Then she locked the other window and drew the curtains, and after going into Kitty's room, which opened off the larger one, and fixing up the one window there in the same way, she prepared to retire, but Madame stopped her. "You must stay all night with me, Selina," she said irritably. "I can't be left alone." "But Miss Kitty," objected Selina, "she'll expect to be waited for coming home from the ball." "Well, she comes in here to go to her own room," said Madame impatiently. "You can leave the door unlocked." "Well," observed Miss Sprotts grimly, beginning to undress herself, "for a nervous woman you'd leave a great many windows and doors open." "I'm not afraid as long as you are with me," said Madame, yawning. It's by myself I get nervous." Miss Sprott sniffed, and observed that prevention is better than cure, then went to bed, and both she and Madam were soon fast asleep. Selina slept on the outside of the bed, and Madam, having a sense of security from being with someone, slumbered calmly, so that the night wore drowsily on, and nothing could be heard but the steady ticking of the clock and the heavy breathing of the two women. A sleepy servant admitted Kitty when she came home from the ball, and had said good-bye to Mrs. Riller and Bellthorpe. Then Mrs. Riller, whose husband had gone home 3 hours before, drove away with Bellthorpe, and Kitty went into Madam's room, while the sleepy servant, thankful that his vigil for the night was over, went to bed. Kitty found Madam's door ajar, and went in softly, fearful lest she might wake her. She did not know that Selina was in the room, and as she heard the steady breathing of the sleepers, she concluded that Madam was asleep, and resolved to go quietly into her own room, without disturbing the sleeper. So eerie the room looked, with the faint night light burning on the table beside the bed, and all the shadows, not marked and distinct as in a strong glare, were faintly confused. Just near the door was a long cheval glass, and Kitty caught sight of herself in it, wan and spectral looking, in her white dress, and as she let the heavy blue cloak fall from her shoulders, a perfect shower of apple blossoms were shaken on the floor. Her hair had come undone from its sleek, smooth plaits, and now hung like a veil of gold on her shoulders. She looked closely at herself in the glass, and her face looked worn and haggard in the dim light. A pungent acrid odour permeated the room, and the heavy velvet curtains moved with subdued rustlings as the wind stole in through the window. On a table near her was a portrait of Vandeloup, which he had given Madam 2 days before, and though she could not see the face, she knew it was his. Stretching out her hand, she took the photograph from its stand, and sank into a low chair which stood at the end of the room some distance from the bed. So noiseless was her movements that the two sleepers never awoke, and the girl sat in the chair with the portrait in her hand, dreaming of the man whom it represented. She knew his handsome face was smiling up at her out of the glimmering gloom, and clenched her hands in anger as she thought how he had treated her. She let the portrait fall on her lap, and leaning back in the chair, with all her golden hair showering down loosely over her shoulders, gave herself up to reflection. He was going to marry Madam Midas, the man who had ruined her life. He would hold another woman in his arms, and tell her all the false tales he had told her. He would look into her eyes with his own, and she would be unable to see the treachery and guilt hidden in their depths. She could not stand it. False friend, false lover, he had been, but to see him married to another, no, it was too much. And yet what could she do? A woman in love believes no ill of the man she adores, and if she was to tell Madam Midas all, she would not be believed. Ah, it was useless to fight against fate. It was too strong for her, so she would have to suffer in silence, and see them happy. That story of Hans Andersen's, which she had read, about the little mermaid who danced, and felt that swords were wounding her feet, while the prince smiled on his bride, yes, that was her case. She would have to stand by in silence, and see him caressing another woman, while every caress would stab her like a sword. Was there no way of stopping it? Ay, what is that? The poison. No, anything but that. Madam had been kind to her, and she could not repay her trust with treachery. No, she was not weak enough for that. And yet suppose Madame died. No one could tell she had been poisoned, and then she could marry Vandeloup. Madame was sleeping in yonder bed, and on the table there was a glass with some liquid in it. She would only have to go to her room, fetch the poison, and put it in there, then retire to bed. Madame would surely drink during the night, and then, yes, there was only one way, the poison. How still the house was, not a sound but the ticking of the clock in the hall, and the rushing scamper of a rat or mouse. The dawn reddens faintly in the east, and the chill morning breeze comes up from the south, salt with the odours of the ocean. Ah, what is that? A scream, a woman's voice, then another, and the bell rings furiously. The frightened servants collect from all parts of the house, in all shapes of dress and undress. The bell sounds from the bedroom of Mrs. Villiers, and having ascertained this they all rush in. What a sight meets their eyes! Kitty Marchurst, still in her ball dress, clinging convulsively to the chair, Madame Midas, pale but calm, ringing the bell, and on the bed, with one arm hanging over, lies Selina Sprotts, dead. The table near the bed was overturned on the floor, and the glass and the night lamp both lie smashed to pieces on the carpet. "Send for a doctor at once," cried Madame, letting go the bell rope and crossing to the window. "Selina has had a fit of some sort." Startled servant goes out to stables and wake up the grooms, one of whom is soon on horseback riding for dear life to Dr Chinston. Clatter, clatter along in the keen morning air. A few workmen on their way to work gaze in surprise at this furious rider. Luckily the doctor lives in St Kilda, and being awoke out of his sleep, dresses himself quickly, and taking the groom's horse, rides back to Mrs Villiers' house. He dismounts, enters the house, then the bedroom. Kitty, pale and wan, is seated in the chair. The window curtains are drawn, and the cold light of day pours into the room, while Madame Midas is kneeling beside the corpse, with all the servants around her. Dr Chinston lifts the arm. It falls limply down. The face is ghastly white, the eyes staring. There is a streak of foam on the tightly clenched mouth. The doctor puts his hand on the heart. Not a throb. He closes the staring eyes reverently, and turns to the kneeling woman and the frightened servants. "She is dead," he says briefly, and orders them to leave the room. "When did this occur, Mrs Villiers?" he asked, when the room had been cleared, and only himself, Madame, and Kitty remained. "I can't tell you," replied Madame, weeping. "She was all right last night when we went to bed, and she stayed all night with me because I was nervous. I slept soundly, when I was awakened by a cry, and saw Kitty standing beside the bed, and Selina in convulsions. Then she became quite still, and lay like that till you came. What is the cause?" "Apoplexy," replied the doctor doubtfully, "at least, judging from the symptoms. But perhaps Miss Marchurst can tell us when the attack came on." He turned to Kitty, who was shivering in the chair, and looked so pale that Madame Midas went over to her to see what was the matter. The girl, however, shrunk away with a cry as the elder woman approached, and rising to her feet moved unsteadily towards the doctor. "You say she," pointing to the body, "died of apoplexy?" "Yes," he answered curtly. "All the symptoms of apoplexy are there." "You are wrong," gasped Kitty, laying her hand on his arm. "It is poison." "Poison?" echoed Madame and the doctor in surprise. "Listen," said Kitty quickly, pulling herself together by a great effort. "I came home from the ball between 2 and 3. I entered the room to go to my own, pointing to the other door. I did not know Selina was with Madam." "No," said Madam quietly, "that is true. I only asked her to stop at the last moment." "I was going quietly to bed," resumed Kitty hurriedly, "in order not to waken Madam, when I saw the portrait of Monsieur Vandeloup on the table. I took it up to look at it." "How could you see without a light?" asked Dr Chinston sharply, looking at her. "There was a night light burning," replied Kitty, pointing to the fragments on the floor, "and I could only guess it was Monsieur Vandeloup's portrait. But at all events," she said quickly, "I sat down in the chair over there and fell asleep." "You see, Doctor, she had been to a ball and was tired," interposed Madame Midas. "But go on, Kitty. I want to know why you say Selina was poisoned." "I don't know how long I was asleep," said Kitty, wetting her dry lips with her tongue, "but I was awoke by a noise at the window there," pointing towards the window. Upon which both her listeners turned towards it, and looking, I saw a hand coming out from behind the curtain with a bottle in it. It held the bottle over the glass on the table, and after pouring the contents in, then withdrew. "And why did you not cry out for assistance?" asked the doctor quickly. "I couldn't," she replied. "I was so afraid that I fainted. I recovered my senses. Selina had drunk the poison, and when I got up on my feet and went to the bed, she was in convulsions. I woke Madam, and that's all." "A strange story," said Chinston musingly. "Where is the glass?" "It's broken, Doctor," replied Madame Midas. "In getting out of bed I knocked the table down, and both the night lamp and glass smashed." "No one could have been concealed behind the curtain of the window?" said the doctor to Madame Midas. "No," she replied, "but the window was open all night. So if it is, as Kitty says, the man who gave the poison must have put his hand through the open window." Dr Chinston went to the window and looked out. There were no marks of feet on the flower bed, where it was so soft that anyone standing on it would have left a footmark behind. "Strange," said the doctor. "It's a peculiar story," looking at Kitty keenly. "But a true one," she replied boldly, the colour coming back to her face. "I say she was poisoned." "By whom?" asked Madame Midas, the memory of her husband coming back to her. "I can't tell you," answered Kitty. "I only saw the hand." "At all events," said Chinston slowly, "the poisoner did not know that your nurse was with you, so the poison was meant for Mrs Villiers." "For me?" she echoed, ghastly pale. "I knew it. My husband is alive, and this is his work." End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 12. A startling discovery. Ill news travels fast, and before noon the death of Selina Sprotts was known all over Melbourne. The ubiquitous reporter, of course, appeared on the scene, and the evening papers gave its own version of the affair, and a hint at foul play. There was no grounds for this statement, as Dr Chinston told Kitty and Madame Midas to say nothing about the poison, and it was generally understood that the deceased had died from apoplexy. A rumour, however, which originated none knew how, crept about among everyone that poison was the cause of death, and this being added to by some, and embellished in all its little details by others, there was soon a complete story made up about the affair. At the Bachelors' Club it was being warmly spoken about when Vandeloup came in about 8 o'clock in the evening, and when he appeared he was immediately overwhelmed with inquiries. He looked cool and calm as usual, and stood smiling quietly on the excited group before him. "You know Mrs. Villiers," said Belthorpe, in an assertive tone, "so you must know all about the affair." "I don't see that," returned Gaston, pulling at his moustache. "Knowing anyone does not include a knowledge of all that goes on in the house. I assure you, beyond what there is in the papers, I am as ignorant as you are." "They say this woman, Sprotts or Potts, or something, died from poison," said Barty Jarper, who had been round the place collecting information. "Apoplexy, the doctor says," said Belthorpe, lighting a cigarette. "She was in the same room with Mrs. Villiers, and was found dead in the morning." "Miss Marchurst was also in the room," put in Barty eagerly. "Oh, indeed," said Vandeloup smoothly, turning to him. "Do you think she had anything to do with it?" "Of course not," said Ralston, who had just entered. "She had no reason to kill the woman." Vandeloup smiled. "So logical you are," he murmured. "You want a reason for everything." "Naturally," retorted Felix, fixing in his eyeglass. "There is no effect without a cause." "It couldn't have been Miss Marchurst," said Belthorpe. "They say that the poison was poured out of a bottle held by a hand which came through the window. It's quite true," defiantly looking at disbelieving faces round him. "One of Mrs. Villiers' servants heard it in the house, and told Mrs. Rilla's maid." "From whence?" said Vandeloup politely. "It was transmitted to you, precisely." Belthorpe reddened slightly, and turned away as he saw the other smiling, for his relations with Mrs. Rilla were well known. "That hand business is all bosh," observed Felix Ralston, authoritatively. "It's in a play called The Hidden Hand." "Perhaps the person who poisoned Miss Sprotts got the idea from it," suggested Jarper. "Pshaw, my dear fellow," said Vandeloup languidly. "People don't go to melodrama for ideas. Everyone has got their own version of this story. The best thing to do is to await the result of the inquest." "Is there to be an inquest?" cried all. "So I've heard," replied the Frenchman coolly. "Sounds as if there was something wrong, doesn't it?" "It's a curious poisoning case," observed Belthorpe. "Aye, but it isn't proved that there is any poisoning about it," said Vandeloup, looking keenly at him. "You jump to conclusions." "There is no smoke without fire," replied Ralston sagely. "I expect we'll all be rather astonished when the inquest is held," and so the discussion closed. The inquest was appointed to take place next day, and Kelton had been asked by Madame Midas to be present on her behalf. Kilsip, a detective officer, was also present, and, curled up like a cat in the corner, was listening to every word of the evidence. The first witness called was Madame Midas, who deposed that the deceased, Selina Jane Sprotts, was her servant. She had gone to bed in excellent health, and next morning she had found her dead. The coroner asked a few questions relative to the case. Question. Miss Marchurst awoke you, I believe? Answer. Yes. Question. And her room is off yours? Answer. Yes. Question. Had she to go through your room to reach her own? Answer. She had. There was no other way of getting there. Question. One of the windows of your room was open? Answer. It was, all night. Miss Kitty Marchurst was then called, and being sworn, gave her story of the hand coming through the window. This caused a great sensation in court, and Kelton looked puzzled, while Kilsip, scenting a mystery, rubbed his lean hands together softly. Question. You live with Mrs. Villiers, I believe, Miss Marchurst? Answer. I do. Question. And you knew the deceased intimately? Answer. I had known her all my life. Question. Had she anyone who would wish to injure her? Answer. Not that I know of. She was a favourite with everyone. Question. What time did you come home from the ball you were at? Answer. About 2:30, I think. I went straight to Mrs. Villiers' room. Question. With the intention of going through it to reach your own? Answer. Yes. Question. You say you fell asleep looking at a portrait. How long did you sleep? Answer. I don't know. I was awakened by a noise at the window and saw the hand appear. Question. Was it a man's hand or a woman's? Answer. I don't know. It was too indistinct for me to see clearly, and I was so afraid I fainted. Question. You saw it pour something from the bottle into the glass on the table? Answer. Yes, but I did not see it withdraw. I fainted right off. Question. When you recovered your senses, the deceased had drunk the contents of the glass? Answer. Yes, she must have felt thirsty and drunk it, not knowing it was poisoned. Question. How do you know it was poisoned? Answer. I only suppose so. I don't think anyone would come to a window and pour anything into a glass without some evil purpose. The coroner then asked why the glass, with what remained of the contents, had not been put in evidence, but was informed that the glass was broken. When Kitty had ended her evidence and was stepping down, she caught the eye of Vanderloop, who was looking at her keenly. She met his gaze defiantly, and he smiled meaningly at her. At this moment, however, Kilsip bent forward and whispered something to the coroner, whereupon Kitty was recalled. Question. You were an actress, Miss Marchurst? Answer. Yes, I was on tour with Mr. Theodore Wattles for some time. Question. Do you know a drama called The Hidden Hand? Answer. Yes, I have played in it once or twice. Question. Is there not a strong resemblance between your story of this crime and the drama? Answer. Yes, it is very much the same. Kilsip then gave his evidence, and deposed that he had examined the ground between the window, where the hand was alleged to have appeared, and the garden wall. There were no footmarks on the flower bed under the window, which was the only place where footmarks would show, as the lawn itself was hard and dry. He also examined the wall, but could find no evidence that anyone had climbed over it, as it was defended by broken bottles, and the bushes at its foot were not crushed or disturbed in any way. Dr. Chinston was then called, and deposed that he had made a post-mortem examination of the body of the deceased. The body was that of a woman of apparently 50 or 55 years of age, and of medium height. The body was well nourished. There were no ulcers or other signs of disease, and no marks of violence on the body. The brain was congested and soft, and there was an abnormal amount of fluid in the spaces known as the ventricles of the brain. The lungs were gorged with dark fluid blood. The heart appeared healthy. Its left side was contracted and empty, but the right was dilated and filled with dark fluid blood. The stomach was somewhat congested, and contained a little partially digested food. The intestines here and there were congested, and throughout the body the blood was dark and fluid. Question. What then, in your opinion, was the cause of death? Answer. In my opinion, death resulted from serious effusion on the brain, commonly known as serious apoplexy. Question. Then you found no appearances in the stomach, or elsewhere, which would lead you to believe poison had been taken? Answer: no, none. Question: from the post-mortem examination, could you say the death of the deceased was not due to some narcotic poison? Answer: no, the post-mortem appearances of the body are quite consistent with those of poisoning by certain poisons, but there is no reason to suppose that any poison had been administered in this case, as I, of course, go by what I see, and the presence of poisons, especially vegetable poisons, can only be detected by chemical analysis. Question: did you analyse the contents of the stomach chemically? Answer: no, it was not my duty to do so. I handed over the stomach to the police, seeing that there is suspicion of poison, and thence it will go to the government analyst. Question: it is stated that the deceased had convulsions before she died. Is this not a symptom of narcotic poisoning? Answer: in some cases, yes, but not commonly. Aconite, for instance, always produces convulsions in animals, seldom in man. Question: how do you account for the congested condition of the lungs? Answer: I believe the serious effusion caused death by suspended respiration. Question: was there any odour perceptible? Answer: no, none whatsoever. The inquest was then adjourned till next day, and there was great excitement over the affair. If Kitty Marchurst's statement was true, the deceased must have died from the administration of poison, but, on the other hand, Dr Chinston asserted positively that there was no trace of poison, and that the deceased had clearly died from apoplexy. Public opinion was very much divided, some asserting that Kitty's story was true, while others said she had got the idea from the hidden hand, and only told it in order to make herself notorious. There were plenty of letters written to the papers on the subject, each offering a new solution of the difficulty, but the fact remained the same, that Kitty said the deceased had been poisoned, the doctor that she had died of apoplexy. Carlton was considerably puzzled over the matter. Of course, there was no doubt that the man who committed the murder had intended to poison Madame Midas, but the fact that Selina stayed all night with her had resulted in the wrong person being killed. Madame Midas told Carlton the whole story of her life, and asserted positively that if the poison was meant for her, Villiers must have administered it. This was all very well, but the question then arose, was Villiers alive? The police were once more set to work, and once more their search resulted in nothing. Altogether the whole affair was wrapped in mystery, and it could not even be told if a murder had been committed, or if the deceased had died from natural causes. The only chance of finding out the truth would be to have the stomach analysed, and the cause of death ascertained. Once that was done, and the matter could be gone on with, or dropped, according to the report of the analyst. If he said it was apoplexy, Kitty's story would necessarily have to be discredited as an invention, but if, on the other hand, the traces of poison were found, search would have to be made for the murderer. Matters were at a deadlock, and everyone waited impatiently for the report of the analyst. Suddenly, however, a new interest was given to the case by the assertion that a Ballarat doctor called Golopek, who was a noted toxicologist, had come down to Melbourne to assist at the analysis of the stomach, and knew something which would throw light on the mysterious death. Vanderloop saw the paragraph which gave this information, and it disturbed him very much. "Curse that book of Prevol's," he said to himself, as he threw down the paper. It will put them right on the track. And then, well, observed Monsieur Vandeloup, sententiously, they say danger sharpens a man's wits. It's lucky for me if it does. End of Part 2, Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 13. Diamond Cut Diamond. Monsieur Vandeloup's rooms in Clarendon Street, East Melbourne, were very luxuriously and artistically furnished, in perfect accordance with the taste of their owner. But as the saturated depot is depicted by the moralists as miserable amid all his splendour, so Monsieur Gaston Vandeloup, though not exactly miserable, was very ill at ease. The inquest had been adjourned until the government analyst, assisted by Dr Gollipeck, had examined the stomach, and according to a paragraph in the evening paper, some strange statements implicating various people would be made next day. It was this that made Vandeloup so uneasy, for he knew that Dr Gollipeck would trace a resemblance between the death of Selina Sprotts in Melbourne and Adele Blondet in Paris, and then the question would arise how the poison used in the one case came to be used in the other. If that question arose, it would be all over with him, for he would not dare to face any examination, and as discretion is the better part of valour, Monsieur Vandeloup decided to leave the country. With his usual foresight he had guessed that Dr Gollipeck would be mixed up in the affair, so had drawn his money out of all securities in which it was invested, sent most of it to America to a New York bank, reserving only a certain sum for travelling purposes. He was going to leave Melbourne next morning by the express train for Sydney, and there would catch the steamer to San Francisco via New Zealand and Honolulu. Once in America, he would be quite safe, and as he now had plenty of money, he could enjoy himself there. He had given up the idea of marrying Madame Midas, as he dare not run the risk of remaining in Australia, but then there were plenty of heiresses in the States he could marry if he chose, so to give her up was a small matter. Another thing, he would be rid of Pierre Lemaire, for once let him put the ocean between him and the dumb man, he would take care they never meet again. Altogether, Monsieur Vandeloup had taken all precautions to secure his own safety with his usual promptitude and coolness, but notwithstanding that another 12 hours would see him on his way to Sydney en route for the States, he felt slightly uneasy, for, as he often said, there are always possibilities. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and Gaston was busy in his rooms packing up to go away next morning. He had disposed of his apartments to Belthorpe, as that young gentleman had lately come in for some money, and was dissatisfied with the paternal roof, where he was kept too strictly tied up. Vandeloup, seated in his shirt sleeves in the midst of a chaos of articles of clothing, portmanteau and boxes, was, with the experience of an accomplished traveller, rapidly putting these all away in the most expeditious and neatest manner. He wanted to get finished before 10 o'clock, so that he could go down to his club and show himself, in order to obviate any suspicion as to his going away. He did not intend to send out any PPC cards, as he was a modest young man and wanted to slip unostentatiously out of the country. Besides, there was nothing like precaution, as the least intimation of his approaching departure would certainly put Dr Gollipeck on the alert and cause trouble. The gas was lighted. There was a bright glare through all the room, and everything was in confusion, with Monsieur Vandeloup seated in the centre, like Marius amid the ruins of Carthage. While thus engaged there came a ring at the outer door, and shortly afterwards Gaston's landlady entered his room with a card. "A gentleman wants to see you, sir," she said, holding out the card. "I'm not at home," replied Vandeloup coolly, removing the cigarette he was smoking from his mouth. "I can't see anyone tonight." "He says you'd like to see him, sir," answered the woman, standing at the door. "The deuce he does," muttered Vandeloup uneasily. "I wonder what this pertinacious gentleman's name is." And he glanced at the card whereon was written Dr Gollipeck. Vandeloup felt a chill running through him as he rose to his feet. The battle was about to begin, and he knew he would need all his wit and skill to get himself out safely. Dr Gollipeck had thrown down the gauntlet, and he would have to pick it up. Well, it was best to know the worst at once, so he told the landlady he would see Gollipeck downstairs. He did not want him to come up there, as he would see all the evidences of his intention to leave the country. "I'll see him downstairs," he said sharply to the landlady. "Ask the gentleman to wait." The landlady, however, was pushed roughly to one side, and Dr Gollipeck, rusty and dingy looking as ever, entered the room. "No need, my dear friend," he said in his grating voice, blinking at the young man through his spectacles. "We can talk here." Vandeloup signed to the landlady to leave the room, which she did, closing the door after her, and then, pulling himself together with a great effort, he advanced smilingly on the doctor. "Ah, my dear monsieur," he said, in his musical voice, holding out both hands, "how pleased I am to see you." Dr Gollipeck gurgled pleasantly in his throat at this and laughed. That is, something apparently went wrong in his inside, and a rasping noise came out of his mouth. "You clever young man," he said affectionately to Gaston, as he unwound a long crimson woollen scarf from his throat, and thereby caused a button to fly off his waistcoat with the exertion. Dr Gollipeck, however, being used to these little eccentricities of his toilet, pinned the waistcoat together, and then, sitting down, spread his red bandana handkerchief over his knees, and stared steadily at Vandeloup, who had put on a loose velvet smoking coat, and, with a cigarette in his mouth, was leaning against the mantelpiece. It was raining outside, and the pleasant patter of the raindrops was quite audible in the stillness of the room, while every now and then a gust of wind would make the windows rattle, and shake the heavy green curtains. The two men eyed one another keenly, for they both knew they had an unpleasant quarter of an hour before them, and were like two clever fencers, both watching their opportunity to begin the combat. Gollipeck, with his greasy coat all rucked up behind his neck, and his frayed shirt cuffs coming down on his ungainly hands, sat sternly silent. So Vandeloup, after contemplating him for a few moments, had to begin the battle. "My room is untidy, is it not?" he said, nodding his head carelessly at the chaos of furniture. "I'm going away for a few days." "A few days, ha ha!" observed Gollipeck, something again going wrong with his inside. "Your destination is—" "Sydney," replied Gaston promptly. "And then?" queried the doctor. Gaston shrugged his shoulders. "Depends upon circumstances," he answered lazily. "That's a mistake," retorted Gollipeck, leaning forward. "It depends upon me." Vandeloup smiled. In that case, circumstances, as represented by you, will permit me to choose my own destinations." "Depends entirely upon your being guided by circumstances, as represented by me," retorted the doctor grimly. "Pshaw!" said the Frenchman coolly. "Let us have done with allegory, and come to common sense. What do you want?" "I want octave braulard," said Gollipeck, rising to his feet. Vandeloup quite expected this, and was too clever to waste time in denying his identity. "He stands before you," he answered curtly. "What then?" "You acknowledge, then, that you are octave braulard, transported to New Caledonia for the murder of Adele Blondet," said the doctor, tapping the table with one hand. "To you, yes," answered Vandeloup, crossing to the door and locking it. "To others, no." "Why do you lock the door?" asked Gollipeck gruffly. "I don't want my private affairs all over Melbourne," retorted Gaston smoothly, returning to his position in front of the fireplace. "Are you afraid?" Something again went wrong with Dr Gollipeck's inside, and he grated out a hard, ironical laugh. "Do I look afraid?" he asked, spreading out his hands. Vandeloup stooped down to the portmanteau lying open at his feet, and picked up a revolver, which he pointed straight at Gollipeck. "You make an excellent target," he observed quickly, putting his finger on the trigger. Dr Gollipeck sat down, and arranged his handkerchief once more over his knees. "Very likely," he answered coolly, "but a target you won't practise on." "Why not?" asked Vandeloup, still keeping his finger on the trigger. "Because the pistol shot would alarm the house," said Gollipeck serenely, "and if I was found dead, you would be arrested for my murder. If I was only wounded, I could tell a few facts about Monsieur Octave Braulard that would have an unpleasant influence on the life of Monsieur Gaston Vandeloup." Vandeloup laid the pistol down on the mantelpiece with a laugh, lit a cigarette, and sitting down in a chair opposite Gollipeck, began to talk. "You are a brave man," he said, coolly blowing out a wreath of smoke. "I admire brave men." "You are a clever man," retorted the doctor. "I admire clever men." "Very good," said Vandeloup, crossing one leg over the other. "As we now understand one another, I await your explanation of this visit." Dr Gollipeck, with admirable composure, placed his hands on his knees, and acceded to the request of Monsieur Vandeloup. "I saw in the Ballarat and Melbourne newspapers," he said quietly, "that Selina Sprotts, the servant of Mrs Villiers, was dead. The paper said foul play was suspected, and according to the evidence of Kitty Marchurst, whom, by the way, I remember very well, the deceased had been poisoned. An examination was made of the body, but no traces of poison were found. Knowing you were acquainted with Madame Midas, and recognising this case as a peculiar one, seeing that poison was asserted to have been given, and yet no appearances could be found, I came down to Melbourne, saw the doctor who had analysed the body, and heard what he had to say on the subject. The symptoms were described as apoplexy, similar to those of a woman who died in Paris, called Adele Blondet, and whose case was reported in a book by Messrs Prevol and Lebrun. Becoming suspicious, I assisted at a chemical analysis of the body, and found that the woman Sprotts had been poisoned by an extract of hemlock, the same poison used in the case of Adele Blondet. The man who poisoned Adele Blondet was sent to New Caledonia, escaped from there, and came to Australia, and prepared this poison at Ballarat. And why I called here tonight was to know the reason Monsieur Octave Braulard, better known as Gaston Vandeloup, poisoned Selina Sprotts in mistake for Madame Midas. If Dr Gollipeck had thought to upset Vandeloup by this recital, he was never more mistaken in his life, for that young gentleman heard him coolly to the end, and taking the cigarette out of his mouth, smiled quietly. "In the first place," he said smoothly, "I acknowledge the truth of all your story, except the latter part, and I must compliment you on the admirable way you have guessed the identity of Braulard with Vandeloup, as you have no proof to show that they are the same. But with regard to the death of Mademoiselle Sprotts, she died as you have said, but I, though the maker of the poison, did not administer it." "Who did then?" asked Gollipeck, who was quite prepared for this denial. Vandeloup smoothed his moustache, and looked at the doctor with a keen glance. "Kitty Marchurst," he said coolly. The rain was beating wildly against the windows, and someone in the room below was playing the eternal waltz, One Summer's Night in Munich, while Vandeloup, leaning back in his chair, stared at Dr Gollipeck, who looked at him disbelievingly. "It's not true," he said harshly. "What reason had she to poison the woman Sprotts?" "None at all," replied Vandeloup blandly, "but she had to poison Mrs Villiers." "Go on," said Gollipeck gruffly. "I've no doubt you will make up an admirable story." "So kind of you to compliment me," observed Vandeloup lightly, "but in this instance I happen to tell the truth. Kitty Marchurst was my mistress." "It was you that ruined her, then?" cried Gollipeck, pushing back his chair. Vandeloup shrugged his shoulders. "If you put it that way, yes," he answered simply, "but she fell into my mouth like ripe fruit, surely," with a sneer. "At your age you don't believe in virtue." "Yes, I do," retorted Gollipeck fiercely. "More fool you," replied Gaston, with a libertine look on his handsome face. "Balzac never said a truer word than that a woman's virtue is man's greatest invention. Well, we won't discuss morality now. She came with me to Melbourne and lived as my mistress. Then she wanted to marry me, and I refused. She had a bottle of the poison which I had made, and threatened to take it and kill herself. I prevented her, and then she left me, went on the stage, and afterwards, meeting Madame Midas, went to live with her, and we renewed our acquaintance. On the night of this, well, murder, if you like to call it so, we were at a ball together. Mademoiselle Marchurst heard that I was going to marry Madame Midas. She asked me if it was true. I did not deny it, and she said she would sooner poison Mrs Villiers than see her married to me. She went home, and not knowing the dead woman was in bed with Madame Midas, poisoned the drink, and the consequences you know. As to the story of the hand, bah, it is a stage play, that is all." Dr Gollipeck rose and walked to and fro in the little clear space left among the disorder. "What a devil you are," he said, looking at Vandeloup admiringly. "What, because I did not poison this woman?" he said, in a mocking tone. "Bah, you are less moral than I thought you were." The doctor did not take any notice of this sneer, but, putting his hands in his pockets, faced round to the young man. "I give my evidence tomorrow," he said quietly, looking keenly at the young man, "and I prove conclusively the woman was poisoned. To this, I must refer to the case of Adele Blondet, and then that implicates you." "Pardon me," observed Vandeloup coolly, removing some ash from his velvet coat. "It implicates Octave Braulard, who is at present," with a sharp look at Gollipeck, "in New Caledonia." "If that is the case," asked the doctor gruffly, "who are you?" "I am the friend of Braulard," said Vandeloup in a measured tone. "Myself, Braulard, and Prevol, one of the writers of the book you refer to, were medical students together, and we all three emphatically knew about the poison extracted from hemlock." He spoke so quietly that Gollipeck looked at him in a puzzled manner, not understanding his meaning. "You mean Braulard and Prevol were medical students?" he said doubtfully. "Exactly," assented Monsieur Vandeloup, with an airy wave of his hand. "Gaston Vandeloup is a fictitious third person I have called into existence for my own safety, you understand. As Gaston Vandeloup, a friend of Braulard, I knew all about this poison, and manufactured it in Ballarat for a mere experiment, and as Gaston Vandeloup I gave evidence against the woman who was my mistress on the ground of poisoning Selina Sprotts with hemlock." "You are not shielding yourself behind this girl?" asked the doctor, coming close to him. "How could I?" replied Vandeloup, slipping his hand into his pocket. "I could not have gone down to St Kilda, climbed over a wall with glass bottles on top, and committed the crime, as Kitty Marchurst says it was done. If I had done this, there would be some trace. No, I assure you, Mademoiselle Marchurst, and none other, is the guilty woman. She was in the room, Madame Midas asleep in bed. What was easier for her than to pour the poison into the glass, which stood ready to receive it? Mind you, I don't say she did it deliberately. Impulse, hallucination, madness, what you like, but she did it." "By God!" cried Gollipeck warmly, "you'd argue a rope round the girl's neck, even before she has had a trial. I believe you did it yourself." "If I did," retorted Vandeloup coolly, "when I am in the witness box, I run the risk of being found out. But it is so, I take my chance of that. But I ask you to keep silent as to Gaston Vandeloup being Octave Braulard." "Why should I?" said the doctor harshly. "For many admirable reasons," replied Vandeloup smoothly. "In the first place, as Braulard's friend, I can prove the case against Mademoiselle Marchurst quite as well as if I appeared as Braulard himself. In the next place, you have no evidence to prove I am identical with the murderer of Adele Blondet. And lastly, suppose you did prove it, what satisfaction would it be to you to send me back to a French prison? I have suffered enough for my crime, and now I am rich and respectable. Why should you drag me back to the depths again? Read Les Miserables of our great Hugo before you answer, my friend." "Read the book long ago," retorted Gollipeck gruffly, more moved by the argument than he cared to show. "I will keep silent about this if you leave the colony at once." "I agree," said Vandeloup, pointing to the floor. "You see, I had already decided to travel before you entered. Any other stipulation?" "None," retorted the doctor, putting on his scarf again. "With Octave Braulard I have nothing to do. I want to find out who killed Selina Sprotts, and if you did, I won't spare you." "First, catch your hair," replied Vandeloup smoothly, going to the door and unlocking it. "I am ready to stand the test of a trial, and surely that ought to content you. As it is, I'll stay in Melbourne long enough to give you the satisfaction of hanging this woman for the murder, and then I will go to America." Dr Gollipeck was disgusted at the smooth brutality of this man, and moved hastily to the door. "Will you not have a glass of wine?" asked Vandeloup, stopping him. "Wine with you?" said the doctor harshly, looking him up and down. No, it would choke me," and he hurried away. "I wish it would," observed Monsieur Vandeloup pleasantly, as he re-entered the room. "Whew! This devil of a doctor! What a dangerous fool! But I have got the better of him, and at all events," he said, lighting another cigarette, "I have saved Vandeloup from suffering for the crime of Braulard." End of Part 2, Chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 14. Circumstantial Evidence. There was no doubt the Sprotts poisoning case was the sensation of the day in Melbourne. The papers were full of it, and some even went so far as to give a plan of the house, with dotted lines thereon, to show how the crime was committed. All this was extremely amusing, for, as a matter of fact, the evidence as yet had not shown any reasonable ground for supposing foul play had taken place. One paper, indeed, said that far too much was assumed in the case, and that the report of the government analyst should be waited for before such emphatic opinions were given by the press regarding the mode of death. But it was no use trying to reason with the public. They had got it into their sage heads that a crime had been committed, and demanded evidence. So as the press had no real evidence to give, they made it up, and the public, in private conversations, amplified the evidence until they constructed a complete criminal case. "Pshaw," said Ralston when he read these sensational reports. "In spite of the quinnups, the mountain will only produce a mouse after all." But he was wrong, for now rumours were started that the government analyst and Dr Gollipeck had found poison in the stomach, and that, moreover, the real criminal would be soon discovered. Public opinion was much divided as to who the criminal was. Some, having heard the story of Madame's marriage, said it was her husband. Others insisted Kitty Marchurst was the culprit, and was trying to shield herself behind this wild story of the hand coming from behind the curtains, while others were in favour of suicide. At all events, on the morning when the inquest was resumed, and the evidence was to be given of the analysis of the stomach, the court was crowded, and a dead silence pervaded the place when the government analyst stood up to give his evidence. Madame Midas was present, with Kitty seated beside her, the latter looking pale and ill, and Kilsip, with a gratified smile on his face, which seemed as though he had got a clue to the whole mystery, was seated next to Kelton. Vandeloup, faultlessly dressed, and as cool and calm as possible, was also in court, and Dr Gollipeck, as he waited his turn to give evidence, could not help admiring the marvellous nerve and courage of the young man. The government analyst, being called, was sworn in the usual way, and deposed that the stomach of the deceased had been sent to him to be analysed. He had used the usual tests, and found the presence of the alkaloid of hemlock, known under the name of conia. In his opinion, the death of the deceased was caused by the administration of an extract of hemlock. Sensation in the court. Question. Then, in your opinion, the deceased has been poisoned? Answer. Yes, I have not the least doubt on the subject. I detected the conia very soon after the tests were applied. There was great excitement when this evidence was concluded, as it gave quite a new interest to the case. The question as to the cause of death was now set at rest. The deceased had been murdered, so the burning anxiety of everyone was to know who had committed the crime. All sorts of opinions were given, but the murmur of voices ceased when Dr Gollipeck stood up to give his evidence. He deposed that he was a medical practitioner practising at Ballarat. He had seen the report of the case in the papers, and had come down to Melbourne as he thought he could throw a certain light on the affair, for instance, where the poison was procured. Sensation. About 3 years ago a crime had been committed in Paris, which caused a great sensation at the time. The case, being a peculiar one, was reported in a medical work by Messrs. Prevol and Lebrun, which he had obtained from France some 2 years back. The facts of the case were shortly these. An actress called Adele Blondet died from the effects of poison administered to her by Octave Braulard, who was her lover. The deceased had also another lover called Kestrike, who was supposed to be implicated in the crime, but he had escaped. The woman in this case had been poisoned by an extract of hemlock, the same poison used as in the case of Selina Sprotts, and it was the similarity of the symptoms that made him suspicious of the sudden death. Braulard was sent out to New Caledonia for the murder. While in Paris he had been a medical student with 2 other gentlemen, one of whom was Monsieur Prevol, who had reported the case, and the other was at present in court, and was called Monsieur Gaston Vandeloup. Sensation in the court, everyone's eye being fixed on Vandeloup, who was calm and unmoved. Monsieur Vandeloup had manufactured the poison used in this case, but with regard to how it was administered to the deceased, he would leave that evidence to Monsieur Vandeloup himself. When Gollipeck left the witness box, there was a dead silence, as everyone was too much excited at his strange story to make any comment thereon. Madame Midas looked with some astonishment on Vandeloup as his name was called out, and he moved gracefully to the witness box, while Kitty's face grew paler even than it was before. She did not know what Vandeloup was going to say, but a great dread seized her, and with dry lips and clenched hands she sat staring at him as if paralysed. Kilsip stole a look at her, then rubbed his hands together, while Kelton sat absolutely still, scribbling figures on his note-paper. Monsieur Gaston Vandeloup, being sworn, deposed. He was a native of France, of Flemish descent, as could be seen from his name. He had known Braulard intimately. He also knew Prevol. He had been 18 months in Australia, and for some time had been clerk to Mrs. Villiers at Ballarat. He was fond of chemistry, yes, and had made several experiments with poisons while up at Ballarat with Dr Gollipeck, who was a great toxicologist. He had seen the hemlock in the garden of a hotel keeper at Ballarat called Twexby, and had made an extract therefrom. He only did it by way of experiment, and had put the bottle containing the poison in his desk, forgetting all about it. The next time he saw that bottle was in the possession of Miss Kitty Marchurst. Sensation in court. She had threatened to poison herself. He again saw the bottle in her possession on the night of the murder. This was at the house of Monsieur Middlechip. A report had been circulated that he, the witness, was going to marry Mrs. Villiers, and Miss Marchurst asked him if it was true. He had denied it, and Miss Marchurst had said that sooner than he, the witness, should marry Mrs. Villiers, she would poison her. The next morning he heard that Selina Sprotts were dead. Kitty Marchurst heard all this evidence in dumb horror. She now knew that after ruining her life, this man wanted her to die a felon's death. She arose to her feet and stretched out her hands in protest against him. But before she could speak a word, the place seemed to whirl round her, and she fell down in a dead faint. This event caused great excitement in the court, and many began to assert positively that she must be guilty, else why did she faint? Kitty was taken out of court, and the examination was proceeded with, while Madame Midas sat pale and horror-struck at the revelations which were now being made. The coroner now proceeded to cross-examine Vandeloup. Question. You say you put the bottle containing this poison into your desk. How did Miss Marchurst obtain it? Answer. Because she lived with me for some time, and had access to my private papers. Question. Was she your wife? Answer. No, my mistress. Sensation in the court. Question. Why did she leave you? Answer. We had a difference of opinion about the question of marriage, so she left me. Question. She wanted you to make reparation, in other words, to marry her? Answer. Yes. Question. And you refused? Answer. Yes. Question. It was on this occasion she produced the poison first? Answer. Yes. She told me she had taken it from my desk, and would poison herself if I did not marry her. She changed her mind, however, and went away. Question. Did you know what became of her? Answer. Yes, I heard she went on the stage with Monsieur Waffles. Question. Did she take the poison with her? Answer. Yes. Question. How do you know she took the poison with her? Answer. Because next time I saw her, it was still in her possession. Question. That was at Mr. Meddlechip's ball? Answer. Yes. Question. On the night of the commission of the crime? Answer. Yes. Question. What made her take it to the ball? Answer. Rather a difficult question to answer. She heard rumours that I was to marry Mrs. Villiers, and even though I denied it, declined to believe me. She then produced the poison, and said she would take it. Question. Where did this conversation take place? Answer. In the conservatory. Question. What did you do when she threatened to take the poison? Answer. I tried to take it from her. Question. Did you succeed? Answer. No, she threw it out of the door. Question. Then when she left Mr. Meddlechip's house to come home, she had no poison with her? Answer. I don't think so. Question. Did she pick the bottle up again after she threw it out? Answer. No, because I went back to the ballroom with her. Then I came out myself to look for the bottle, but it was gone. Question. You have never seen it since? Answer. No, it must have been picked up by someone who was ignorant of its contents. Question. By your own showing, Monsieur Vandeloup, Miss Marchurst had no poison with her when she left Mr. Meddlechip's house. How, then, could she commit this crime? Answer. She told me she still had some poison left, that she divided the contents of the bottle she had taken from my desk, and that she still had enough left at home to poison Mrs. Villiers. Question. Did she say she would poison Mrs. Villiers? Answer. Yes, sooner than see her married to me. Sensation. Question. Do you believe she went away from you with the deliberate intention of committing the crime? Answer. I do. Monsieur Vandeloup then left the box amid great excitement, and Kilsip was again examined. He deposed that he had searched Miss Marchurst's room and found half a bottle of extract of hemlock. The contents of the bottle had been analysed, and were found identical with the conia discovered in the stomach of the deceased. Question. You say the bottle was half empty? Answer. Rather more than that, 3/4 empty. Question. Miss Marchurst told Monsieur Vanderloop she had poured half the contents of one bottle into the other. Would not this account for the bottle being 3/4 empty? Answer. Possibly, but if the first bottle was full, it is probable she would halve the poison exactly. So if it had been untouched, it ought to be half full. Question. Then you think some of the contents of this bottle were used? Answer. That is my opinion. Vanderloop was recalled, and deposed that the bottle Kitty took from his desk was quite full, and moreover, when the other bottle which had been found in her room was shown to him, he declared that it was as nearly as possible the same size as the missing bottle. So the inference drawn from this was that the bottle produced being 3/4 empty, some of the poison had been used. The question now arose that, as the guilt of Miss Marchurst seemed so certain, how was it that Selina Sprotts was poisoned instead of her mistress? But this was settled by Madame Midas, who, being recalled, deposed that Kitty did not know Selina slept with her on that night, and the curtains being drawn, could not possibly tell two people were in the bed. This was all the evidence obtainable, and the coroner now proceeded to sum up. The case, he said, was a most remarkable one, and it would be necessary for the jury to consider very gravely all the evidence laid before them in order to arrive at a proper conclusion before giving their verdict. In the first place, it had been clearly proved by the government analyst that the deceased had died from effects of conia, which was, as they had been told, the alkaloid of hemlock, a well-known hedge plant which grows abundantly in most parts of Great Britain. According to the evidence of Dr Chinston, the deceased had died from serious apoplexy, and from all the post-mortem appearances this was the case. But they must remember that it was almost impossible to detect certain vegetable poisons, such as aconite and atropia, without minute chemical analysis. They would remember a case which startled London some years ago, in which the poisoner had poisoned the brother-in-law by means of aconite, and it taxed all the ingenuity and cleverness of experts to find the traces of poison in the stomach of the deceased. In this case, however, thanks to Dr Gollipeck, who had seen the similarity of the symptoms between the post-mortem appearance of the stomach of Adele Blondet and the present case, the usual tests for conia were applied, and as they had been told by the government analyst, the result was conia was found. So they could be quite certain that the deceased had died of poison, that poison being conia. The next thing for them to consider was how the poison was administered. According to the evidence of Miss Marchurst, some unknown person had been standing outside the window and poured the poison into the glass on the table. Mrs Villiers had stated that the window was open all night, and from the position of the table near it, nothing would be easier than for anyone to introduce the poison into the glass as asserted by Miss Marchurst. On the other hand, the evidence of the detective Kilsip went to show that no marks were visible as to anyone having been at the window, and another thing which rendered Miss Marchurst's story doubtful was the resemblance it had to a drama in which she had frequently acted, called The Hidden Hand. In the last act of the drama, poison was administered to one of the characters in precisely the same manner, and though of course such a thing might happen in real life, still in this case it was highly suspicious circumstance that a woman like Miss Marchurst, who had frequently acted in the drama, should see the same thing actually occur off the stage. Rejecting, then, as improbable, the story of the hidden hand, seeing that the evidence was strongly against it, the next thing was to look into Miss Marchurst's past life, and see if she had any motive for committing the crime. Before doing so, however, he would point out to them that Miss Marchurst was the only person in the room when the crime was committed. The window in her own room and one of the windows in Mrs. Villiers' room were both locked, and the open window had a table in front of it, so that anyone entering would very probably knock it over, and thus awaken the sleepers. On the other hand, no one could have entered in at the door, because they would not have had time to escape before the crime was discovered. So it was clearly shown that Miss Marchurst must have been alone in the room when the crime was committed. Now, to look into her past life, it was certainly not a very credible one. Monsieur Vandeloup had sworn that she had been his mistress for over a year, and had taken the poison manufactured by himself out of his private desk. Regarding Monsieur Vandeloup's motives in preparing such a poison, he could say nothing. Of course, he probably did it by way of experiment, to find out if this colonial-grown hemlock possessed the same poisonous qualities as it did in the old world. It was a careless thing of him, however, to leave it in his desk, where it could be obtained, for all such dangerous matters should be kept under lock and key. To go back, however, to Miss Marchurst, it had been proved by Monsieur Vandeloup that she was his mistress, and that they quarrelled. She produced this poison, and said she would kill herself. Monsieur Vandeloup persuaded her to abandon the idea, and she subsequently left him, taking the poison with her. She then went on the stage, and subsequently left it in order to live with Mrs. Villiers as her companion. All this time she still had the poison, and in order to prevent her losing it, she put half of it into another bottle. Now this looked very suspicious, as if she had not intended to use it, she certainly would never have taken such trouble over preserving it. She meets Monsieur Vandeloup at a ball, and hearing that he is going to marry Mrs. Villiers, she loses her head completely, and threatens to poison herself. Monsieur Vandeloup tries to wrench the poison from her, whereupon she flings it into the garden. This bottle has disappeared, and the presumption is that it was picked up. But if the jury had any idea that the poison was administered from the lost bottle, they might as well dismiss it from their minds, as it was absurd to suppose such an improbable thing could happen. In the first place, no one but Monsieur Vandeloup and Miss Marchurst knew what the contents were, and in the second place, what motive could anyone who picked it up have in poisoning Mrs. Villiers, and why should they adopt such an extraordinary way of doing it, as Miss Marchurst asserted they did? On the other hand, Miss Marchurst tells Monsieur Vandeloup that she still has some poison left, and that she will kill Mrs. Villiers sooner than see her married to him. She declares to Monsieur Vandeloup that she will kill her, and leaves the house to go home with, apparently, all the intention of doing so. She comes home filled with all the furious rage of a jealous woman, and enters Mrs. Villiers' room, and here the jury will recall the evidence of Mrs. Villiers, who said Miss Marchurst did not know that the deceased was sleeping with her. So when Miss Marchurst entered the room, she naturally thought that Mrs. Villiers was by herself, and would, as a matter of course, refrain from drawing the curtains and looking into the bed, in case she should awaken her proposed victim. There was a glass with drink on the table. She was alone with Mrs. Villiers, her heart filled with jealous rage against a woman she thinks is her rival. Her own room is a few steps away. What, then, was easier for her than to go to her own room, obtain the poison, and put it into the glass? The jury will remember in the evidence of Mr. Kilsip the bottle was 3/4 empty, which argued some of it had been used. All the evidence against Miss Marchurst was purely circumstantial, for if she committed the crime, no human eye beheld her doing so. But the presumption of her having done so in order to get rid of a successful rival was very strong, and the weight of evidence was dead against her. The jury would, therefore, deliver their verdict in accordance with the facts laid before them. The jury retired, and the court was very much excited. Every one was quite certain that Kitty was guilty, but there was a strong feeling against Monsieur Vandeloup as having been in some measure the cause, though indirectly, of the crime. But that young gentleman, in accordance with his usual foresight, had left the court and gone straight home, as he had no wish to face a crowd of sullen faces, and perhaps worse. Madame Midas sat still in the court, awaiting the return of the jury, with the calm face of a marble sphinx. But though she suffered, no appearances of suffering were seen on her serene face. She never had believed in human nature, and now the girl whom she had rescued from comparative poverty and placed in opulence had wanted to kill her. Monsieur Vandeloup, whom she admired and trusted, was black infamy he was guilty of. He had sworn most solemnly he never harmed Kitty, and yet he was the man who had ruined her. Madame Midas felt that the worst had come. Vandeloup false, Kitty a murderess, her husband vanished, and Selina dead. All the world was falling into ruins around her, and she remained alone amid the ruins, with her enormous fortune, like a golden statue in a deserted temple. With clasped hands, aching heart, but impassive face, she sat waiting for the end. The jury returned in about half an hour, and there was a dead silence as the foreman stood up to deliver the verdict. The jury found as follows: that the deceased, Selina Jane Sprotts, died on the 21st day of November from the effects of poison, namely cognac, feloniously administered by one Catherine Marchurst, and the jury, on their oaths, say that the said Catherine Marchurst feloniously, wilfully, and maliciously did murder the said deceased. That evening Kitty was arrested and lodged in the Melbourne jail to await her trial on a charge of wilful murder. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 15. Kismet. Of two evils, it is always best to choose the least, and as Monsieur Vandeloup had to choose between the loss of his popularity or his liberty, he chose to lose the former instead of the latter. After all, as he argued to himself, Australia at large is a small portion of the world, and in America no one would know anything about his little escapade in connection with Kitty. He knew that he was in Golopek's power, and that unless he acceded to that gentleman's demand as to giving evidence, he would be denounced to the authorities as an escaped convict from New Caledonia, and would be sent back there. Of course, his evidence could not but prove detrimental to himself, seeing how badly he had behaved to Kitty, but still as going through the ordeal meant liberty, he did so, and the result was as he had foreseen. Men, as a rule, are not very squeamish, and view each other's failings, especially towards women, with a lenient eye, but Vandeloup had gone too far, and the Bachelors' Club unanimously characterised his conduct as damned shady, so a letter was sent requesting Monsieur Vandeloup to take his name off the books of the club. He immediately resigned, and wrote a polite letter to the secretary, which brought uneasy blushes to the cheek of that gentleman by its stinging remarks about his and his fellow club members' morality. He showed it to several of the members, but as they all had their little redeeming vices, they determined to take no notice, and so Monsieur Vandeloup was left alone. Another thing which happened was that he was socially ostracised from society, and his table, which used to be piled up with invitations, soon became quite bare. Of course, he knew he could force Meddlechip to recognise him, but he did not choose to do so, as all his thoughts were fixed on America. He had plenty of money, and with a new name and a brand new character, Vandeloup thought he would prosper exceedingly well in the States. So he stayed at home, not caring to face the stony faces of friends who cut him, and waited for the trial of Kitty Marchurst, after which he intended to leave for Sydney at once, and take the next steamer to San Francisco. He did not mind waiting, but amused himself reading, smoking, and playing, and was quite independent of Melbourne society. Only two things worried him, and the first of these was the annoyance of Pierre Lemaire, who seemed to have divined his intention of going away, and haunted him day and night like an unquiet spirit. When Vandeloup looked out, he saw the dumb man watching the house, and if he went for a walk, Pierre would slouch sullenly along behind him, as he had done in the early days. Vandeloup could have called in the aid of a policeman to rid himself of this annoyance, but the fact was he was afraid of offending Pierre, as he might be tempted to reveal what he knew, and the result would not be pleasant. So Gaston bore patiently with the disagreeable system of espionage the dumb man kept over him, and consoled himself with the idea that once he was on his way to America, it would not matter two straws whether Pierre told all he knew or kept silent. The other thing which troubled the young man were the words Kitty had made use of in Mrs. Villier's drawing-room regarding the secret she said she knew. It made him uneasy, for he half guessed what it was, and thought she might tell it to someone out of revenge, and then there would be more troubles for him to get out of. Then again he argued that she was too fond of him ever to tell anything likely to injure him, even though he had put a rope round her neck. If he could have settled the whole affair by running away, he would have done so, but Golopek was still in Melbourne, and Gaston knew he could not leave the town without the terrible old man finding out, and bringing him back. At last the torture of wondering how much Kitty knew was too much for him, and he determined to go to the Melbourne jail and interview her. So he obtained an order from the authorities to see her, and prepared to start next morning. He sent a servant out for a hansom, and by the time it was at the door, Monsieur Vandeloup, cool, calm, and well dressed, came downstairs pulling on his gloves. The first thing he saw when he got outside was Pierre waiting for him with his old hat pulled down over his eyes, and his look of sullen resignation. Gaston nodded coolly to him, and told the cabby he wanted to go to the Melbourne jail, whereupon Pierre slouched forward as the young man was preparing to enter the cab, and laid his hand on his arm. "Well," said Vandeloup in a quiet voice, in French, shaking off the dumb man's arm, "what do you want?" Pierre pointed to the cab, whereupon Monsieur Vandeloup shrugged his shoulders. "Surely you don't want to come to the jail with me," he said mockingly. "You'll get there soon enough." The other nodded, and made a step towards the cab, but Vandeloup pushed him back. "Curse the fool," he muttered to himself. "I'll have to humour him, or he'll be making a scene. You can't come," he added aloud, but Pierre still refused to go away. This conversation, or rather monologue, seeing Monsieur Vandeloup was the only speaker, was carried on in French, so the cabman and the servant at the door were quite ignorant of its purpose, but looked rather astonished at the conduct of the dirty tramp towards such an elegant-looking man. Vandeloup saw this, and therefore determined to end the scene. "Well, well," he said to Pierre in French, "get in at once." And then, when the dumb man entered the cab, he explained to the cabman in English, "This poor devil is a pensioner of mine, and as he wants to see a friend of his in jail, I'll take him with me." He stepped into the cab which drove off, the cabman rather astonished at the whole affair, but none the less contented himself with merely winking at the pretty servant girl who stood on the steps, whereupon she tossed her head and went inside. As they drove along, Vandeloup said nothing to Pierre, not that he did not want to, but he mistrusted the trapdoor in the roof of the cab, which would permit the cabman to overhear everything. So they went along in silence, and when they arrived at the jail, Vandeloup told the cabman to wait for him, and walked towards the jail. "You are coming inside, I suppose," he said sharply to Pierre, who still slouched alongside. The dumb man nodded sullenly. Vandeloup cursed Pierre in his innermost heart, but smiled blandly and agreed to let him enter with him. There was some difficulty with the warder at the door, as the permission to see the prisoner was only made out in the name of Monsieur Vandeloup, but after some considerable trouble they succeeded in getting in. "My faith," observed Gaston lightly, as they went along to the cell, conducted by a warder, "it's almost as hard to get into jail as to get out of it." The warder admitted them both to Kitty's cell, and left them alone with her. She was seated on the bed in the corner of the cell, in an attitude of deepest dejection. When they entered, she looked up in a mechanical sort of manner, and Vandeloup could see how worn and pinched looking her face was. Pierre went to one end of the cell, and leaned against the wall in an indifferent manner, while Vandeloup stood right in front of the unhappy woman. Kitty arose when she saw him, and an expression of loathing passed over her haggard-looking face. "Ay," she said bitterly, rejecting Vandeloup's proffered hand, "so you have come to see your work. Well, look around at these bare walls. See how thin and ugly I have grown. think of the crime with which I am charged, and surely even Gaston Vandeloup will be satisfied." The young man sneered. "Still as good as acting as ever, I see," he said mockingly. "Cannot you even see a friend without going into these heroics?" "Why have you come here?" she asked, drawing herself up to her full height. "Because I am your friend," he answered coolly. "My friend!" she echoed scornfully, looking at him with contempt. "You ruined my life a year ago. Now you have endeavoured to fasten the guilt of murder on me, and yet you call yourself my friend. A good story, truly," with a bitter laugh. "I could not help giving the evidence I did," replied Gaston coolly, shrugging his shoulders. "If you are innocent, what I say will not matter." "If I am innocent," she said, looking at him steadily. "You villain, you know I am innocent." "I know nothing of the sort." "Then you believe I committed the crime?" "I do." Kitty sat helplessly down on the bed and passed her hand across her eyes. "My God!" she muttered, "I am going mad." "Not at all unlikely," he replied carelessly. She looked vacantly round the cell, and caught sight of Pierre shrinking back into the shadow. "Why did you bring your accomplice with you?" she said, looking at Gaston. Monsieur Vandeloup shrugged his shoulders. "Really, my dear Bebe," he said lazily, "I don't know why you should call him my accomplice, as I have committed no crime." "Have you not?" she said, rising to her feet and bending towards him. "Think again." Vandeloup shook his head with a smile. "No, I do not think I have," he answered, glancing keenly at her. "I suppose you want me to be as black as yourself." "You coward!" she said in a rage, turning on him. "How dare you taunt me in this manner? It is not enough that you have ruined me, and imperilled my life, without jeering at me thus, you coward!" "Bah!" retorted Vandeloup cynically, brushing some dust off his coat. "This is not the point. You insinuate that I committed a crime. Perhaps you will tell me what kind of a crime." "Murder," she replied in a whisper. "Oh, indeed," sneered Gaston coolly, though his lips twitched a little. "The same style of crime as your own? And whose murder am I guilty of, pray?" "Randolph Villiers." Vandeloup shrugged his shoulders. "Who can prove it?" he asked contemptuously. "I can." "You?" with a sneer. "A murderess?" "Who can prove I am a murderess?" she cried wildly. "I can," he answered with an ugly look, "and I will if you don't keep a quiet tongue." "I will keep quiet no longer," boldly rising and facing Vandeloup, with her hands clenched at her sides. "I have tried to shield you faithfully through all your wickedness, but now that you accuse me of committing a crime, which accusation you know is false, I accuse you, Gaston Vandeloup, and your accomplice yonder," wheeling round and pointing to Pierre, who shrunk away, "of murdering Randolph Villiers at the Black Hill, Ballarat, for the sake of a nugget of gold he carried." Vandeloup looked at her disdainfully. "You are mad," he said in a cold voice. "This is the raving of a lunatic. There is no proof of what you say. It was proved conclusively that myself and Pierre were asleep at our hotel, while Monsieur Villiers was with Jarper at 2 o'clock in the morning." "I know that was proved," she retorted, "and by some jugglery on your part. But, nevertheless, I saw you and him," pointing again to Pierre, "murder Villiers." "You saw it?" echoed Vandeloup, with a disbelieving smile. "Tell me how." "I?" she cried, making a step forward. "You do not believe me, but I tell you it is true. Yes, I know now who the two men were following Madame Midas, as she drove away. One was her husband, who wished to rob her, and the other was Pierre, who, acting upon your instructions, was to get the gold from Villiers, should he succeed in getting it from Madame. You left me a few minutes afterwards, but I, with my heart full of love, wretched woman that I was, followed you at a short distance, unwilling to lose sight of you even for a little time. I climbed down among the rocks, and saw you seat yourself in a narrow part of the path. Curiosity then took the place of love, and I watched to see what you were going to do. Pierre, that wretch who cowers in the corner, came down the path, and you spoke to him in French. What was said I did not know, but I guessed enough to know you meditated some crime. Then Villiers came down the path with a nugget in its box under his arm. I recognised the box as the one which Madame Midas had brought to our house. When Villiers came opposite you, you spoke to him. He tried to pass on, and then Pierre sprang out from behind the rock, and the two men struggled together, while you seized the box containing the gold, which Villiers had let fall, and watched the struggle. You saw that Villiers, animated by despair, was gradually gaining the victory over Pierre, and then you stepped in. Yes, I saw you snatch Pierre's knife from the back of his waist and stab Villiers in the back. Then you put the knife into Pierre's hand, all bloody, as Villiers fell dead, and I fled away. She stopped, breathless with her recital, and Vandeloup, pale but composed, would have answered her, when a cry from Pierre startled them. He had come close to them, and was looking straight at Kitty. "My God!" he cried, "then I am innocent." "You!" shrieked Kitty, falling back on her bed. "Who are you?" The man pulled his hat off, and came a step nearer. "I am Randolph Villiers." Kitty shrieked again, and covered her face with her hands, while Vandeloup laughed in a mocking manner, though his pale face and quivering lip told that his mirth was assumed. "Yes," said Villiers, throwing his hat on the floor of the cell, "it was Pierre Lemaire, and not I, who died. The struggle took place as you have described, but he," pointing to Vandeloup, "wishing to get rid of Pierre for reasons of his own, stabbed him, and not me, in the back. He thrust the knife into my hand, and I, in my blind fury, thought that I had murdered the dumb man. I was afraid of being arrested for the murder, so, as suggested by Vandeloup, I changed clothes with the dead man, and wrapped my own up in a bundle. We hid the body and the nugget in one of the old mining shafts, and then came down to Ballarat. I was similar to Pierre in appearance, except that my chin was shaven. I went down to the Wattle Tree Hotel as Pierre, after leaving my clothes outside the window of the bedroom, which Vandeloup pointed out to me. Then he went to the theatre, and told me to rejoin him there as Villiers. I got my own clothes into the room, dressed again as myself, then locking the door so that the people of the hotel might suppose that Pierre slept, I jumped out of the window of the bedroom and went to the theatre. There I played my part, as you know, and while we were behind the scenes, Mr. Waffles asked me to put out the gas in his room. I did so, and took from his dressing-table a black beard, in order to disguise myself as Pierre, till my beard had grown. We went to supper, and then I parted with Jarper at 2 o'clock in the morning, and went back to the hotel, where I climbed into the bedroom through the window, and reassumed Pierre's dress forever. It was by Vandeloup's advice I pretended to be drunk, as I could not go to the Pactolus, where my wife would have recognised me. Then I, as the supposed Pierre, was discharged, as you know. Vandeloup, aping friendship, drew the dead man's salary, and bought clothes and a box for me. In the middle of one night, I, still disguised as Pierre, slipped out of the window and went up to Black Hill, where I found the nugget and brought it down to my room at the Wattle Tree Hotel. Then Vanderloop brought in the box with my clothes, and we packed the nugget in it, together with the suit I had worn at the time of the murder. Following his instructions, I came down to Melbourne, and there disposed of the nugget. No need to ask how, as there are always people ready to do things of that sort for payment. When I was paid for the nugget, and I only got £800, the man who melted it down taking the rest, I had to give 600 to Vanderloop, as I was in his power as I thought, and dare not refuse in case he should denounce me for the murder of Pierre Lemaire. And now I find that I have been innocent all the time, and he has been frightening me with a shadow. He, not I, was the murderer of Pierre Lemaire, and you can prove it." During all this recital, which Kitty listened to with staring eyes, Vanderloop had stood quite still, revolving in his own mind how he could escape from the position in which he found himself. When Villiers finished his recital, he raised his head and looked defiantly at both his victims. "Fate has placed the game in your hands," he said coolly, while they stood and looked at him. "But I'm not beaten yet, my friend. May I ask what you intend to do?" "Prove my innocence," said Villiers boldly. "Indeed," sneered Gaston, "at my expense, I presume." "Yes, I will denounce you as the murderer of Pierre Lemaire." "And I," said Kitty quickly, "will prove Villiers' innocence." Vanderloop turned on her with all the lithe, cruel grace of a tiger. "First you must prove your own innocence," he said in a low, fierce voice. "Yes, if you can hang me for the murder of Pierre Lemaire, I can hang you for the murder of Selina Sprotts. Yes, though I know you did not do it." "I," said Kitty, quickly springing forward. "You know who committed the crime?" "Yes," replied Vanderloop slowly. "The man who committed the crime intended to murder Madame Midas, and he was the man who hated her and wished her dead, her husband." "I," cried Villiers, starting forward. "You lie!" Vanderloop wheeled round quickly on him, and getting close to him, spoke rapidly. "No, I do not lie," he said, in a concentrated voice of anger. "You followed me up to the house of Monsieur Meddlechip, and hid among the trees on the lawn to watch the house. You saw Bebe throw the bottle out, and picked it up. Then you went to St Kilda, and, climbing over the wall, committed the crime, as she, pointing to Kitty, saw you do. I met you in the street near the house after you had committed it, and see," plunging his hand into Villiers' pocket, "here is the bottle which contained the poison," and he held up to Kitty the bottle with the 2 red bands round it, which she had thrown away. "It is false!" cried Villiers in despair, seeing that all the evidence was against him. "Prove it, then," retorted Vanderloop, knocking at the door to summon the warder. "Save your own neck before you put mine in danger." The door opened, and the warder appeared. Kitty and Villiers gazed horror-struck at one another, while Vanderloop, without another word, rapidly left the cell. The warder beckoned to Villiers to come, and with a deep sigh he obeyed. "Where are you going?" asked Kitty, as he moved towards the door. "Going?" he repeated mechanically. "I am going to see my wife." He left the cell, and when he got outside the jail, he saw the hansom with Vanderloop in it driving rapidly away. Villiers looked at the retreating vehicle in despair. "My God!" he murmured, raising his face to the blue sky with a frightful expression of despair. "How am I to escape the clutches of this devil?" End of Part 2, Chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Chapter 16. Be sure thy sin will find thee out. Madame Midas was a remarkably plucky woman, but it needed all her pluck and philosophy to bear up against the terrible calamities which were befalling her. Her faith in human nature was completely destroyed, and she knew that all the pleasure of doing good had gone out of her life. The discovery of Kitty's baseness had wounded her deeply, and she found it difficult to persuade herself that the girl had not been the victim of circumstances. If Kitty had only trusted her when she came to live with her, all this misery and crime would have been avoided, for she would have known Madame Midas would never have married Vandeloup, and thus would have had no motive for committing the crime. Regarding Vandeloup's pretensions to her hand, Mrs. Villiers laughed bitterly to herself. After the misery of her early marriage, it was not likely she was going to trust herself and her second fortune again to a man's honour. She sighed as she thought what her future life must be. She was wealthy, it was true, but amid all her riches she would never be able to know the meaning of friendship, for all who came near her now would have some motive in doing so, and though Madame Midas was anxious to do good with her wealth, yet she knew she could never expect gratitude in return. The comedy of human life is admirable when one is a spectator, but the actors know they are acting, and have to mask their faces with smiles, restrain the tears which they would fain let flow, and mouth witty sayings with breaking hearts. Surely the most bitter of all feelings is that cynical disbelief in human nature, which is so characteristic of our latest civilization. Madame Midas, however, now that Melbourne was so hateful to her, determined to leave it, and sent up to Mr. Kelton in order to confer with him on the subject. Kelton came down to St. Kilda, and was shown into the drawing-room, where Mrs. Villiers, calm and impenetrable looking as ever, sat writing letters. She arose as the barrister entered, and gave him her hand. "It was kind of you to come so quickly," she said, in her usual quiet, self-contained manner. "I wish to consult you on some matters of importance." "I am at your service, madam," replied Kelton, taking a seat, and looking keenly at the marble face before him. "I am glad to see you looking so well, considering what you have gone through." Mrs. Villiers let a shadowy smile flit across her face. "They say the Red Indian becomes utterly indifferent to the torture of his enemies after a certain time," she answered coldly. "I think it is the same with me. I have been deceived and disillusionized so completely that I have grown utterly callous, and nothing now can move me either to sorrow or joy." A curious answer from a curious woman, thought Kelton, glancing at her as she sat at the writing table in her black dress, with the knots of violet ribbons upon it. What queer creatures experience makes us. Madame Midas folded her hands loosely on the table, and looked dreamily out of the open French window, and at the trellis covered with creeping plants beyond, through which the sun was entering in pencils of golden light. Life would have been so sweet to her if she had only been content to be deceived like other people, but then she was not of that kind. Faith with her was a religion, and when religion is taken away, what remains? Nothing. "I am going to England," she said abruptly to Kelton, rousing herself out of these painful reflections. "After the trial, I presume," observed Kelton slowly. "Yes," she answered hesitatingly. "Do you think they will hang the girl?" Carlton shrugged his shoulders. "I can't tell you," he answered with a half smile. "If she is found guilty, well, I think she will be imprisoned for life." "Poor Kitty," said Madame sadly. "It was an evil hour when you met Vandeloup." "What do you think of him?" she asked suddenly. "He's a scoundrel," returned Carlton decisively. "Still, a clever one, with a genius for intrigue. He should have lived in the times of Borgian Rome, where his talents would have been appreciated. Now we have lost the art of polite murder." "Do you know," said Mrs. Villiers musingly, leaning back in her chair, "I cannot help thinking Kitty is innocent of this crime." "She may be," returned Carlton ambiguously, "but the evidence seems very strong against her." "Purely circumstantial," interrupted Madame Midas quickly. "Purely circumstantial, as you say," assented Carlton. "Still, some new facts may be discovered before the trial, which may prove her to be innocent. After the mystery which enveloped the death of Oliver White in the hansom cab murder, I hesitate giving a decided answer. In any case, till everything has been thoroughly sifted. But, if not, Kitty Marchurst, whom do you suspect? Vandeloup?" "No, he wanted to marry me, not to kill me." "Have you any enemy, then? Who would do such a thing?" "Yes, my husband. But he is dead." "He disappeared," corrected Madame, "but it was never proved that he was dead. He was a revengeful, wicked man, and if he could have killed me without hurting himself, he would." And rising from her seat, she paced up and down the room slowly. "I know your sad story," said the barrister, "and also how your husband disappeared, but, to my mind, looking at all the circumstances, you will not be troubled with him again." A sudden exclamation made him turn his head, and he saw Madame Midas, white as death, staring at the open French window, on the threshold of which was standing a man, medium height, black beard, and a haggard, hunted look in his eyes. "Who is this?" cried Carlton, rising to his feet. Madame Midas tottered, and caught at the mantelpiece for support. "My husband," she said, in a whisper. "Alive?" said Carlton, turning to the man at the window. "I should rather think so," said Villiers insolently, advancing into the room. "I don't look like a dead man, do I?" Madame Midas sprang forward and caught his wrist. "So you have come back, murderer!" she hissed in his ear. "What do you mean?" said her husband, wrenching his hand away. "Mean?" she cried vehemently. "You know what I mean. You cut yourself off entirely from me by your attempt on my life, and the theft of the gold. You dare not have showed yourself in case you received the reward of your crime, and so you worked in the dark against me. I knew you were near, though I did not see you, and you for a second time attempted my life." "I did not," muttered Villiers, shrinking back from the indignant blaze of her eyes. "I can prove—" "You can prove," she burst out contemptuously, drawing herself up to her full height. "Yes, you can prove anything with your cowardly nature and lying tongue, but prove that you were not the man who came in the dead of night and poisoned the drink waiting for me, which was taken by my nurse. You can prove, yes, as God is my judge. You shall prove it in the prisoner's dock, ere you go to the gallows." During all this terrible speech, Villiers had crouched on the ground, half terrified, while his wife towered over him, magnificent in her anger. At the end, however, he recovered himself a little, and began to bluster. "Every man has a right to a hearing," he said defiantly, looking from his wife to Carlton. "I can explain everything." Madame Midas pointed to a chair. "I have no doubt you will prove black is white by your lying," she said coldly, returning to her seat. "I await this explanation." Thereupon Villiers sat down and told them the whole story of his mysterious disappearance, and how he had been made a fool of by Vandeloup. When he had ended, Kelton, who had resumed his seat and listened to the recital with deep interest, stole a glance at Madame Midas, but she looked as cold and impenetrable as ever. "I understand now the reason of your disappearance," she said coldly, "but that is not the point. I want to know the reason you tried to murder me a second time." "I did not," returned Villiers quietly, with a gesture of dissent. "Then Selina Sprotts, since you are so particular," retorted his wife with a sneer. "But it was you who committed the crime." "Who says I did?" cried Villiers, standing up. "No one," put in Kelton, looking at him sharply. "But as you had a grudge against your wife, it is natural for her to suspect you. At the same time, it is not necessary for you to criminate yourself." "I am not going to do so," retorted Villiers. "If you think I'd be such a fool as to commit a crime and then trust myself to my wife's tender mercies, you are very much mistaken. I am as innocent of the murder as the poor girl who is in prison." "Then she is not guilty?" cried Mrs. Villiers, rising. "No," returned Villiers coldly, "she is innocent." "Oh, indeed," said Carlton quietly. "Then, if you both are innocent, who is the guilty person?" Villiers was about to speak, when another man entered the room window. This was none other than Kilsip, who advanced eagerly to Villiers. "He has come in at the gate," he said quickly. "Have you the warrant?" asked Villiers, as a sharp ring was heard at the front door. Kilsip nodded, and Villiers turned on his wife and Kelton, who was too much astonished to speak. "You asked me who committed the crime," he said, in a state of suppressed excitement. "Look at that door," pointing to the door which led into the hall, "and you will see the real murderer of Selina Sprotts appear." Kelton and Madame Midas turned simultaneously, and the seconds seemed like hours as they waited with bated breath for the opening of the fatal door. The same name was on their lips as they gazed with intense expectation, and the name was Gaston Vandeloup. The noise of approaching footsteps, a rattle at the handle of the door, and it was flung wide open as the servant announced, "Mr. Jarper." Yes, there he stood, meek, apologetic, and smiling, the fast-living bank clerk, the darling of society, and the secret assassin, Mr. Bartholomew Jarper. He advanced smilingly into the room, when suddenly the smile died away, and his face blanched as his eyes rested on Villiers. He made a step backward as if to fly, but in a moment Kilsip was on him. "I arrest you in the Queen's name for the murder of Selina Sprotts," and he slipped the handcuffs on his wrists. The wretched young man fell down on the floor with an agonised shriek. "It's a lie! It's a lie!" he howled, beating his manacled hands on the carpet. "None can prove I did it." "What about Vandeloup?" said Villiers, looking at the writhing figure at his feet. "And this proof?" holding out the bottle with the red bands. Jarper looked up with an expression of abject fear on his white face, then with a shriek fell back again in a swoon. Kilsip went to the window, and a policeman appeared in answer to his call. Then between them they lifted up the miserable wretch and took him to a cab which was waiting, and were soon driving off up to the station, whence Jarper was taken to the Melbourne jail. Kelton turned to Madame Midas, and saw that she also had fainted and was lying on the floor. He summoned the servants to attend her. Then, making Villiers come with him, he went up to his office in town in order to get the whole story of the discovery of the murderer. The papers were full of it next day, and Villiers' statement, together with Jarper's confession, were published side by side. It appeared that Jarper had been living very much above his income, and in order to get money he had forged Mrs. Villiers' name for several large amounts. Afraid of being discovered, he was going to throw himself on the mercy and confess all, which he would have done had Madame Midas come to the Meddlechips ball. But overhearing the conversation between Kitty and Vandeloup in the conservatory, and seeing the bottle flung out, he thought, if he secured it, he could poison Madame Midas without suspicion, and throw the guilt upon Kitty. He secured the bottle immediately after Vandeloup took Kitty back to the ballroom, and then went down to St Kilda to commit the crime. He knew the house thoroughly, as he had often been in it, and saw that the window of Madame's room was open. He then put his overcoat on the glass bottles on top of the wall, and leapt inside, clearing the bushes. He stole across the lawn and stepped over the flower bed, carefully avoiding making any marks. He had the bottle of poison with him, but was apparently quite ignorant how he was to introduce it into the house. But on looking through the parting of the curtains, he saw the glass with the drink on the table. Guessing that Madame Midas was in bed, and would probably drink during the night, he put his hand through the curtains and poured all the poison into the glass, then noiselessly withdrew. He jumped over the wall again, put on his overcoat, and thought he was safe, when he found Monsieur Vandeloup was watching him, and had seen him in all his actions. Vandeloup, whose subtle brain immediately saw that if Madame Midas was dead, he could throw the blame on Kitty, and thus get rid of her without endangering himself, agreed to keep silent, but made Jarper give up the bottle to him. When Jarper had gone, Vandeloup, a few yards further down, met Villiers, but supposed that he had just come on the scene. Villiers, however, had been watching the house all night, and had also been watching Meddlechips. The reason for this was he thought his wife was at the ball, and went to speak to her. He had followed Kitty and Miss Rilla down to St Kilda by hanging on to the back of the brougham, thinking the latter was his wife. Finding his mistake, he hung round the house for about an hour without any object, and was turning round the corner to go home when he saw Jarper jump over the wall, and, being unseen in the shadow, overheard the conversation and knew that Jarper had committed the crime. He did not, however, dare to accuse Jarper of murder, as he thought it was in Vandeloup's power to denounce him as the assassin of Pierre Lemaire, so for his own safety kept quiet. When he heard the truth from Kitty in the prison, he would have denounced the Frenchman at once as the real criminal, but was so bewildered by the rapid manner in which Vandeloup made up a case against him, and especially by the bottle being produced out of his pocket, which bottle Vandeloup, of course, had in his hand all the time, that he permitted him to escape. When he left the jail, however, he went straight to the police office and told his story, when a warrant was immediately granted for the arrest of Jarper. Kilsip took the warrant and went down to St Kilda to Mrs Villiers' house to see her before arresting Jarper. But, as before described, Jarper came down to the house on business from the bank, and was arrested at once. Of course, There was great excitement over the discovery of the real murderer, especially as Jarper was well known in Melbourne society, but no one pitied him. In the days of his prosperity he had been obsequious to his superiors and insolent to those beneath him, so that all he gained was the contempt of one and the hate of the other. Luckily he had no relatives whom his crime would have disgraced, and as he had not succeeded in getting rid of Madame Midas, he intended to have run away to South America, and had forged a cheque in her name for a large amount in order to supply himself with funds. Unhappily, however, he had paid that fatal visit and had been arrested, and since then had been in state of abject fear, begging and praying that his life might be spared. His crime, however, had awakened such indignation that the law was allowed to take its course. So early one wet cold morning, Barty Jarper was delivered into the hands of the hangman, and his mean, pitiful little soul was launched into eternity. Kitty was of course released, but overwhelmed with shame and agony at all her past life having been laid bare, she did not go to see Madame Midas, but disappeared amid the crowd, and tried to hide her infamy from all, although, poor girl, she was more sinned against than sinning. Vandeloup, for whom a warrant was out for the murder of Lemaire, had also disappeared, and was supposed to have gone to America. Madame Midas suffered severely from the shocks she had undergone with the discovery of everyone's baseness. She settled a certain income on her husband, on condition she never was to see him again, which offer he readily accepted, and having arranged all her affairs in Australia, she left for England, hoping to find in travel some alleviation, if not forgetfulness, of the sorrow of the past. A good woman, a noble woman, yet one who went forth into the world broken-hearted and friendless, with no belief in anyone and no pleasure in life. She, however, was of too fine a nature ever to sink into the base, cynical indifference of a misanthropic life, and the wealth which she possessed was nobly used by her to alleviate the horrors of poverty and to help those who needed help. Like Midas, the Greek king, from whence her quaint name was derived, she had turned everything she touched into gold, and though it brought her no happiness, yet it was the cause of happiness to others. But she would give all her wealth could she but once more regain that trust in human nature which had been so cruelly betrayed. End of Part 2, Chapter 16. Part 2, Epilogue of Madame Midas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Part 2, Epilogue. The Wages of Sin. Such a hot night as it was, not a breath of wind, and the moon, full-orbed, dull and yellow, hangs like a lamp in the dark blue sky. Low down on the horizon are great masses of rain clouds, ragged and angry-looking, and the whole firmament seems to weigh down on the still earth, where everything is burnt and parched, the foliage of the trees hanging limp and heavily, and the grass, yellow and sere, mingling with the hot white dust of the roads. Absolute stillness everywhere down here by the Yarra Yarra, not even the river making a noise as it sweeps swiftly down on its winding course between its low mud banks. No bark of a dog or human voice breaks the stillness. not even the sighing of the wind through the trees. And throughout all this unearthly silence, a nervous vitality predominates, for the air is full of electricity, and the subtle force is permeating the whole scene. A long trail of silver light lies on the dark surface of the river, rolling along, and here and there the current swirls into sombre, cruel-looking pools, or froths, and foams in lines of dirty white around the trunks of spectral-looking gum trees, which stretch out their white, scarred branches over the waters. Just a little way below the bridge, which leads to the botanical gardens on the near side of the river, stands an old, dilapidated bathing house, with its long row of dressing rooms, doorless and damp-looking. A broad, irregular wooden platform is in front of these, and slopes gradually down to the bank, from whence narrow, crazy-looking steps, stretching the whole length of the platform, go down beneath the sullen waters. And all this covered with black mould and green slime, and whole armies of spiders weaving grey, dusky webs in odd corners, and a broken-down fence on the left half buried in bush-rank grass, and an evil-looking place even in the daytime, and 10 times more evil-looking and uncanny under the light of the moon, which fills it with vague shadows. The rough, slimy platform is deserted, and nothing is heard but the squeaking and scampering of the water rats, and every now and then the gurgling of the river as it races past, as if it was laughing quietly in a ghastly manner over the victims it had drowned. Suddenly a black shadow comes gliding along the narrow path by the river bank, and pauses a moment at the entrance to the platform. Then it listens for a few minutes, and again hurries down to the crazy-looking steps. The black shadow standing there, like the genius of solitude, is a woman, and she has apparently come to add herself to the list of the cruel-looking river's victims. Standing there with one hand on the rough rail, and staring with fascinated eyes on the dull muddy water, she does not hear a step behind her. The shadow of a man, who has apparently followed her, glides from behind the bathing shed, and stealing down to the woman on the verge of the stream, lays a delicate white hand on her shoulder. She turns with a startled cry, and Kitty Marchurst and Gaston Vanderloop are looking into one another's eyes. Kitty's charming face is worn and pallid, and the hand which clutches her shawl is trembling nervously as she gazes at her old lover. There he stands, dressed in old black clothes, worn and tattered looking, with his fair auburn hair all tangled and matted, his chin covered with a short stubbly beard of some weeks' growth, and his face gaunt and haggard looking, the very same appearance as he had when he landed in Australia. Then he sought to preserve his liberty, now he is seeking to preserve his life. They gaze at one another in a fascinated manner for a few moments, and then Gaston removes his hand from the girl's shoulder with a sardonic laugh, and she buries her face in her hands with a stifled sob. "So this is the end," he said, pointing to the river, and fixing his scintillating eyes on the girl. "This is the end of our lives. For you the river, for me the hangman." "God help me," she moaned piteously. "What else is left to me but the river?" "Hope," he said in a low voice. "You are young, you are beautiful, you can yet enjoy life." But, in a deliberate, cruel manner, You will not, for the river claims you as its victim." Something in his voice fills her with fear, and looking up she reads death in his face, and sinking on her knees she holds out her helpless hands with a pitying cry for life. "Strange," observed Monsieur Vandeloup, with a touch of his old airy manner. "You come to commit suicide and are not afraid. I wish to save you the trouble, and you are, my dear, you are illogical." "No, no," she mutters, twisting her hands together. "I do not want to die. Why do you wish to kill me?" lifting her wan face to his. He bent down and caught her wrist fiercely. "You ask me that," he said, in a voice of concentrated passion. "You who, with your long tongue, have put the hangman's rope round my throat. But for you, I would, by this time, have been on my way to America, where freedom and wealth awaits me. I have worked hard and committed crimes for money, and now, when I should enjoy it, you, with your feminine devilry, have dragged me back to the depths." "I did not make you commit the crimes," she said piteously. "Bah!" with a scoffing laugh. "Who said you did? I take my own sins on my own shoulders. But you did worse. You betrayed me. Yes, there is a warrant out for my arrest, for the murder of that accursed Pierre. I have eluded the clever Melbourne police so far, but I have lived the life of a dog. I dare not even ask for food, lest I betray myself. I am starving, I tell you, starving, you harlot, and it is your work." He flung her violently to the ground, and she lay there, a huddled heap of clothing, while, with wild gesticulations, he went on. "But I will not hang," he said fiercely. "Octave Braulard, who escaped the guillotine, will not perish by a rope. No, I have found a boat going to South America, and tomorrow I go on board of her, to sail to Valparaiso. But before I go, I settle with you." She sprang suddenly to her feet with a look of hate in her eyes. "You villain," she said, through her clenched teeth. "You ruined my life, but you shall not murder me." He caught her wrist again, but he was weak for want of food, and she easily wrenched it away. "Stand back," she cried, retreating a little. "You think to escape me?" he almost shrieked, all his smooth, cynical mask falling off. "No, you will not. I will throw you into the river. I will see you sink to your death. You will cry for help. No one will hear you but God and myself. Both of us are merciless. You will die like a rat in a hole, and that face you are so proud of will be buried in the mud of the river. You devil, your time has come to die." He hissed out the last word in a low, sibilant manner, then sprang towards her to execute his purpose. They were both standing on the verge of the steps, and instinctively Kitty put out her hands to keep him off. She struck him on the chest, and then his foot slipped on the green slime which covered the steps, and with a cry of baffled rage he fell backward into the dull waters with a heavy splash. The swift current gripped him, and before Kitty could utter a sound, she could see him rising out in midstream, and being carried rapidly away. He threw up his hands with a hoarse cry for help, but weakened by famine, he could do nothing for himself, and sank for the second time. Again he rose, and the current swept him near shore, almost within reach of a fallen tree. He made a desperate effort to grasp it, but the current, mocking his puny efforts, bore him away once again in its giant embrace, and with a wild shriek on God he sank to rise no more. The woman on the bank, with white face and staring eyes, saw the fate which he had meant for her meted out to him, and when she saw him sink for the last time, she covered her face with her hand and fled rapidly away into the shadowy night. The sun is setting in a sea of blood, and all the west is lurid with crimson and barred by long black clouds. A heavy cloud of smoke, shot with fiery red, hangs over the city, and the din of many workings sound through the air. Down on the river the ships are floating on the blood-stained waters, and all their masts stand up like a forest of bare trees against the clear sky. And the river sweeps on red and angry looking under the sunset, with the rank grass and vegetation on its shelving banks. Rats are scampering along among the wet stones, and then a vagrant dog poking about amid some garbage howls dismally. What is that black speck on the crimson waters? The trunk of a tree, perhaps? No, it's a body, with white face and tangled auburn hair. It is floating down with the current. People are passing to and fro on the bridge. The clock strikes in the town hall, and the dead body drifts slowly down the red stream, far into the shadows of the coming night, under the bridge, across which the crowd is hurrying, bent on pleasure and business, past the tall warehouses where rich merchants are counting their gains, under the shadow of the big steamers with their tall masts and smoky funnels. Now it is caught in the reeds at the side of the stream. No, the current carries it out again, and so down the foul river, with the hum of the city on each side and the red sky above, drifts the dead body on its way to sea. The red dies out of the sky, the veil of night descends, and under the cold starlight, cold and cruel as its own nature, that which was once Gaston Vandeloup floats away into the still shadows. End of Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Read for LibriVox by Lucy Burgoyne. This recording is in the public domain.